foundation. We survive. Oh, all alive. I'll take you out for
I've been waiting for you to come through, for all of your promises to be true. It's heartbreaking and gray is the mood. I wanna believe in you. You can run and you can hide, learn to live on your demand. Oh baby, I'm losing faith, cut to the chase. I can read between the lines, don't wanna live on borrowed time. Oh baby, I'm losing faith, cut to the chase. Liberating, you know what to do. Don't let your demons define you. You can run and you can hide, learn to live on your demand. Oh baby, I'm losing faith, cut to the chase. I can read between the lines, don't wanna live on borrowed time. Oh baby, I'm losing faith, cut to the chase. You can run and you can hide, learn to live on your demand. Oh baby, I'm losing faith, cut to the chase. I can read between the lines, don't wanna live on borrowed time. Oh baby, I'm losing faith, cut to the chase. One chance for the world, one hope can save us now. Our time for history. Brave hearts will win the day. Run strong all the way. It's time for you and me. 'Cause nothing can hold us down. On the ground, nothing can hold us down. On the ground, we can be heroes. We can be heroes. We can be heroes. Step up, take it on. No turning from the storm. It's time now for what's to come. Together we will stand 2 feet on the ground. Let's hope now for better days. 'Cause nothing can hold us down. On the ground, nothing can hold us down. On the ground, we can be heroes. We can be heroes. We can be heroes.
When the sky falls and the sun turns black,
can you feel my heart? We can conquer and win back all. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. We walk through the fire. Leave the space and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. The embers glowing, we're waiting for the blaze, ascending from the ashes, bonfires in the haze. Standing tall now, your feet are on the ground. You fought your demons, nothing breaks you down. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Spring 2022. We had a refreshing week off, and now we are finally back for some more LCK. I hope you guys didn't miss it too much. I know we personally did. I was at a loss, you know, playing way too much Pokemon, things like that. I sort of lost track of time. It was an absolute disaster. You guys probably witnessed a bit of it on stream as well. So
yeah,
not exactly the greatest of times for me. Thankfully, we're back to some normalcy.
Yeah, I'm glad we're back. It felt very, very much like there was a hole in my heart during that period of time. Especially watching what else was happening around the world in League of Legends with John atop making appearances, Ivern in the LCS. It's been a pretty exciting time to be a League fan.
It has certainly been, but we'll have to get into that at a later time because we've got points of the match coming at you right now. Let's get into it. Humble Life Esports versus T1. Now, if you've been a T1 fan for quite some time, you'll be shivering just a little bit at this match because Humble Life just randomly beats T1 in Spring. Like, they just do that. It's just, it doesn't make sense ever. And then it ends up happening. So let's see whether they can do it. This time it's against a T1 that are in a very different spot.
Yeah. These teams are almost weirdly rivals because Hanwha Esports has taken so many critical matches against T1. You know, most notably the Gauntlet match for the Worlds qualifier as well. Got a lot closer than most people expected. So they definitely have a history beating T1, but this is a strong T1, a #1 T1 versus a struggling Hanwha Esports with a new roster. Rookie Karis, not technically a rookie, but he's very young, he's a very inexperienced player, will face off against his role model in Faker for the first time here. And that's one of the 2 tough matchups that Hanwha Esports have for the young players. The other one, of course, will be in the bottom lane with Samdi up against Gumayusi. And here it is. Back at the Academy, I was the first and Samdi was the second. This is a rivalry that's existed for a long time. Gumayusi got called up earlier, has had a much more successful career, but Samdi is very respected, actually, by all 80 carries here in the LCK. So it's a really exciting matchup.
And Samdi also was pretty good over in the LPL as well. Took a little bit of a stint there, got under the shadow of you know, his former academy days and things like that. It's difficult, it's cutthroat when it comes to the T1 Academy. But Gumayusi rose to the top, absolutely. This guy oozes confidence. Him and Carrier are by far the best bottom lane in the LCK. I don't think that, you know, we used to have the Dokdam and Kellen argument, but that is dead. It is just straight up dead, and we just all have to praise our new bottom lane lords of the LCK.
Look at this Dragon stat here for T1. Their Baron percentage is quite high, but this control of Dragon right now in this meta, where we often see Dragons really not come into play as much until later on, where the team will actually win after taking 0 Drakes, but winning on an Elder because we're in a very scaling meta. T1 still staying very highly up at the top here at first in Drakes, first at Baron control, and only second there in Herald, but look at how high the percentage is. They are objective controllers right now.
Oh, yes. And it used to be to their own detriment. This time, it seems that they've sorted out all of their let's just go for Herald no matter what syndrome, and have instead just taken control of the entire map. The suffocation of T1 is back, and I know that there are a lot of fans that are very, very happy to see it. One thing that I want to talk about is the fact that last time T1 took to the stage, it was Faker that was doing so much of the carrying. Watching his LeBlanc play in his more recent matches, oh my god, man. It feels like this guy has somehow gotten through what was just being the veteran in the mid lane, shot calling, taking control, bit more of a backseat role, not as much hard carry, and has put on those carry pants once again. And I was asked this question recently, and I was like, who is the best mid laner at the moment in the LCK? Is it Faker? Like,
I think it
or
is.
am I just, is that?
I think it is.
I don't know, man. It's crazy. Let's introduce T1 right now. Of course, towards the top side, Zeus back again. Owner, Faker, Gumayusi, and Carrier, of course, the best bottom lane in the LCK, with, of course, the greatest player of all time. Theoretically, pretty good combination of things to have.
Yeah. Well, this is kind of an appetizer for the T1 fans for this week, because this is the matchup you expect T1 to 2-0. They go into this matchup extremely favored. They're 6-0 right now in the LCK standings. They are first. And they will face off against Gen.G on Saturday. So that's the one where they can actually go 8-0 while defeating both of the other parts of the big 3. So this is a big week for T1, because if they end up going, you know, 2-0 on this week, they are indisputably the best team in the LCK right now, and by a large margin. I think they already are the best team, but this is the statement week for T1, I think. And yeah, coming into this matchup, again, it's not the one you're most prepared for. It's that matchup on Saturday, but maybe that gives Hanwha Esports some cracks here in T1.
Theoretically, but the problem is, right, when you look at T1 play, it's very different to when you watch Gen.G, for example. Gen.G, often, when they come up against theoretically lesser, I'm doing air quotes here, guys, lesser opponents, then they can disrespect them a little bit sometimes. T1, they don't do that. And now this team right here has to try and capitalize due to on-fleet Karis, Samdi, and Vista. Vista, of course, massive champion pool at the moment. So we'll see whether he can go up against Carrier, the king of massive champion pools in the bottom lane.
Yeah, we've got a lot of players who have pretty massive champion pools this season. Faker's played 8 unique. You know, we're talking about Keria, who's also sitting up there, and Vista as well, who's played more than Keria, believe it or not, this season so far. So the draft can get a little bit crazy, especially considering right now there is that floating around Soraka mid that Faker's been playing on his stream. There's obviously the Ivern we've seen in the LCS, and then of course that very difficult to counter R5 Janna that you can see in the top lane with the smite. We'll get into that if it happens. I know it's not everyone's favorite thing, but it is definitely making the rounds here, even in Korea. We saw it in Challengers just 2 days ago. So this draft could get wonky just because Hanwha Esports have nothing to lose, right? They are the big underdogs here, and I could see some experimentation. Their next match is against DRX, who are coming back recovering from COVID. So there's a crazy week for Hanwha as well.
Yeah, it certainly is. I'm interested in seeing what could happen on the top side. I've heard, like, there are ridiculous things abusing this this mechanic that Smite Janna does. And, like, we've been seeing, like, weird support roaming Quins coming out, Tarek top, like, it's, I don't know. I'm personally, as a bit of a League of Legends boomer, not a massive fan of all of the changes and the weird stuff. But let's have a look at something that hasn't changed so far this season, and that is Gumyushi having the best stats in the AD carry role.
Yep. No, I mean, he is by far and above, I think, even surpassed DuckDom in terms of these stats, as well as has looked better even on the Aphelios oftentimes than DuckDom has, and that's something we don't normally say. That's not something we could say normally about any AD carry surpassing DuckDom, but he really has been more consistent. He's 5-0 on the Aphelios, which has still been, here in the LCK, the highest prioritized blue side AD carry when left available. So a lot to consider here when you go into this critical matchup between these two old rivals from the Academy. I love how our points in the match put it earlier.
Yeah. Well, you can see Gumu fans in the audience. Of course, this guy has skyrocketed when it comes to fame here in Korea, as you would expect. Winning does it, but also the amount of charisma this guy has is certainly another. What? That is terrifying. What? What?
I think it said if you win today, you're a clown, or maybe I don't know who was a clown. G-Sun's giving the update.
Yeah, as long as we win today, it's all good. Well, I mean, obviously, but good luck.
Yeah.
It's a new clown meme, apparently, in Korea at the moment. I think we saw G-Sun using that in our group chat today. I didn't really keep up.
There's always clown memes going around, no matter what part of the world you're from.
Yeah.
There will be a clown emoji floating around somewhere. And somewhere always like that clown gif of the guy like making himself into a clown. That will always be making the rounds, no matter where you're from.
Yeah, right.
Well, this is an exciting time that we live in. T1 will pick blue side here, and I'm hoping that we get to see some unusual stuff this week. I don't know if it'll happen here, but I think that it will happen this week. I'm going to go out and say it. I think it's happen this week. I think something will unusual occur here in the LCK with all the stuff that's going on with DRX, Gnomeshiv, etc. Like, there's just bound to be something in these drafts.
If anyone's going to do it, it's going to be Nongshim, right? Like, they have to. They have a mid laner that theoretically could be playing this week called Fiesta.
They also did, the Challenger team also did do it in the Challenger League as well.
There we go.
So I guess we should also mention, I don't think we pointed out that Zeri is also available for play this week. And I think is going to be very highly prioritized because she just does a ton of damage. We've seen in other regions, especially the LEC, that they do not want to let her through those drafts. So
she also got a pentakill in her opening week or something like that. I think that was in the LCS. So yeah, I think that she's pretty broken. But we do have not a lot of ban slots available, right? Like, she should theoretically remain disabled because the teams need to ban her away. But I imagine that T1's pretty happy to pick it up. I know that Faker has been playing that one in solo queue as well, but I mean, he does kind of just play everything. Kali going to be taken away here, and Hanwha Esports probably has to be the Zeri ban.
All right, so that's
Caitlyn. So are we just going to get our first pick in our first game?
Well, we might also just get Gumyushi on Aphelios because he's the best Aphelios player right now in Korea, and it's a really easy pick here in B1. And that is what they're going to go for here. It looks like, oh, but he flips it.
I think it should be Zeri, right? Because she's also flexible, theoretically.
Yeah, she is flexible. But I think the reason why I expect the Aphelios here is because it allows T1 to mask what they want to do against Gen.G on Saturday. Maybe don't show the Zeri early. Looks like they're going to decide to go with the Karma pick here at the very end, and that is an insta-hover from Duda. He's like, well, thank you very much.
Yeah.
We have nothing to hide in this series.
Are we like playing Zeri ping pong or something like that? It's a very interesting situation. But let's see whether Hanwha Esports decide to actually lock this one away. I'd imagine that Samdi would be pretty happy to have that one, although Karis could also play it.
Yeah, I think it will be played bottom.
We've seen her theoretically in both mid and bot, so It will be locked in, though, so let's see who's going to be playing it here on the side of Palmer Esports. On Fleek, let's see what he also picks up here. They might just lock away bottom lane entirely here.
They certainly could, but he also might just go for the Xin Zhao. He's left to play so much this season. He has the weakest jungle pool, actually, in all of the LCK, with only 3 champions played. And I know it is a very centralized meta, so it's going to be the Yuumi with it.
Oh, God.
Okay, well.
Wait, does that mean that Yuumi also, like, bounces, like, skates through walls, like, forever?
Yes.
Oh, that does not sound very fun.
Well, you know what's weird about this Yuumi pick right here is they already have the Karma in, so this does indicate, and there's been a lot more mid.
No, but you just suck all the shields. Get rid of it all.
Well, this does indicate that they, I think, also are considering that this Karma might be a flex pick because it has been flexed a lot recently in solo queue and mid, and even back into the top lane.
Couldn't you put Smite on it and play a top lane?
Yeah, no, I mean, that is a thing, so... I guess that's why they lock up the Yuumi instead of the jungle pick. The Lee Sin will go over, but that's not a pick that On Fleek necessarily prioritizes, although it is best win rate. I think he'll just pick up the... Well, not going to be the Xin Zhao to be his first Jarvan.
I mean, Zin's been banned, so I don't think he's going to be playing that one. But J4, it fits into where the priority has been in the jungle at this point in time. But that is going to be the LeBlanc ban taken away from Faker, and I'm still very curious as to what this Zeri is doing. Could still be in the mid lane, potentially, for Karis. That would be so fun, right? Like,
it would be really exciting to see. I think a lot of it will depend on the matchup, too.
Yeah, true. But his first game against Faker, and he's playing, like, the brand new champion.
There's the Janna, and you will see a lot of this here in the LCK, especially with hyper carries like Zeri, like Aphelios, especially with champions like Yuumi in play, because you don't know if they're going to do it, so you have to ban it here because as the blue side team, you do not have a counter pick to the Janna. You have to go blind into it. So a lot of blue side teams will just do this right now because it's the only way, it's the only real counterplay in terms of draft is to just simply remove it from the table.
Yeah. Well, one final ban here from T1. Do you know what, like, my brain is going to? It's like Faker playing Soraka mid with Karma also on the team with like the giga, like mega hard carry Gumayushi, like pretty much like Juggernaut style. As we do have confirmation that Zeri will be heading into the bottom lane.
Yeah, it's most commonly played there, and now you have an additional scaling champion in the Victor here for Karis, so we'll see what that top counter pick is going to be. You have a lot of power in this draft, and I think the Janna is definitely something we could have seen with a draft like this, especially if it was left open, but now they're just going to be able to counterpick whatever Zeus takes. So he's going to take the safe Gragas. Yep, pretty hard to counterpick this one. Although he flips it at the last moment to Gwen. They're trolling me today real hard with these.
The Hover's definitely getting us. Got to stop talking about him. 18 seconds before T1 do round this one out.
This is where we find out if it's going to be Faker playing the Karma, which is very unlikely, or if it's just going to be a scaling mid-champion to match. The Azir ban is so smart here from HLE Esports because I think that's the one way you match scaling so well. While having a lot of lane presence can be very annoying to deal with as Zeri. So they go with the Ryze pick here, and Faker's the Ryze you trust here in the LCK, although he is 0-2 on it so far.
Oh,
as we'll see Jack's counter pick.
Doo-doo. That's a lot of fun. They needed physical damage, right? And yes, Jax is a bit of a hybrid, but still is able to wreck people's faces with physical damage from his lamppost. So I'm excited to see how this one is going to go.
I want to talk about this Jax pick too, because it goes very well into the Gwen, but also if you have a really nice engage with a Counter-Strike and you're able to get multiple stuns, it sets up Zeri's damage so incredibly well. She pops her ult, she gets that bounce damage, she's got Runed's Hurricane, and you can delete a team so quickly if you have a really nice Cataclysm setup into a Counter-Strike stun, and then you drop Victor's ult in there, he's dropping in Death Rays. Like, this damage that HLE Esports have, plus the Yuumi that's going to give the Jax and the Jarvan so much more mobility, is actually really insane. I do really like the direction they've gone in this draft. I think T1 has a draft that they are, because they are the strongest team, their execution should be able to carry them through this because they have Karma, right? They have the Lee Sin that's going to have kill pressure in these lanes. And the Ryze, again, always one of the ones we frown a little bit about here in the LCK recently, and Faker himself is 0-2 on it, but it's still a strong pick considering the lineup and how much it helps you disengage too in some of these upcoming fights. He's going to have the Everfrost and those roots.
Yeah, exactly. I'm interested because I actually really like what Hanwha have put together. With the Zeri coming out, it's a lot of magic damage, right? Like, this is one of the issues. If they're playing 4-1, the 4 will only do magic damage. outside of, I guess, on fleek, but he won't be doing damage at all, really. So just buy a whole bunch of magic resist items and have a pretty good time, I guess, is theoretically how things are going to go for T1. But see whether Harmalife Esports have something to say about it is, yep, Jet Set Radio Future is upon us.
Yep.
Love it. I love how she can also like grind terrain as well. Really, like the aggressive inline skater in me is just so happy that she exists.
The soundtrack for that game is so good that about once every 6 months I just sit down and listen to the whole thing.
It is very, very good.
Yeah.
I haven't played it in so incredibly long. That is something that I'll need to revisit once I've stopped playing way too many hours of Pokemon. 5-point defense system, though, here for both of our teams. And T1 with a super stock standard draft, right? Like this one we could have seen last week before all the shenanigans. And we would be like, all right, we're not super happy about the Rise, but Gumayusi and Keria are on a very oppressive bottom lane. We should be okay. But you look over the side of Harmalife Esports with the fact that they did pick up the Zeri, the fact that there are shields and things like that as well that she can be utilized into, as Faker is going to find Karis here. The Rune Prison does come down. Corrupting Pot already procced for both of our mid laners.
Yep. Airy for the little harass, but Faker gets an extra hit because he's got that phase rush. And yeah, so far I think the way I look at this draft is if the nameplates are removed, is I really like Harmalife Esports draft more. I think it has a lot more agency to control team fights. It has more consistent damage because of the Rise pick in particular. As the Rise has been used as really a defensive option so far here in the LCK, where you just see very tanky builds on the Rise, and then he just kind of blocks a lot of damage and sits in the front and roots. But then you still lose the longer fight because actually damage is greater than blocking damage in a really, really long fight in the late game where we always have these scaling comps clash at 35, 40 minutes. So that's where I really feel like T1 with this Lee Sin Rise are going to have to use Realm Warp to get ahead if they really want to control this game.
Well, there's Counter-Strike for a bit of damage there from Dudu. Does manage to hit that level 2. Watching things like, I mean, one of the issues that Rise has, right, is his low range. And I think into Harmalife Esports' comp, it's not going to be as detrimental. It's like, yes, Zeri's W has an obscene amount of range, things like that, but her as a champion doing damage, it's not going to be from extraordinarily high range. So the Rise might find a little bit of value for that reason. But as we can see, it hasn't been going well so far. So
yeah.
I'm going to reserve judgment for now.
I think that's total in LCK. I guarantee you a lot of those are from this season, where we're seeing both of these champions and Victor's win rate, although it was not so great last week, has definitely been much stronger overall. And Rise helps you peel, too, against this comp that wants to run at you. So I do think it can be quite strong in that regard. I mean, this is why this is often a counter pick to the Gwen. The early game can deal with her pressure a lot.
And then you also scale extraordinarily well.
Yeah.
It's still Jax, right? And can also take advantage of the new lethal tempo. I like that too. It just gets to go like extendo lamppost.
Yep.
I'm into it.
He's very annoying to deal with in the late game. And
ooh, counter gank timing pretty nice here from Ono, but Faker might have been baited in. Has to flash to get himself out of the way. The Death Ray just barely not getting there. And now OnFleek's the one in trouble. The flash forward from Ono. He's committing to this one as Faker may have overextended. Karis gets the first blood, and now Ono is looking to try and make the trade better here for T1. Does manage to safeguard his way over. It's a great position on the gravity field, but it does not matter. He's just going to have to crab brave his way to the death chamber, and that will be the double for Ono.
Double for Owner, very early lead for the Lee Sin. Handled extremely well here by T1. He was there for the gank timing, or counter gank timing, as you mentioned, and Phase Rush just buys Faker that little bit of extra time to walk away there, and then suddenly you turn this one around. This is a great win rate he's had on the champion. He played it a lot at the very end of last year, but he's also played it several times here this season. And so far, you know, this is how T1's comp, I think, really wants to play the early game, is to try to harass this Victor, try to create problems in mid lane, get this Lee Sin ahead so that he can continue to cause problems through the team fights that we're going to be seeing on first, Herald, etc., etc. So great start here for T1 in an exchange like this.
Yeah, and also every single lane is winning. This is the problem. Harmalife Esports just not quite able to keep up with all of this raw mechanics that T1 are bringing to all of these lanes. And now we're looking for a bit of a collapse. OnFleek is in position, but I don't know whether he's quite going to be enough here. And you can see T1, they still want this, even though it is 2 versus 3. instead of the 1 versus 3 that they were thinking, as in goes Owner. Will have to get himself out as the counter-strike is not going to be enough. Leap Strike is going to do it for Dudu, and immediately things go wrong.
Yeah, this is really difficult to execute a dive against a Jax. Part of the reason, again, why he's picked up here on this top side. Karis is going to be able to grab a plate down here as well during the interim. And this is a play made before Faker has Realm Warp. You can see how they want to utilize this Rise to get an early advantage. Is what Faker does so well on this champion across multiple different types of Rise metas. You know, we're in a tank one right now, but he tries to make the play happen here, but because Counter-Strike is great and Conflict can read the play so easily, it's really difficult to actually turn this into a very successful trade on the top side of the map.
Yeah, and now it's double buffs to Dudu as well. ㅣ, he wants to pick them up. It's going to be a control ward. He has a lot of vision underneath that turret now, guys. Don't you worry about that. Just was very scared about the dive potential and doesn't want those double buffs to head on over. As we check this one out one more time.
Yeah, let's see Faker goes up here aggressively because he's trying to trick this play, trying to bait it because Owner's here. Gets the phase rush speed up here, and then Owner connects the Q. And from this moment on, it's going to be a 2-for-1 trade very likely when Karis decides to flash for first blood. So he will get 100 gold for his flash cooldown here, but it means that Owner is definitely going to secure a kill. Way better trade at the end of the day here, as Karis did a great job stalling this out. There's only so much you can do. As diving a Jax here is so difficult to pull off, the minions are cleared so quickly. And then on fleek knocks ㅣ up here. Dudu's got the chase. And it's just so difficult to actually get onto a Jax like this.
And it was also a bit of a split call as well, because you saw OnFleek was able to tank so much damage at the same time. So slight communication error as well. But in Humble Life Esports' favor, certainly things working out. And as soon as a Jax can get anything, he becomes so much more dangerous, right?
Yeah.
Like, I'm remembering play-ins and things like that. Ale still haunts me with
some
of those plays against a team that's actually playing right here today.
Yeah, Jax is so good at outdoing some of the traditional split pushers we have. And if he gets ahead, he just really starts to put the hurt on. So this play backfires big time for KT, or rather for T1 rather. KT's playing later.
Yes, they are. That's why it's inside your mind. Definitely not getting excited or anything like
that.
No. Don't you worry about that one, guys. As Samdi just doing his very best to, hit some abilities. But as we've seen, if you did you watch some of the Reddit clips of Zeri's missing everything?
I've seen.
Oh my god, it's so good.
So notice what he's building here. He gets the Hearthbound Axe because that's going to give him a little bit more movement speed while he's autoing, and that helps Zeri charge up so she can get her slows on her like the traditional auto attack, not her Q, which is her real auto attack.
Yep.
So it's a really unique build choice here that he's gone for, but he's still having trouble in this early game, getting pushed in by the Karma. That's how it goes. Will be a huge threat later on as long as he doesn't end up dying down there or giving too much gold over to Gumiusi in terms of plates.
And what is it, like the 2-item power spike? Like if you get Hurricane Trinity Force, something like that, like that's theoretically where you want to get to for the Zeri.
We've seen a lot of different builds on her in terms of the Mythic, but the Runins is kind of like non-negotiable because you are going to get so much bounce damage in team fights. It's absolutely absurd because her Q, which she does rapid fires like that, is counted as an auto attack, so it actually works with Runins, and so you do massive amounts of damage.
Ridiculous.
She's kind of out of control what she can do right now, especially with a comp like this if the setup in the team fight is good for her. So this is not a, you might be looking at this right now and go, oh, almost 20 CS down, this is a big problem. Well, the problem for T1 will come for her later, not for now, not the laning phase.
And so far we've seen Gumiusi and Kerry just brute forcing it a little bit with just their extra pressure that they just seem to have in general. Plus Karma is just good at creating that. ㅣ's just sitting in the brush here towards the top side of the map. Thankfully, that ward is still safe underneath the turret.
Yeah, I mean, it gives him a nice bastion to bounce back to.
Oh, no. That's a -1 in the chat. Oh, not yet. Not yet. Oh, ㅣ's, can he get it? No! There's the -1 in the chat.
I think he could have gotten that, but, he's just playing it safe.
I think he thought that he'd lost it, and then it was, like, almost back there again. Like, I feel like everyone's getting trolled.
Yeah.
Sunday not going to be able to find the W here towards the bottom side. But him and Vista having a pretty good time. And as far as how this game is sitting right now, 2-2, very even on gold, is now Dudu. Counter-Strike going to get the stun. But ㅣ's throwing out the needlework. This is looking like a solo kill in the making. As Dudu, can he actually get out of the way? While with bottom lane, I guess there's a gank happening as Samdi immediately is going to ult. OnFleek picks up the kill. Nice W from Samdi as well to try and get a bit of extra damage. Shield comes out, flash forward from Samdi, but he's not able to finish off the kill on the Lee Sin. And somehow the Jax survived.
Jax survives up there on the top side. His flash is just now coming up. He has teleport, so he isn't going to miss anything. Life Esports in a really, really ugly spot because now he's actually trading well because he hits the Counter-Strike during the mist. It's not going to do too much for you against the Jax who's on top of you. But this is worst case scenario really on the bottom side of the map is if somebody starts to get ahead down there. Now he didn't pick up the kill, only grabs the assist, which is pretty massive, and they will only take one plate for this. But this is not how this is supposed to go for T1. This can definitely turn on its head very, very quickly with how this comp works.
And what I really loved about that play as well is the fact that Dudu looked like he was going to die, and then they actually cut the video and he didn't die. I imagine like there's Donkey fans out there like, this is how it's supposed to work. They cut the video and he survived.
Really nice control ward here. Guarantees that OnFleek knows he's unspotted. And they just abuse the fact that this Karma is pushing so hard. It's very, very vulnerable there. Owner, you know, trying his best to try to handle the situation, but they had the jump on him.
Yeah.
And she does a lot of damage if she's able to get into range and just hit it repeatedly.
Well, this is the thing. Both of these teams, pretty low range. Outside of, I guess, Calibrum, Aphelios. It's like Aphelios has, like, it's Aphelios and Victor, right? That are the extra range on both of these teams. And we've seen most of the time there is so much extra range, like Corki, Jinx, things like this that have been running around, that we haven't seen Victors and Aphelios have this extra layer of ranged power.
Yeah, it's true.
Their opposition.
It's a really good point. So the Rift Herald will be dropped here to give a little bit of extra plate gold down now to Gumayusi. Not much that Life Esports can do about this, unfortunately, but they will need to rotate over. Otherwise, Samdi might find himself in trouble. OnFleek is coming down.
Yep.
And they're just not going to push it any further.
Got exactly what you wanted, right?
Yeah.
If you are T1, so they get that extra damage. As Dudu not tanking the turret here. It's been frustrating.
Just trying to make Zeus miss a cannon. Zeus.
Yep. Not this time. That's a +1. That's a +1.
That's
right
a
there.
+1 for sure. Is you know, T1 not really taking any risks down here with that Herald play, stock standard, and we're going to be doing some real scaling in this one, Atlas.
It looks like it. It definitely looks like it. But if I'm looking at scaling and things like this, it's like, yes, we've got the magic damage issue and things like that, but Life, like, Jax is like a scaling monster. I'm pretty sure Zeri, like, has one of the most overloaded kits we've ever seen.
Yeah.
Like, Yuumi exists.
This is why
Victor, like, Life, as this game goes on, are going to be really scary. It's just the only thing that I'm looking at on T1 side is mainly this Aphelios that's being piloted by Gumayusi. Like, the years are coming.
And Ryze and Gwen scale well in a vacuum, but with their counterparts being the Victor and the Jax here, and with how we're seeing tank builds on Ryze instead of damage, like, not really in this case. Like, Ryze has kind of, weirdly enough, become this tempo-based champion right now with tanky items where he gets ahead early and then helps his laners succeed rather than being the carry himself later on. Because they're going to make that run more play.
Yeah, I've seen this one before. This time, the needles are going to connect. Faker flashing forward. They're looking to really punish this guy as the... Okay, yeah, we're not going to quite find that Q from Ona, but he is able to at least help lock down the Jax. As meanwhile, on the bottom side of the map, Life Esports are getting some plates and making things happen. T1 should be able to take this turret, though. Wave in a fantastic position for that. So it should be traded evenly.
It's pretty good for T1 that Jax is the one who loses out the most from this, because Dudu obviously is going to lose quite a few minions during this and is out of lane and now under a lot more pressure because it doesn't have a turret to fall back onto. Gold going over to the Gwen is pretty massive, so I think this is a pretty big trade up for T1, even though a lot of that gold is going to go to the Zeri in the bottom lane. Really well timed here. This is the Realm Warp power that you can use with a Lee Sin to guarantee kills on the top side, even against something like a Jax. And it works out so well. Realm Warp is well timed. Owner's coming up here. Dudu knows this is coming, but there's not much he can do. He already starts walking away from it as soon as he sees Owner. And he flashes, and the root will get him there with Faker's follow flash. If that doesn't hit, then he gets away with this.
And that would have been huge, actually.
Yeah.
Like, often Leap Strike Flash is generally pretty good, but Faker invests the Flash, understands that's what he has to do. I like the repositioning in his Realm Warp as well.
Yeah, he handles this so well.
And also, it was Flux being spread from minions, so there's like multiple things that he did pretty perfectly there to make sure that that snare came down.
We could talk about how good Faker is at Ryze all day, and Maybe it'll be his first win of the season. Rise's win rate might go up a little bit tonight. We'll see. It's a good start at least for this top side, turning things around.
Well, Samdi does have that first power spike. He's got his Trinity Force online. Tiamat there as well, just abusing as many auto attack mechanics as he possibly can.
And now notice how Jax can't really be up in the lane. He has to sit back a little bit more when they don't have vision on the top side of the map. So this really hurts how much how much he can really do in this lane. He has to wait for minions, which means he can't actually be a part of the second Rift Herald fight right now. Has no teleport. So that play leads into this play. So T1 is just one step ahead of Hanwha Esports right now.
Yeah, I think it's fine though, getting some push in the mid lane. I don't think Shirley's nearly as valuable. And so they will be able to get a bit of damage onto this turret. And for us just to dissuade Samdi from staying within auto range. They just get 50% of that one. First Drake, as it generally does, has gone to T1. You mentioned the Drake stats before. They're pretty silly.
Yeah, but now T1 is in a position to use this second Rift Herald to try to get prio for the Drake. The timing of this works out extremely well for them. As T1, they play a smart macro game every time they're on the Rift, and this is another example of using the Rise to get a small lead topside, which leads to a Herald, which leads to a Drake, right? And the timing of this is very, very razor thin, but I think T1's going to hit it. They've got 15 seconds to get back to the mid lane, drop that Herald down to threaten. So even if they trade this Drake 1-for-1, they can actually get a mid turret, and it's going to be pretty awesome for them. Like, it's kind of win-win for T1 at the moment.
It was very tight timing, but the fact that they just barely made it is really, really clean. Nicely done. You can see immediately Owner safeguards up to make sure that they get this one down. So if Hanwha Esports want this Drake, which they do, and they are going to try and take it, they are going to have to sacrifice this turret for it. So Shirley is going to be able to get in here and take that one down. Cloud Soul, what a great week it is.
Yeah.
Fantastic stuff.
Great start to week 4 here. And they didn't have a minion wave to actually secure this just yet. Owner standing on a ward, so Hanwha Esports get to keep the turret for a little bit longer. This actually works out very well for them because there was no plates to take.
Ooh, Kumuji going to get the snare as the ult comes forward. That's a great flash from Samdi to keep himself alive. Realm Warp to theoretically get T1 out of here, but they don't even need to use it. Chaos Storm not going to be followed up on. And now Zeus just going to have to back away. That big popcorn chicken is not one that On Fleek wants to share.
Samdi now flashless, which is pretty massive, as T1 really, really need to get this turret to make that play worth it, giving up the Drake just moments before, going for the Rift Turret, all of that. So be careful about how far up he goes in this lane. And Owner's not going to actually push the issue right now. And here's where the Jax side laning starts to become a reality and starts to become so frustrating to deal with, because even with roots from Faker and stuff like that, if he ends up getting his second item online here in the next 5 or so minutes, then it's going to be very difficult for even Faker to deal with him over there in the side.
Yeah, he's now picked up Merc Treads as well, so the anti-Rise item, like that one a lot. Does mean that he will be able to stick around. And as soon as he gets a bit of lifesteal here, it's going to be so hard to move this Jax from these side lanes. Divine Sunderer now completed. And honestly, things are just trucking along pretty nicely for Hanwha Esports. Yes, T1 have a slight gold advantage, but with the fact that we know that Zeri's really, really crazy, it's likely that Hanwha are pretty happy about the position that they're in right now.
Yeah. The early Tiamat here for Samdi helps him push.
Oh, that's an Archangels as well. Wolf, Faker isn't going full tank Rise. It's beautiful.
Know. It's actually going to be a little bit of damage this game and a little bit of healing, I suppose, with this one. And going to be really strong, actually, into Hanwha Esports' comp. I think that this is the kind of balance you want. You obviously are going to go for the Everfrost because it's just too strong. Gives you kill pressure, but also gives you the ability to peel.
Yep. We've seen this used, actually, here in the LCK even, but it wasn't by Faker. He was definitely a Thimblewinter kind of guy. So very happy to see him back to his damage ways on the Rise. Faker looking for On Fleek here, but not going to commit to anything. Just moves away from this turret, knows that there is Zeus pushing on the bottom side, and they do have the shove in mid as well, as you can see Aphelio's trying to get some work done.
T1 are ready to trade up again on turrets here. You know, this turret is more valuable for T1 than the outer turret there for Hanwha Esports to take. Faker pulls the aggro. They're in the better spot.
Yeah, and they might even be able to threaten mid at the same time. So this is like have your cake, eat it too, and then make a new cake immediately afterwards. We don't need to go into more cake. We've done this in the past, Wolf, and I apologize to bring it back up again.
I like it though. It's a good analogy. But in this case, it looks like they may have taken the cake out of the oven a little bit too early, as they won't get either of those turrets. Nice reaction here from HLE Esports. Yep. We're talking about all these macro plays and like the subtleties of what T1 are trying to do with this Rise side laning, because there's not a whole lot of action to be had here in this game with how these comps work. Kind of a lull state, if you will.
Yeah, slightly. I didn't even notice, but good old Jax used his ultimate. I can see that it is on cooldown. So that happened. I think when he was trying to defend. But I guess, you know, sometimes when champions are really old, you don't notice when their ultimate buttons are pressed.
Yeah, it's definitely a while ago you used that one, but...
Yeah. It doesn't have much of a cooldown, of course. Grandmaster's Might just going to give you a bit of extra tanky stats. The main thing is the passive for the extra 3-hit gonk damage, which if you had the TPA Jack skin, as the negative one comes in, if you have the TPA Jack skin, it is the most satisfying auto-attack animation sound when hitting a turret that you can possibly have in the entire game. So I'm a bit sad that Dudu doesn't have that. No, it's just so good, right?
Yeah, it's pretty sick. Somebody can use his W through walls to kind of poke and annoy people here. He went for the TMN, as I mentioned, so his wave clear in mid is insane. So he's always going to be able to keep this wave pushed, which is part of the reason why this turret still stands. Is on fleek. May have to flag his way out of here. It's actually going to be fine.
Yeah, he's got the zoomies. I don't remember which TFT set it was, but that Jack skin just makes me think of it every single time, and it kind of bothers me just a little bit.
I'm not a TFT guy.
Yeah, no, it's probably a good thing. But yeah, I remember that build was actually pretty nutty. Anyway, back to the correct video game. Here is T1 actually starting to get aggressive. There's the flash forward from Faker. Samdi's going to actually get kicked back this time. Immediately gets traded for Faker's life. Is now on fleek, trying to get out of there. Owner says no, but just barely enough with the needlework is going to lock down on fleek. Now Zeus taking a bit of damage here as Owner gets underneath the turret looking for Karis. He gets a big old shield on the Q, misses, and now Dudu is tidying up the fight. That's a massive lamppost to the face, and that's an ace for HLE Esports.
And this is a massive turning point in this game, because now you've given Dudu the ability to absolutely rule this game. Karis gets an extra kill, he survives there with that missing Q, and he's got Morel and Omicron online already. The crown is part of what keeps him alive in this fight. That item is so strong on Victor in comps like this, as even though Zeri dies, you can see that HLE Esports have so much extended long-term damage in this fight. As Zeus is on the side here, the positioning here for OnFleek is so good. He survived so long.
And Vista got so much value as well. Like, the ultimate really made that disengage so much stronger, but it was this Q missing from Ona. Very unfortunate.
And then Dudu is in the back line like, oh, you guys are definitely all dead. Yeah. So now you have a 3-1 Jax, a 3-1 and 3 Victor, and the champions you're most worried about T1-wise to control the map are really starting to come online now. HLE Esports looking for the second break of the game with this trade up 2. T1, I don't want to say they're in trouble yet because they still can win these upcoming team fights, but things get harder from here.
Yeah. And Samdi is now officially, you know, like an old Aurelia as far as the build is concerned. Titanic Hydra now completed. Will be that Runan's, I assume, coming in as the third option. And then Samdi is just going to be absolutely bonkers. But, I mean, it looks like Zeri is actually just a bait the majority of the time because T1 went so hard to try and lock her down. And then, unfortunately, like, a Jax and a Victor still exist, and you were talking about consistent damage. These are two of the best consistent damage champions in the game.
And Rise will be one in this game, too, because he's building damage instead of actually going for the tank build. Void Staff coming in, but to get into range to do so puts him at risk of getting caught by a Jarvan. Owner is actually a thief.
Yeah, that was Vista that managed to get the Rift Scholar. So this cat, sometimes cats really, really like shellfish.
I mean, cats are not as known as dogs are to catch robbers and scare them out of the house, but Vista was like, you are not getting away with this one.
Yeah, I mean, you should talk to my cats about that, you know. This Dongchol is definitely a very, he can be an aggressive boy sometimes. He doesn't like the situation. And my dog, back in Australia, he was definitely not. He would sleep. That would be his deterrent. That's his strategy.
I'm a cat person, so I'm not trying to be all pro-dog.
Yeah, no, I get it.
Hanwha Esports setting up right now for a Baron start, and they have all the vision removed, and they have so much great turn. Like, do not underestimate how easy it is for Hanwha Esports to actually control these chokes with the Victor, with the Counter-Strike play potential. Like, T1, you're late on this one.
Yeah.
You got to do something, though.
Realm Warp is going to come in, so there is going to be an opportunity to fight this one, but it is going to be the Jax that locks down the Baron. And now Owner is just caught with absolutely nowhere to go. Now OnFleek looking for even more. It might be a sacrifice of his life, though, as Dudu dives on top of Gumayusi. One more auto is going to do it. The exhaust is fantastic onto Faker to lock down the last remaining source of consistent damage on this team. And I guess AS was there, but he didn't last too long either, and that is absolutely massive damage from this Jax.
5,300. You know, sometimes this champion is kind of considered a pub stomp champion because if you get that lead in a solo queue game, you can win fights like this, but when you have such great turn with the setup that you're going to have with the Jarvan, it's really easy for Dudu to just jump on people. He blew up Gumayusi, and from that moment on, the fight was over. I mean, it was basically over before that, but after he gets that kill, he flashes forward for another because he just does so much damage. This is a nice attempt here from Owner, but is unable to get the steal. And from that moment on, it's tough. The Moonlight Vigil is decent here from Gumayusi, but he's like, we got to get out of here because they have so much turn. OnFleek gets on top of him, and they want Dudu to go. He's got a Yumi on him. Goodbye, Gumayusi. 3 hits, he's dead. Oh, I'm on Faker. He's got stopwatch, but the fight's over. Doesn't matter. And this is the Fed Jax we were worried about.
Yeah, it's real terrifying, and I absolutely love it from OnFleek as well. He's like, no flash on Gumayusi, and then immediately Dudu's like, all right, I'm in. He saw that flash right there. He's like, yes, please.
So well played here, too, from Vista. You know, he's always on the right target as the Yumi here, and I know everyone likes to meme. It's like, not that high skill, but he's timing his attaches really well. He's bouncing between the Jarvan and the Jax really well to make sure they get the movement speed. Yeah. It was really good there, too.
I think Yumi is largely a psychological champion.
Yeah.
You know? It's not even like how well you react and things like that. It's about how well you know your opponent's brain and how to mess with it as best as possible.
There's definitely some truth to that, no doubt.
That's why Lehens is so good at it. Because Lehens is like the classic mind melter here in the LCK. It makes perfect sense.
It is almost impossible for Hanwha Esports to lose this game now with the lead that they have. They have Baron crashing into this inhibitor turret. They have so much control of vision on the map. The one thing they don't have is Soul Point here for this Drake coming up, but they take this one, the next step is they will have it. So T1 have a little bit more time to catch up. They're going to need to win a team fight somehow. Getting that Baron just kind of pulled out from under them there really, really hurts their chances of ever getting map control back, though, in this game.
Yep. Dudu going to dive on top of Zeus here. Actually wins out on the trade. The Counter-Strike is avoided, but OnFleek now taking a lot of damage here towards the bottom side. That's the Moonlight Vigil. Can he lock down the kill? The answer is no, because there's a Moonstone on this Yumi. Not going to build Ludens like some other ones. And so that is going to mean that OnFleek will stay alive. I remember there was someone that was bothered by the Yumi builds that we've been seeing and calling for a Moonstone. So we do have one now.
Yeah, I was pretty upset with the Ludens myself. I don't know if I made it known publicly, but I was like watching, raising eyebrows a little bit. This time it's a great choice to have the Moonstone, and that's going to be an inhibitor down here. There's, again, not much T1 can do about this in this moment in time. They have to kind of just sit back and wait until that Baron wears off. Now it's gone, but permanent damage on the map here, and this is so well timed here with the Soul Point. This is why I said if Hanwha Esports had Soul Point before this, had not given that Drake to T1, then they'd be in like almost checkmate position, unlosable, because they'd just be walking back, getting more movement speed for this comp. You kidding me?
Yeah, exactly. There's a Zeri in this comp. Oh no. Oh, yikes. And also, the stickiness of the Jax is just ridiculous. And he's got Blade of the Ruin King. Sterix just completed, and look at the gold fall off a cliff here. If he's going, might find Atlantis. We'll have to see.
I really like how Samdi built this, Trinity Force starting with the Hearthbound Axe, so he gets that extra movement speed. Then he went into the early Tiamat so that he could actually control waves and help keep that mid-turret alive, which is still up to this day, sitting there at like 10% health with the fountain. To this day.
You like a story, and I love it.
So, we need to write a statue, okay, with that.
Yeah, exactly. There used to be a plaque. To this day, it still stands, but a hair's breadth away from defeat, but it was not taken down.
No, it was
the Hanwha Esports mid-outer turret. A beautiful monument to the power of mankind.
now they've got a Runan's Honor. It's Death Cap completed for Karis. And, I mean,
Yeah,
for
she's
T1
even got a hammer now as well. There is such, like, she's pretty much an armory at this point.
For T1 to win this game, they're somehow going to have to punish a mistake, an overextension, or, you know, I mean, even a flip on a Baron isn't enough in this case. And I think T1, if they concentrate too much, I actually like how they split Faker over there, because if they concentrate too much on defending the Baron vision here and trying to go in on that, then Faker will start killing turrets here. So they put Faker on the bottom side. He can realm warp in. He has teleport. Now clear this wave, and then you have to fight for vision and look for a Baron fight here. That's your last chance as T1, I think, in this game. You give another one up, and it's lights out. So really playing against a draft that I think is overall better. I just thought that T1's execution would be good enough to win it out because they are the stronger team. But Zeri here, really, really strong. Jax getting out of control.
And Yuumi exists.
Yeah.
You know, like, there's a lot of issues about, you know, we can go back to the draft and things like that, but Hammerlife have also just played really well. The fact that Dudu avoided that first gank so well at the same time, like, it's real silly.
When I watch Zeri with all these AoE things and she just like...
Yeah, it's just, there's too much stuff that happens.
It just looks so silly to watch it. She just obliterates minions in jungle camps. And enemy champions if she's given a chance. Like, watch this wave go down.
Yeah.
Victor's like, can you let my death ray hit the second?
And then she skates to the other side of the map instantly.
Yeah.
Like, I don't understand. Is this like dev mode? Is that the champion? It's just
So-
dev mode the champion.
Her you know, where her wall ride happens, her dash, whatever you want to call it, her do everything mobility, is also, it also gets cooldown reduction from her autos, which she's shooting a lot real fast all the time.
Yeah,
They want the turret!
Ezreal's like, come on, I already had like some of these. Like, why does she get to do them all way better than me?
They're not going to get the turret. It still stands to this day.
Yes, thank goodness. That Plark is now not going to be
Zeus
destroyed.
is coming over, but he's not going to get it.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, it looks like the Baron's not going to last too long, so don't put a Plark on him at this point in time.
Look at all
that
the
one's going to get taken
controllers.
down very quickly. Yeah, exactly. There's so much vision, and I think that Hanwha will be looking for a turn. They do. They look for Ona here as the final chapter comes down. He's going to get stopped, but that's a big old shield. Dudu has to use his stopwatch relatively early in this one as the Needlework's doing so much work. Ult from Samdi comes out, and now he's going to have to flash himself out of the way, and it's now Gumayushi that's doing the damage. Realm Warp to try and let them escape as now Karis may have overextended, immediately gets kicked back.
Double
And Ona is
Samdi!
massive, but it could be another pentakill for Zeri here. That's the triple, as Guma's going to go down for the quadra.
This is what happens with this champion. Teleport
Yep.
to end it. That's an ace. That's the game. Hanwha life.
I don't think we're going to see Zeri again, ladies and gentlemen. I think this champion's a little bit strong. I don't know. The Nexus is going to fall down, and Hammerlife Esports, they do it again. They upset T1 in game one.
There you go. The Zeri ends up cleaning up the team fight. You got a Yuumi on top of that champion. The movement speed she gets, everything that she has, her ult, she maintains it. If you don't know how this champion works, you're going to learn real quick, probably from playing
Well, actually,
solo
no.
queue.
You're not going to learn it all here in the LCK, because from now on, she is just going to be banned.
That's what I was going to say. You're going to learn it maybe in your solo queue games, but we might not be talking about it more here.
Yeah.
But her ultimate chains her auto attacks, which then are empowered by, and her Q, which is but counts as an auto attack, which is then empowered by the Hydra, as well as the Runan. So she is just, if you have 5 champions that are at half health with a Yuumi attached to her, she can kill all of them. You will see a lot of quadra kills and pentakills with this champion in situations like this. Hanwha Esports, I really felt they had the better draft, but I was like, all right, well, it's Faker on Rise. Like, how ahead can he get? You know, what's this Lee Sin going to be able to accomplish? They didn't accomplish as much. They tried to shut down the Jax. They tried really hard. The beginning, it went well. They got that early turret, but they weren't able to maintain that lead. And that first Baron that Hanwha Esports really took the wind out of T1 sails.
And not to mention that first dive as well that went awry. Like, if they managed to put Dudu completely behind, then instead of Jax being a massive problem and, like, winning teamfights, honestly, like, the Zeri was taken down in the first 2 teamfights that actually happened here for Hanwha Esports, but it's Dudu that carried towards the end of those. So it was impressive stuff. And in the end, you know, I feel like, I wonder how many combined years of game development experience went into creating ㅣ. Because we need a year's count to talk about that. That was just absurd.
Well, congrats to Riot August, who got promoted to head designer today.
Yeah.
I saw the news on that. I think
Congrats, August.
I had a lot to do with this champion. I think we might see some numbers turned around. We might see some tuning. But I think that this might be the last time you see this champion left open. A little bit of disrespect from T1. But also, I mean, like, the comp is great. With the Jax coming in as the final 5th pick here, such a great, well-rounded composition. And Faker now 0-3 on the rise. Win rate still plummeting here in the LCK. He tried the damage build, it didn't work out.
Yeah, it didn't quite work, but ladies and gentlemen, this is a best of 3. T1 have an opportunity to come back. They've dropped games already this season, but they haven't dropped series. And let's see whether they can continue the trend as we move to game number 2 after some analyst chairs and a break.
리신 열로 오면 여기 보는 거 어때?
봐도 돼.
본다.
리신 볼게.
리신 볼게, 리신.
리신 봐줘, 리신.
우리 좀 많이 빨린다. 동작 많이 빨려.
나 초식에.
자.
구현 봐줘. 한도 빼고 나는.
천천히.
나 집 갔다 텔.
뭐야, 나 왜 죽었어?
나 집 갔다 텔.
빨리긴 했어. 가보자. 야, 바텀 텔.
생각할게.
앞을 거플.
야,
야, 제리쇼, 바텀 텔.
시간만 끌어봐.
가봐.
앞을 거플.
가자.
나이스 텔.
나이스.
가야 돼.
노플.
나이스.
아, 근데 궁을 못 썼네. 아, 괜찮아. 잘했어요.
다행이다. 이게 제리다.
아, 야, 근데 그건 엄청 세. 뭐야? 제리 재밌겠다, 야. 펜타키 가격이었는데, 인정?
가비. 나이스 잘했다.
The Olaf nowhere in sight.
Rascal's positioning is so good, though. You can't really fight this as Live Sandbox because there's a flash cannon who's got ult available right on the edge. They got a split.
They do, as that is a Hex Flash to get Cuz out of there, as Arya dashing forward. Moonlight Vigil lands onto 5 instantly, 3 blow up! And Rascal now has to try and get this work done by himself, aiming. Arya is trying to burst him down, and Ruler still hasn't been able to get one auto attack off.
Rascal is trying to win the game in mid right now as well. He's trying to get through a turret, so this is not all for naught here for KT if they don't get these kills, because they're still getting damage done on the map, but they could still back off to a Baron.
Yeah, there's Rascal, and there it is. Here comes Rascal, and that's going to be the end of the 2 carries. They both go down, and Peanut somehow lives again.
이거 리신 와볼래? 리신 와봐. 기다려. 나 앞에 찾을 수 있어. 앞에 봐줄 수 있어. 호응 돼? 오케이.
Jonas Strong is throwing him.
Yeah, if he doesn't step on that, then suddenly Nongshim have free reign.
Uh-oh, Ghost could be in a bit of trouble.
Behind that
Muffins,
turret.
there we go. It's gonna hit him and take him down.
He had flash. I think he could have gotten behind that turret.
Landed on Dom 1 as Faker. Canyon has no friends in the area whatsoever. Final spark as Carry is going to get cataclysmed as now Canyon. He's managed to put them into the hole, and there goes Showmaker. Manages to grab one. There's two. The front line is now dead outside of Faker, I guess.
들켰어? 숨었어. 나 보여. 너 안무빙 해줘야 될 듯? 이거 그냥 너 뺄게. 카르마 노플.
해볼게.
Going to be able to lock that one down immediately. It's answered. First Turret Blood, like you say, provides the answer as Shadow Surge comes down and Faker is going to come on in onto Showmaker. Goodbye as it's Carrier that locks down the kill. Another hook to come through as well as Bertle has to flash to get out of the way, but Faker's got the reset. Of course he does.
Just to catch you guys up, we recently had a Corki experience, which was not so great. Nongshim now know that banning Corki is a good idea, but it took 2 games of being absolutely destroyed by the champion in the late game. They didn't get destroyed by it in the early game. It was actually it was an unfortunate scenario.
Good afternoon and welcome to the Analyst Carpet Space. It is me, Valdez, with Chronicler once again, and we're going to be breaking down that first game. Hama Life able to pick up the upset against T1 in pretty Yumi fashion.
Liked it a lot. First Zeri game that we got to have, which is always great. But I don't even feel like the Zeri, although it was a very flashy ending, was the deciding factor here. I think the combination of Yumi being picked up by the Jarvan was so incredibly big for Hanwha. The Yumi really enabled a lot of the other champions, and Zeri's wave clear made sure that we didn't see what happened in a lot of other games where Karma lanes especially can get extremely far ahead in the early game due to oppressive wave clear. And then the Gwen counter in the form of the Jax, you were kind of skeptical about it, and I kind of felt that. I think that Jax generally is not too great. Well, you compare it with or combine it rather with a Yuumi, then every preconceived notion kind of goes out the window.
Yeah, and it's a combination we haven't really seen too much in the LCK, but I think we might be seeing it a lot more, especially because Gwen has been just blind picked very often
Everywhere.
on the blue side, or even on the red side. Fourth pick, you know, after the second set of bans, you just pick it up and you say, well, we're okay with this into anything as long as Jace is banned. But now there's the Jax coming in, at least if you've got the Yuumi. So it'll be interesting to see how it does develop. Just a really cool draft from Half-Life overall, and you know, all those synergies you were talking about really just, I think, were the thing that pushed them over the edge to win against T1.
Yeah, the Jarvan into a lot of immobile characters as well, right? Like Ryze or Aphelios or Karma. If they have no flash and the Cataclysm comes down, there's a Chaos Storm or a field on top of you, you just die.
Yeah.
There's not a lot of gameplay that you can do against that, especially not without a fresh.
Yeah, you can get womboed pretty easily there. So guys, we're going to take a look at our first highlight and break down something that T1 actually did well, but didn't turn out super well at the end of it all.
Yeah, initially I liked the idea of this play, and the casters mentioned it as well, and I think it showcased that T1, they really want to make this Ryze work. And this is very, very early on. And the problem with the Ryze pick early on is that they actually do give up a plate, they give up a wave for this because Realm is not available. And I think that T1 can, not as much as maybe Gen G, but getting the tendency of like over-forcing things. And this play, not really something that you should go for once you see the J full back.
Yeah, it didn't work out too well on that one. They did follow it up with a pretty nice gank a little bit later on where they were able to take down the Jax, but yeah, just took a little bit to get it going up there on the top side. Jax had a relatively okay time up there, which led into the rest of the game. And we're going to take a look at highlight number 2 and see just what he can do.
And to me, the big highlight of this fight is initially Owner, because I think he starts it off very well. But as the casters mentioned as well, Zeri is big. Zeri is not actually the carrier. Karis, I think, plays this beautifully. His itemization leaves something to be desired. But he's really big with the amount of aggression that he's able to soak here, and the fact that he barely stays alive if Owner hits that Q. Then fight is still disastrous, because this is where the Jax comes in, especially with the Yuumi. If you just leave him with a couple of low health bars, a couple of champions, it's not actually a fight. All the cooldowns have already been used. Cleanup is as easy as.
Yeah, very easy in that one, and we did get to see a little bit of that later on as well. We're going to take a look at highlight number 3 at the Baron and see just what this comp can do.
And it is actually Jax that gets it here. So Owner not able to quite get it. And the Yuumi value, again, comes through like repeatedly here, right? The fact that Onfleet can play this aggressively because of that. The fact that Dudu then comes in here and is able to actually clean up. Yes, aided by his team, but he's not going to die when everyone is this low. Jax, not just in the Gwen, but in the entirety of that comp, just doing a lot. And I was happy to see the Ryze go for damage. Didn't actually matter.
Didn't matter, right?
No.
Didn't end up doing too much after, I suppose, the early game where he was able to set up some stuff. Good job by Faker, I think, to make that happen. But guys, we should have the POG ready here in just a moment. It's not ready just yet. I'm getting the words. So who would you pick for this one, Chronicle?
I went for Yuumi. Sometimes a man has to put aside, you have to put aside what you really want to do and do what is right. And I think Vista had the biggest impact in this game. Dude had a couple of nice cleanup kills. Yes, there was a really big cleanup from Samdi as well. I wanted to give it to Karis, but I had to give it to the cat.
Yeah, something to mention, by the way, guys, there is a bit of a meme over here in Korea. They're calling it Tom and Zeri. In Korean, the Z would turn into a J, so it actually turns into Tom and Jerry. You can call it Tom and Zeri if you want, and that's kind of cool that they do use that. But guys, either way, we do have the POG ready to go, so let's see who does get it for game number 1. It will be Dudu with his first POG of spring.
And we are going to see a lot of those cleanup moments come in, right? As we mentioned earlier, did a nice job in the lane, was limit testing, had one little mistake where he didn't really respect the fact that he was playing weak side at that point. But it is his timing on these subsequent plays where T1 crucially overextends, and here you see the value of the Jax when it's a 5v5. Jax has the issue that's relatively easy to focus him down. Even with the Yuumi, that will be a possibility. But when it's a 2v2, a 3v3, the damage isn't there. And then in these longer fights, you can just see, even here, right? Like, this is not actually a straight up 5v5. They pick off one, and then Karas does a really good job, as does On Fleek, of kind of spreading it out. And then he just cleans up.
Yeah, I mean, especially with the Yuumi on his back, right? Which is something you talked about very early on when we were watching this game. It just makes him so hard to take out in general when usually he'd just be focused down. So 6 out of 13. We did also have 5 votes for On Fleek in the jungle, and then 1 lone vote for the
People
Yuumi.
don't want to vote for Yuumi. I respect it.
1 vote for Samdi as well. But bottom lane in total getting 2 votes. Either way, guys, that's going to do it for this episode of the Analysts Carpet Space. I'll hand it back to Atlas and Wolf for the cast.
Thank you very much, Valdez. It was one of my favorite episodes of the Analyst Carpet Space that I've seen at least today. Some lone votes coming through for the Zeri and for the Cat, but I kind of want to defend Chronicler. It's not normally my style, not really a Chronicler defender, but I kind of think that Vista did have an incredible game on a pretty busted champion, but still, he played exceptionally well.
Yeah, no, he played very well. You know, I was pointing it out earlier. I thought the way he attached, like when he decided to attach, his ult placement was good. He laned very well in what can be a tough early game against the Karma Aphelios. So, yeah. Very nice stuff. On Fleek picking up actually a lot more votes than I expected there as well for Hanwha Life Esports, but did it really help set up a lot of those plays and turns around objectives. I think we're going to see a very different game here. I think Hanwha Life Esports will be on red side again. I think T1 will keep that blue side pick, but maybe they will ban the Zeri this time or pick it away themselves if it's left open by Hanwha Life Esports, because that ended up being a big problem in this game.
Yeah, in the latest stages. I actually think that, like, the way that it was broken down and things like that, and looking over all of the plays again, like, the Zeri, as mentioned on the desk, wasn't really the issue. It was just kind of how the composition worked together, and the fact that the Tom and Jerry lane was, I love that nickname, that is absolutely fantastic. But the Tom and Jerry lane was definitely a problem, because then, yes, if the Zeri pops off, then the Yuumi Zeri is really powerful, but Yuumi Jax, as Chronicler mentioned, is just gross.
Wait until we see the Tom Kench Zeri lane, and then...
no. What do you nickname that?
Yeah, that's the question.
Electrofrog or something like that. I don't know.
So let's see. There's the Zeri ban this time for T1. They're just going to look for the Aphelios first pick again. It looks like in this time will not allow the Zeri through. This may mean the Hanwha Life Esports actually change up their ban here. And
I think TF Corky Kate is pretty stando.
Yeah, it is definitely
kind of into it.
Definitely the most common, and we will just see the same Gumusi Aphelios then here. It looks like very likely. Well, actually prioritizing the Lee Sin.
Interesting. I feel like Ona didn't have the greatest of times in game number 1. Maybe he wants to prove himself just a little bit here by having another run at it. I do respect it, but leaving Karma available is danger.
Because now, whatever, if you don't pick the Karma with the Aphelios yourself here, then the Aphelios is always going to be playing second fiddle to that Karma pick. With whatever 80 carry goes with it for T1 here on the bottom side. There's a lot of options. Even the Jinx still available. So I do like taking the Karma here, as Hanwha Life Esports will, so they won't be oppressed in the bottom side of the map. So a bit of a swap up here in terms of bot side. See what T1 decide to go for. There's the Jinx. It might just be Jinx Yuumi. Not the most common of pairings, but
I think Jinx Thresh is just fantastic here, though, right? Or
there's
I
Tom.
guess Tom Kench.
There he is.
Okay, Carrier just really loves going on his abyssal dives. He is a big fan. This guy is the most aggressive Tom Kench that I've ever seen play the game, and I love it. But it's still Tom Kench, so I'm going to reserve judgment until we actually get onto the Rift. But Jinx versus Aphelios, if you're a T1 fan, this feels so much better.
Yeah,
this time around.
Yeah, it's definitely a better start. Let's not forget that this Lee Sin pick still could be technically a flex. We haven't seen Zayas play at the top side of the map just yet, but does give them a little bit more flexibility here on blue side as to what they want to do. See the LeBlanc banned against Faker once again. That's going to continue a lot here in the second banning phase. For T1, I think you'll probably see Hanwha Life Esports also once again ban away a scaling mid laner. You might see the Victor and Azir traded bans here, which I imagine will happen, as now T1's taking the Victor, Hanwha Life Esports will take the Azir, and then we'll thin it out to see what is left over.
I think Victor Akali might be the T1 ban.
Akali, true, yeah, she's still open in this case. They take the Azir, and then, yeah, the Victor Akali. So Now we're getting down to stuff like the Orianna, the Syndra potentially here. And you do have a really nice setup for that as Hanwha Life Esports.
I'd really like an Orianna. I feel like that would definitely work out. And maybe T1 can just ban that instead, but no, the Akali, like we were talking about, off the board.
So, you know, either the Orianna here or the Syndra I think makes a lot of sense. Ahri is also reworked mildly on this patch.
Yeah.
That would be really fun to see.
Bit of a hopper for now. Akshan also a scary prospect as well. But I don't think we see top lane locked in, although theoretically a flex, but it is the Syndra that you were talking about.
I really like the Syndra here because you have so many ways to set up team fights. You can get sped up. Jarvan, super strong with this too. And then if you get a nice stun, then if Elios gets a nice follow-up ult, it becomes so easy to win that front to back.
Yeah.
So I like this pick.
Ooh, Diano being considered.
Yeah, because remember that Lee Sin still definitely could be played topside, but it won't be the Jace. We're getting trolled by the T1 hovers today, both of us.
I know, I like it. I like it.
So now you have this Jace.
Oh, no, no. I
mean, it really feels like Faker wants to prove something with this one.
I like Kassadin, though. That's a lot.
I like the Zoe with the Jace already, and you've got Jinx to line it up.
And you've also got a lot of peel potential with the Tahm Kench for the Jinx as well. I like this as well.
It's hard to play something blind to the Jace here as well for Dudu. I mean, not blind, but like to counter the Jace, there isn't really a great pick. They'll look for a lot of side laning with the Tryndamere. It's very similar actually to how the Jax works in terms of side laning, but isn't going to have the same sort of insane team fight potential. But it's really easy. We've seen this Tryndamere-Syndra duo so much here in the LCK where you set up a stun with Syndra with Tryndamere already running in. It's really easy for Syndra to follow up because the Tryndamere is peeling for her so she can get in there and set up that stun. And then she ults whoever Tryndamere is on top of. In this case, could be the Jinx, could be the Zoe, or even the Jace. And that one gets 100-0. Whoever they choose, whoever they can get on top of, just gets blown up. And it's really, really awesome because Syndra just presses R and it's like, goodbye. It's a 5v4 fight now.
And also, if Hanwha Life Esports ever get on top of T1, there's sort of nothing that they end up doing, right? Like, T1 wants to be poking. They want chaos, and they want to be able to land those sleeps to get the team fights working. So this is going to be a game of snowballs, I think. And not Nunu. It's just a regular snowballing League of Legends type situation where the mid game is going to be so important here for T1. But it's Faker Zoe. He's extraordinary on this champion. Zeus now on the Jace as well. A lot of extra comfort and will provide a lot of value with these empowered shock blasts. And I think that T1 are going to come back with a bit more vengeance here in this game. But I like the draft out of Hanwha Life Esports. They won game one. And I don't know what to think anymore.
I mean, solid drafting in both games. Really smart drafting here from Hanwha. A nice breath of fresh air.
Yeah. I think, you know, the Keckman in chat is probably not going to be there for this particular series. I think it's definitely working out much, much better here for Hanwha Life Esports. So, man, you just never know what happens when Hanwha Life Esports meets T1 in spring round 1.
Yeah, no, it's just,
I don't know what it is.
It's a curse or something, you know?
Yeah. We need to go back to this, like the Harry Potter curse on like the Defense Against the Dark Arts t-shirt meme again, because...
Well, that's about the top lane for Dom1 Kia, I think.
Yeah, well, I think that's true too.
Whoever takes the spot of Nuggery from now on will just be forever cursed to be hated by the fans, even if he performs really well.
Yeah. Maybe the Shy did it. You know, he was denied a Dom1 top lane spot at some point in the past, and he's like, no, well, I'm never going back to Korea.
True.
I don't know. I'm like trying to work out who's the Tom Riddle of the LCK, and I can't quite figure it out.
Yeah, that is a tough one.
We don't really have too many like villains, really.
Yeah,
I'm trying to think of who like the villain would be.
For the Tom Riddle question, that's like a really tough one to figure out because like I can put Peter in Hufflepuff and stuff like that, but like he's just so popular, everybody loves him. Like, you know.
Yep. I think Faker would be a Ravenclaw.
Oh, for sure. He'd also be a Seeker. He would be a Quidditch player. He'd be the best one.
Gumyushi's 100% a Gryffindor.
Yeah.
I think that's it's definitely it. But
I'm like I'm like BDD and Con are Slytherin. A lot of the old Longshoe players, you know.
So true.
But back to the game at hand here. Yeah, Jace can auto attack Tryndamere at range.
Yep, it's great. But Tryndamere can also press Q and be K. in this lane, so probably should be all right. Theoretically, there's a wave clear advantage for Jace. You can just throw out all of the autos from range like you were talking about, but also Shock Blast clears things out. So
yeah,
they should be all right, but a long lane against a Tryndamere is always a little bit of a worry.
It's really tough for him oftentimes because if his ult gets baited,
oh man, a fantastic abyssal dive, like we were talking about. I like how you set it up and then it all eventuates. Carrier, just very very kind of you.
That's the term we use in literature called Chekhov's abyssal voyage. When you mention it, it happens automatically. Like the narrator brings it up, and then it's definitely going to come into play.
Beautiful. I love it. Love it when a plan comes together.
Well, good start here on the bottom side of things, but no summoners burnt for Samdi and Vista. But it's always a good sign when the Karma lane is getting pushed in. If you're T1, you're like, yep, this is the best case scenario for us.
Sometimes, you know, it just takes a catfish.
I really like this freeze here for Zeus, actually, so that...
no, that's -1s on both sides. Is that -2?
Yeah, that's a ×2 on the negative. Now, OnFleek has to come up here because of this freeze, and this is a really important scuttle contest. Like, even Karius getting involved, he's like, hold on, I'm coming!
Yeah. Not going to make it in time, though.
Nope.
As Faker dealing with a minion wave that is equalizing. But Kara's taking a bit of damage here. Zeus, speaking of damage, going to take Dudu down to 200 as he presses Q and is going to be somewhat all right. Ona dives on over, looking for OnFleek. I believe Flag and Drag should be available as he safeguards in. Yep, Flag and Drag to come on through. Q is not going to connect onto OnFleek as he gets himself the shield, and Ona is going to continue putting on pressure. Not going to be able to kill the enemy jungler, however, is going to be able to push him away and steal away his jungle as well.
And this makes it really hard for Dudu to now farm this wave. Going to be a lot of harassment coming through, and OnFleek's health bar is just so low. Before Dudu hits 6, he's always vulnerable to stuff like this.
Yeah, we're going for the dive here, and you can see OnFleek moving back around. Does have his cooldowns back available yet again, as Dudu has pressed his ghost button. Now Zeus in a bit of trouble. They're fighting minions at the same time. There's the flashback! Absolutely beautiful for OnFleek, as now Ona is able to tidy this one up, but Dudu should be able to get there, and he does it. It's a double kill once again. What did Dudu have for breakfast?
Dudu's playing a fantastic series of League of Legends here. Will not even lose very many of these minions here. He's even going to take a CS lead here with Zeus right now because he took Ignite as well. No teleport back to lane. And that's what you see. We see the Ignite and you're like, okay, well, this is definitely going to be a play. OnFleek read this so well. He came up early, and even though he was put at half health there by Owner, who was trying to make sure he could guarantee this play, make sure this dive is 100% a go. Now Tryndamere's 2-0 before 5 minutes, and this is a disaster for Zeus. His game is now going to be so difficult to play.
Yeah. And I might have been going a bit ballistic over the fact that it was Dudu that survived at the end and got himself double kill, but that flag drag flash from OnFleek was so sick. That was the game-winning, the play-winning move.
So OnFleek goes back up to full health here, and he is ready to defend this. Dudu is so survivable even pre-6 here, can buy enough time. And then the flash that you mentioned, it's just so perfect. Once Zeus is dead, there's not enough damage here for this to be a 2-for-2, or rather a 1-for-1. It's going to be a 2-for-1. And just so well played. Watch this.
The reaction on this flag drag flash is just crazy good.
Bam. So well. It's actually insane to watch it, and he's so casual about it, and he's like, oh, I died.
Yeah.
But you know what? You guys definitely won the play.
Why is J4 so weak is what he said. I'm not sure he is.
Well, you know.
He's going to find another knock-up here, as I think that J4 still not considered super weak,
yeah,
although
still,
he is very tired.
Still an S-tier jungler right now in the LCK.
Going to lose out on the first Drake of the game. It's not going to be a Cloud Soul this time around, as that one was the first. Not going to be an Infernal Soul either.
I think
definitely not going to be a Chemtech Drake.
We definitely know that for sure. I think part of why he mentioned you know, him being weak, quote unquote, is because he was bullied by the Lisa and had to get his health back up to full.
Yeah,
and
true.
Then come into the fight, because if he actually is able to get there without Owner harassing him as level 6 is hit, if he's able to get in there without that, then things are way better for HLE Esports. OnFleek's here.
Yeah, acceleration gate goes down. OnFleek looking for his opportunity. Remember, there is no flash. He just walks towards him. And that is going to be an easy kill. Owner in position. The Q's going to be picked up there by Dudu as they look to turn it around. That was so beautifully done by Dudu, identifying that, yeah, he's got ult. So, right, he tanks the Q, and then OnFleek is going to survive, and they may be even able to trade back a kill. So
T1 need to make sure they don't get tunnel visioned on this top side of the map because it's already a lost cause now. And Dudu's 3-0, doesn't even have to ult, and they get a kill there. This is on a little bit late.
Yeah, not quite going into land as Samdi now with red-white guns. Very happy, especially against a melee champion.
This game is going to be really defined by how much Tryndamere does in these team fights now, too. Like, this is not the game that T1 is supposed to be playing here, unfortunately. I mean, not to say that like they're not playing the right game. I just mean the situation they find themselves in is not what they expected when they saw that Tryndamere. They didn't expect that at 7 minutes, you know, he'd be 3-0 and is going to start to explode and accelerate this lane into oblivion. Rosales is going to really be struggling to side lane and find vision as the bottom lane is still going swimmingly.
Yeah. I mean, T1 are still demonstrating that their bottom side of the map is extraordinarily powerful. Faker is even on farm as well. He's got his unsealed spellbook, picked himself up a Ignite. But Harmalife Esports, they don't need to win bottom lane. Like, honestly, they just need to keep the game working in this favor, and then Dudu is going to side lane for the victory.
Yeah. OnFleek's just hovering this lane because he knows that the way that this is just such a nice block there from Dudu because he has ult.
But also, like, I don't know why Owner's going in at that point. Well, like, I actually think that when I was looking at that play, I saw OnFleek's health as being lower, but I don't think he was going to be able to do much unless he gets, like, a kick flash under a turret.
The reason why OnFleek stays up there is because of Zeus' positioning in the lane, and he's like, oh, no, he's trying to bait out the R, and, you know, he's going to look for the ult. Speaking of baiting, Faker plays that so well. We're still going down here. This is where you can find value as T1. This is the lane you need to be in.
Yeah.
Now you're going to deny CS for this Aphelios and get more plates.
Karis did get ignited there by Faker, as Ona is going to flash, gets the mini stun into the wall there, as Samdi throws down the ult, but isn't going to be able to do enough, as Vista has to flash. The zap even comes through, Super Mega Death Rocket finishes it off. Faker also extraordinarily low underneath this turret, but that is 2 kills on the bottom side. T1 striking back.
Karis will get a plate. Harmalife Esports will be able to take this Rift Herald, but the critical thing is not only is Gumayusi getting insanely fed now, he took a cull, so he's going to have that big boost of gold that he's going to pick up here shortly, as well as all that plate gold. So he's doing well and denying Samdi so much CS. So many minions have been lost here, so much experience has been lost here.
Oh, that was perfect as well.
Yep. Deny every single one. Take a 30 CS lead, you're up a level as Gumayusi, and you could continue to bully, and now you could swap, and this is kind of a saving grace here for the Jace. As we watch this one more time, Owner gets the kick here behind, and nowhere is safe on the bottom side of the map when you have that many minions crashing into the turret, the Winions.
Yeah.
As the ult's perfect from Kuma to follow it up. After the slow, can't dodge that one.
Yeah, there was a turret in the way. So really beautifully done there by Owner, and he is now a win condition for T1. It was looking really grim in the early stages of the game for this team, as the Tryndamere was starting to run away with it, and Harmalife Esports hadn't lost too much on the bottom side outside of farm and things like that. But now, definite win conditions on the map. The map
for sure
opened up as well, as it's now Tryndamere parked on the bottom side, trying to tidy this situation up as best he can.
4 minutes or 3.5 minutes left to go here for Guma to maybe even grab more plates on the top side, and I think that there's a real opportunity here, considering the Rift Herald. The Rift Herald here is so critical for Harmalife Esports, but they want to drop it mid, and they can't. They can never drop it here, unfortunately, for Samdi, because he's always going to be pushed under turret here. So you're limiting the options for the Rift Herald for OnFleek right now as T1, getting more gold to this Fed Jinx already. And the crazy part about this, too, and why it's so good for T1 is due to, hold that thought.
There's the flash forward from OnFleek, finds the knock up onto Faker, and that is all too easy. The Unleash Power, the gameplay button, and Karis is going to lock down that kill. And now Dragon Control should be over to Harmalife Esports, as Guma takes another couple of plates in on the top side of the map.
The positioning here for Keria is so good, too, because he's kind of covering the angles here. OnFleek is going to roam up. Instead of taking the free plates for the Syndra, because she has such great control, they really want to turn this into a massive turn on the top side. So greedy.
Well, Abyssal Dive going to go forward here as Gumayusi trying to keep himself alive. Moonlight Vigil is going to catch him, though, as OnFleek looks for his opportunity. Flame Chompers, they've come in, though, and OnFleek's going to turn around. Keria is going to get stunned. They knew that Faker was coming up. Owner as well walked over Vision. as another Abyssal Dive comes through, and oh dear, Owner looks to kick out the Jarvan and locks down that kill for Gumayusi. Great devour there from Carrier as well. Will save Owner's life, and T1 turn it so nicely.
This was an extremely high-risk play. They're not done yet.
Yeah, Carrier flashing forward. Vista's going to put him on a leash as over goes Faker, locks down the kill on the Aphelios. He might sacrifice himself, but no. He's able to run this one out, and T1 take even more.
Now, there's a lot to break down here because T1 turned this really risky play into such a massive lead. Like, things were already great up here for Guma, but now he gets the whole set of plates. He has now 10 plates under his belt, a finished cull, and Dudu is like not even able to, as a 3-0 Tryndamere, get even one turret under his, unfortunately. Has no plates on the top side, as you know, things looked very dire here for T1 after this moment. And a lot of teams would just say, as on Fleek right now, I'm dropping the Herald right here, let's get plates, but they were like, let's try to get this bounty on this Jinx. Let's actually try to turn this around. Let's try to get our Aphelios fed. But this is handled so well by Gumayusi. He puts the chompers here very well, gets the heal off. And now it's like, okay, we're stuck here as Hanwha Esports trying to make a play.
Ono look to try and steal that Drake away. Doesn't quite find the Q there, though, as it is Ocean Soul this time around. Hanwha Esports able to secure the Drake. So we're one apiece once again. But T1 this time have a 4,000 gold lead.
Yeah.
Well, 3,000 gold lead. Moving towards this mid-game. And as a Zoe Jace composition, you're feeling fantastic about that.
And one of the things I was going to mention earlier, too, is I don't know if we're quite done with this yet, because where Owner is standing, got to be so careful they do avoid it.
Yeah.
But Dudu and the macro of Hanwha Esports, like the one way they can really take control of this game is through side laning and vision control with this fed Tryndamere. And he's going to get an extra charge down here. But Hanwha Esports not quite known for their super smart macro plays, right? This would be a really nice look for them if they're able to use the side lane to get back into the game. But you're playing against the macro team in T1. And that's what I'm worried about. Like the one way things went well for Hanwha Esports here is not really where their strength is at.
No. Also, Gumayusi has a 50 CS advantage and
4,000 gold.
4,000 gold lead. Yeah. So like all of the gold advantage that the T1 have is on Gumayusi and then 1,000 more. That's how far ahead he is of his opposition. Samdi just completes his mythic. And there are like 2 items and then like an extra luxury dagger here for Gumayusi.
Look at that.
This Jinx is so strong.
13 plates, 2,080 picked up here for T1.
Oh, man.
I mean, we always joked about T1 are the turret slayers, the plate killers, and this just continues to be true.
Yeah.
So good at macro.
If they if they sell those plates, it might be called the new IKEA. Like, it's just obscene. The
50 seconds
of, plate value they have.
50 seconds away from being 15 plates, like the full plate value in all 3 lanes. Very close to it. Oh no.
Oh no, looks for his opportunity, but unfortunately, there's a Karis. So not going to be able to lock down any kills onto Vista, but I liked the opportunity.
Now, Dudu is coming over here with a bodyguard, so I like this play. You set this up very well. You bring On Fleek down, so if anyone tries to rotate over, On Fleek catches them, and then they can rotate up. But Zeus, you know, getting that shock blast off, holding his ground pretty well, but they don't know about On Fleek.
Yeah, can he actually lock down his kill is the question, as Dudu, okay.
He might die here.
The Ignite is on, and not going to get picked up by the turret as On Fleek's over there to help him take that bullet. And so Zeus trying to get some... Oh, man, that super mega death rocket. I don't think it was going to kill, however, it was so close.
Yeah, it looks like the acceleration gate was on cooldown there for Zeus as well, not able to pick him off that way. But things could have gone a lot worse there for Zeus, but he handles it well. And again, just the one way that Hanwha Esports have a lead in this Tryndamere split pushing, like they're still not quite able to get the value out of it that they want to in a 2v1.
Yeah, not quite. And it's starting to look like it's Gumayusi versus Karis and Dudu, right? Karis and Dudu both have advantages in their respective lanes because the rest of T1 have been playing around this Jinx. That was their one pressure point that they had on the map. Playing towards where you're winning is generally the best way to win. And it's precisely what they did. And
yeah.
Now it's going to be that, you know, slightly more than a 3,000 gold lead for T1, but the gap has closed just a little as the game has slowed down. So I think the next Drake fight is where we're really going to have to turn our attention. And Ocean Soul, with this poke composition that T1 have put together.
It's pretty insane. you know, it's going to help Life Esports out a lot if they can get it. But they are, I don't think at this stage, prepared to team fight. Not right now. When Rapid Fire Cannon's done, he's also sitting on a BF sword. He's got so much damage here, and Life Esports are just not set up. Even though if they had like the perfect fight and all the CC hits, they might be able to pick off Gumusi. Doesn't have cleanse, but I mean, you don't have that much lockdown outside of the Shock Blast, and you're looking to just blow up a single target like we talked about. Dudu gets on top of Guma, Karas hits him with the stun, and then he presses R, and that's the hope, that's the dream. But I think that with the damage that T1 have already, they just beat you before you get that opportunity. They
and
need
also
a little bit more
Carrier
time.
exists, right? Like
Yeah.
the Devour is so valuable when you have a composition like Life Esports, where it is, let's lock down a single target, right? As Bubble comes in, and T1 just full control.
And Dudu, if he was in the top lane right now, this kind of group up to slow down T1 would feel great, but you're now grouped up and not doing anything with this Tryndamere while also not going to be able to win a team fight nor get the Drake, so this is a really rough spot for Life Esports. They're really hoping for T1 to make an error here, and I don't think it's going to happen.
Yeah, they do have a bit of an avenue to get towards this Drake pit, as OnFleek looking for a bit of a wraparound, wanting to get some sort of opportunity, but they're going to give up the first Ocean Drake of the game. And it looks like the top side is where their focus is going to be.
I think they definitely could have had a little bit more side laning going on there with the Tryndamere, but now he's getting pushed out. Now there's a second Rift Herald dropping down here, and T1's like, that's actually my side lane gold.
Yep.
My inner turret money.
I'm going to be able to get a bit of extra damage with it as well, as Dudu wants to try and slow down the members of T1. Faker still over the wall as the ult has to be used here. Dudu diving on forward with his Gale Force. I believe, yeah, we'll have the shield available, so he's not going to burn down or anything like that, but still his full health bar and ultimate on cooldown as Hanwha suffering under the pressure here from T1. Faker even has a Gale Force of his own as the bubble is going to connect. They lock down the turret as well. Flag and Drag, nice buffer there from OnFleek, keeps him alive. Still, they lose the inner turret, and T1 are being super oppressive. Ona looks for his opportunity. There it is! Safeguard, kick flash, and Karas kicked into the team. However, he is able to throw down his ultimate. Good ignite there from Carrier. Will end up locking down the kill, but look at the AoE from that super mega death rocket. My god! Gumushi does so much damage, but it is just the mid laner that goes down. And T1, they take the inner turret and they don't push any further.
And now they have a 6,000 gold lead. They've brought that gold lead up, you know, double where it was before. And again, the strength of Life Esports is not really in its great macro, right? The drafting we saw both games I thought was pretty fantastic. The second one here as well, different than the first. It wasn't a huge draft gap per se, but I thought it was pretty smart. But now that they're this far behind, it's really hard for the Tryndamere to even sideline as we watch this kick. Very, very well played. The flash forward, pushes him back in. Courier gets owner out.
Sometimes, like, you remember when we would talk about Tahm Kench and we're like, oh, it's the anti-fun champion. You know, Carrier makes Tahm Kench
the most
like
fun.
The most fun.
Yeah.
You know, like, you go in for these, like, 6 save missions and then you dive yourself out. Like, it looks so fun. But I bet you that we will see, you know, a different Tahm Kench at another point just play stand back, devour, you know, the classic old school style. And it will be the same boringness. But Carrier doesn't do it like that.
Speaking of fun things, Faker did just finish a Magi's so that he can start to be more painful to deal with as the longer this game goes on, because he's feeling very good about it.
Yeah, well, that's a great knock up there onto Ona, who safeguards his way out. And then kicks on Fleek just for fun.
Carrier's like, I'm waiting for you here. I have a taxi for you right here. I was like, I'm gonna stay for one more.
Yeah, that was a weird resonating strike, but that's fine. Sometimes you just want to kick a J4.
You should take the Uber, man. I don't think you should stay.
You got an early morning tomorrow. Like, think about what you're doing here. Oh no. Well, I mean, next time I think you will. You know.
Yep. Not the end of the world though. At the end of the day, unfortunately for Dudu, the T1 grouped up here. This is a fast track to disaster. He will realize it and walk away as he wants that bounty gold so badly, but
Gumushi is still so far ahead. It's just nuts.
It
now
gets worse.
5,000 gold.
Yeah. Infinity Edge complete. He will very likely, if the game goes another 10 minutes, actually get the Horizon, and he can basically one-shot an Aphelios or like one combo, an Aphelios or a Syndra with a rapid fire cannon, you know, the zap and then the ult, and they're just going to start Baron because there's nothing Honda Life Esports can do about this. He's like, nope, you thought you could even get close to check if we're on the snow.
Well, Vista does manage to get a ward over as Faker looks for a bubble. Unfleek is going to take it and gets into the pit, but unfortunately isn't going to be able to save the Baron. Good zap comes through. A Super Mega Death Rocket somehow avoided there by Onfleek. Vista takes it, and it still does a lot of damage, but that is Baron secured for T1, and they have so much control this game. We are moving towards 7,000 gold lead, and we're looking at that game number 3 now.
We really are. I mean, that's the bottom line here. I mean, it looked like things could have been a big disaster for T1 if they kept hovering the top side and trying to control that lane when the bottom side was free for the taking, and then they pivoted bottom side and then ran away with the game very quickly.
Well, that is going to be a free stun onto Faker. Ulti comes through. Good exhaust, though. As the Dark Sphere comes down, Dudu still wants this and is going to flash for it in the end. Doesn't have to invest the ult, but does have a big cooldown now to worry about. And they got a kill onto Faker. It's like, congrats. However, there are still 4 Barons left on this map, and T1 are pushing everywhere else.
Yeah. I think Faker did not have the stopwatch that he has in his inventory now. At this time, he did have Flash, so was able to survive here a long time with the Everfrost.
Yeah, it's interesting that he just decides not to flash at all.
I think he just wants to keep it for a bigger team fight, but I don't know if he had that stopwatch. I don't think he did, because I think if he has stopwatch there, he definitely uses it. And we could buy a lot more time there, maybe even turn that one around. Either way, it's not the end of the world, but it is a lot of bounty gold going over to Honda Life Esports. But as you say, they're losing the rest of the map meanwhile. So
yeah. Gumayushi is still just a gigantic problem. If he's alive, then T1 is still in a great spot. Great Bubble is going to connect onto Vista as Onfleek was trying to be the hero there, but Super Mega Death Rocket will push them all the way back. T1 breaking the base effortlessly here on the bottom side.
Yep, Owner is prepping the mid wave for 2 inhibitors to go down off of this.
Oh my god. Even the zap connects. If Super Mega Death Rocket was still available, that's, yeah, Dudu having to ult. Now, Sandy with red-white guns, but he's so weak, he's so far behind that the years are just not that scary, you know?
Yeah, I mean, this is a really, really, really big bot diff game here.
Oh, yeah.
And then you have that on top of Owner starting to give some resources down there, and Jinx just wins this one by default at this stage. But it was played so well.
It certainly was. T1 really identifying their win conditions so beautifully this game. There's now one more Nexus turret between T1 and Game 3. Onfleek going for that last-ditch engage, but he's just going to pop. Sandy picked off. Oh, man, it's like they're in the grocery store and they decided to pick up some Aphelios here today. And they did manage to do it. Dudu now wants an opportunity to fight back, but unfortunately the ult does not last long enough. Carrier decides to have a party in the fountain, and he may as well, as the Nexus is now going to be the option. Gumayushi just trying to kite as best he can. Good little stun there from Karis, but Super Mega Death Rocket will grab one last kill for Gumayushi as T1 even out the series.
You can tell how hype there as well. The ref's coming over to grab the damage chart, and he's like kind of popping off in his chair a little bit.
Yeah.
I do think that this is a game that could have gone very differently had resources been given better in the bottom lane, or if the bottom lane had been played a little more correctly. Karis in the mid lane too, like wasn't ever really able to play the game and look for that collapse that we talked about with the Syndra Tryndamere because they were so far behind that even he couldn't really get into range. Once you get rapid fire cannon and you're that far ahead as a Jinx, you know, the Syndra is at risk. She's actually trying to get in there and set up for those scatters, so...
I mean, everyone was at risk that game.
Yeah.
Like,
I think
Gumayushi just pretty much had a Smurf game.
The mid game,
like.
Yeah, he definitely did. I think the mid game could have been played a lot better by Honda Life Esports in terms of side laning, like that group up around the third Drake where they were kind of in the area but then didn't do anything and then walked away and then lost turrets was one of those moments where, like I said, for Honda Life Esports, they're not a team that's built their synergy up just yet with this 5-man unit to where they can use a 3-0 Tryndamere the same way another team might. And unfortunately, this was not the greatest game for them, but I think that this series is still winnable for them if they can continue to draft well. There were some errors in that second game, but both games, better drafting than we come to expect from Honda Life Esports. That's a good step in the right direction.
No, I agree. But I think T1, when it came to the draft, was much, much better this time as Gumayushi doing about as much damage as Zeus, but SAMD was just shut out from minute one, and that gold graph is precisely what you want. If you're like the T1 coach in the back room, or I guess Fake Ray in T1's case, it's just like, yep, really nicely done, guys. And yes, they had some moments, but they took the mid-outer turret as a Zoe composition, destroyed the map. They even got Ocean Soul, so there was even more brush to worry about. They made things very dark for Humble Life Esports. And this was the vintage T1 that we expected in Game 1 that didn't quite happen.
Nope, certainly did not.
Well, let's see what happens as we move towards game number 3. But first, we need to stop by some analyst carpet space to hear what they have to say about the game. We'll check in with them after the break.
파워 하나 깼어.
나이스. 계속 가자 이거.
나 맞았다.
포킹 잘 들어갔다 이번에. 오케이.
프린 잔다.
오케이 이번엔 칠게.
빼도 그만이긴 해.
자료만 빨렸고. 앞에 보자 앞에.
오케이.
나이스. 야, 펜타각도 나온다.
야 펜타가.
펜타 주자.
주자.
만한데. 줘봐. 트림부터.
프린 노스페.
들어간다.
어디 가는?
간다. 나이스. 야. 잠깐만. 밀어라. 타.
뭐야 이거?
우지 펜타 못 줬다.
Keep your head warm. Only 26K! Patch on some patches. Patches sold separately. Marketing. Why do you have like 2 top lanes? Are you you're top lane for both teams?
When the sky falls and the sun turns black, when the earth halts, then don't look back. Hold me closer, can you feel my heart? We can conquer and win back all. The tide is changing, floods are We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. Walk through the fire. Leave this place and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. The embers glowing, we're waiting for the blaze, ascending from the ashes, bonfires in the haze. Standing tall now, your feet are on the ground. You fought your demons, nothing breaks you down. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. Walk through the fire. Leave this place and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire.
Welcome back, guys, to the Analyst Carpet Space and Accessory Imaginary Desk as well. It is me, Valdez, with Chronicler. We're going to break down game number 2, and T1 were actually able to take this one, Chronicler.
In very dominating fashion, one might have it. Very, very dominating. And if looking at this draft, that's kind of to be expected. It's very clearly a draft where you say we are going to try and find as big a lead as we can in the first 15 minutes. Just ride that wave till the end. We've seen so many of these Zoe Jace compositions. I think it's a nice direction for T1, something that historically they've been pretty good at. And it worked out very well. Not quite in the way that we expected, but it definitely did. And the Fahanwa is a composition that needs to generate leads early, and then did in one lane, which was Tryndamere, and then the rest of the map was rapidly falling apart.
Yeah, I think there was a little problem for them in the bottom side of the map where they were behind 4,000 gold at 15 minutes into the game. So, you know, Wolf said it multiple times during the cast, there was a lot of a bottom difference than this one. And I think that really led to the game just getting out of control and allowed T1 to basically just do whatever they wanted on the map.
Yeah, and with a composition like this, once you're out of map control, you're not ever getting it back. Like the way that you can push leads, for that T1 played with a lot of swagger. Owner in particular was kind of guilty of this, just going for plays that they didn't need to go for, but he wanted to go for them. And to be honest, like, it worked, right? Because it wasn't even the Zoe and the Jace specifically, as we pointed out. Like, basically all the money was just on Jinx. But just the fact that Jinx was so fat meant that Hanwha Life could never kind of go for the counterplay that with a composition like this you definitely can go for. And the Tahm Kench actually played very well proactively as well, which, thank you, Carrier. I'm really happy. The cast has mentioned this as well, but it is so easy with the Kench to just be like, I have one button, and Carrier uses all the buttons.
Oh, well, I'm glad we have one here in the LCK, so that's a good start. Also, there were a lot of things to like stop, you know, Syndra all-ins, Tryndamere all-ins, you know, the Jace even with the knockbacks. You had the Tahm Kench, obviously. So there were a lot of pieces of that puzzle that were pretty good for T1 to stop the engages and aggression. But guys, we do have highlight number 1 ready to go, so let's check it out. This was actually a 2v2 on the top side.
And actually, looking at this, felt like this is one of the big ways that you lose this game as T1 is over-forcing when you don't need to. I think zoning due to off the turret here would have been more than enough. right? Like just denying the CS and trying to get some pressure. Just this. This is good. This is perfectly fine. But instead, they flip it, and it's on Fleek that does all the heavy lifting here. That's going to hit a beautiful. This reacting to the flash from ㅣ2022 is just gorgeous. Problem is that, of course, Dudu is still in a matchup where it's hard to get a lot of value before you hit your spikes. And the rest of the map was being sacrificed because there was one more gank on top side, right? Like he went up to 3-0, and I felt like that should be a pressure point. And you had a Karma in bot lane, and generally that ends up well. But it didn't end up well.
Didn't end up well. That early pick on the Aphelios got punished pretty nicely by the Jinx, and they had their fun with them in the bottom side. There was even a gank and a bit of a dive on the bottom side. It allowed Jinx to pick up a lot of different turret plates, not only on the bottom, but then rotate early up onto the top, which is something we often see Aphelios do, but when the Jinx gets this far ahead, she can access whatever lane she wants.
Yeah, in my opinion, that was also in large part due to Carrier playing as aggressive as he did, because with a Karma, you should be able to, at the very least, like play even in that lane. What happened instead was Carrier went in level 2, got a 2-man knock-up, and then from that point on, they were on the back foot. Gumayusi and Carrier are not the type of bot lane that are going to get a lead in lane and then give it away.
And they did really well with that one. We do have a second highlight as well, so let's go ahead and take a look at that. This was a play on the top side that ended up going T1's way.
And I felt like they had a possible punish here, but they also knew that reinforcements were on the way, right? That's why you see them backing off here, because if they commit to this, which I think they might have had the window to, but they didn't know as much, then they could have been fine. They could have at the very least maybe forced a little bit more, but instead what happens is again, Owner sees the opportunity, goes for the opportunity as he does many a time throughout the entirety of this game, and then Carrier. This is the normal Tom Kench gameplay that we saw there. However, this is the Carrier special, okay? This is where he sets himself apart. This Ignite is so telling. And Vista actually body blocks, and Faker can't go for this kill, but it says a lot about the confidence that T1 has. In game 1, that confidence didn't really amount to anything, but here, just, yeah, Faker would kill him. It's fine.
Yeah, and he did kill him really nicely there, so a good one there. But guys, we're going to see who does pick up player of the game for game number 2. Will be Gumayusi on his Jinx.
Understandable. As you might have guessed from my previous notes, I went with Carrier.
Yeah.
It is something that we are known to do, but you could give it to either. I would love a split here, because I think the big thing for me with Gumayusi, and something that he's improved so much on, and I keep going back to this, is the way that he pushes leads. Because Gumayusi, even last year, when he was still swapping with Teddy, had an insane laning phase. That has always been the case. But one of the downsides that I think he always used to have, is he wasn't able to pressure as much as a lot of other carries do to kind of turn that advantage into actual pressure. And right now, he does that better than arguably anyone else in the LCK. And he is just glad that we get this is also just an area highlight reel.
Yeah, I know.
I just want to say that, put it out there again.
All of these highlights are just his teammates facilitating his lead and allowing him to carry. He did really well as well, not to take anything away from Gumayusi. And you can see that he's been having quite a split so far. He's up there towards the top, so really good to see. But you can see now the votes, 5 out of 13. But he still does get the win. But guys, we do need to close. We do have game number 3 coming up right now, so I'm going to hand it back to Atlas and Wolf.
Thank you so much, Valdez. And Carrier was indeed robbed, and it was very, very close.
It was my fault. I put.
I wasn't going to say anything. However, it was on the screen.
I was really conflicted. But
you know what's...
It was a team effort.
You know that T1 does their MVP after every single match that they have? I think it's going to Gumo this time around, based on what we've seen. So at least there's that, that synergy that we have. As Harma Life will finally have their chance to wear some blue shorts.
Yeah, this means that it will be... it'll be really interesting to see how this one pans out, because the most highly contested AD carries, of course, will be the Zeri and the Aphelios, but we'll see if they take the Jinx themselves, ban the Aphelios. Like, there's a lot of different things you can do, because this has been such an AD carry focused series, with the exception of that Jax in the first game that did end up popping off.
Yep.
So I'm curious.
Aphelios is also 0-2 this series, as Tryndamere is going to be banned here by Harma Life. Esports, Interesting that they are deciding to take that one away on the blue side, but this is certainly their opportunity to be a bit more flexible when it comes to their blue side drafting.
Faker, you know, has been known to play the mid Tryndamere himself. Very flexible pick for T1. T1 will just take the Zeri off the board immediately, which gives Life Esports a lot of opportunities to decide how they want to play this one out.
Ooh, TF being banned on blue side is interesting. Harmon not wanting to go for that one themselves.
I mean, again, T1 and Faker in particular are so good at playing these roaming mids. The Rise we saw earlier to get an early lead. These types of plays are something that Faker has really done well over the past year. TF is another one of those champions you just do not want to give him no matter what, even if picked early. T1 is so scary with this pick. Not my choice here, but I do understand it.
Yeah, I'm interested to see, like, I wouldn't even mind a Jinx ban.
That's what I'm saying. Like, you ban the Jinx, you take the Aphelios. Like,
yeah.
What would be really interesting now is if T1 bans the Aphelios and we get Dudu on his Renekton or something like that.
No, they need to ban Caitlyn, right?
Well, that's the other thing. So if you don't ban the Caitlyn here, you ban the Renekton, then you say, oh, you want the Aphelios, but we get the Caitlyn Lux. So, or the Caitlyn Karma. There's a lot of different things you can do with this as T1. I'd love to see the Renekton ban here, so let's trade. How do you want to do that? Because you can also take Aphelios Karma into the Caitlyn.
Ooh, okay.
We're leaving it all open here, so now Renekton is another thing to consider.
But I think leaving Kate open is just so dangerous. Sandy, he'd be angry after game 2, right? And like, you might be thinking, well, he's tilted now, but he's now got Caitlyn. This is very, very scary. And yes, they're going up against Gumushi Carrier, right? And I think like hands diff could certainly be an argument that you could take, but Caitlyn is so powerful.
Yeah, I mean, this is where we're going to see how deep the hands diff hole goes, right? Because I think that is, T1 are definitely making a statement that's, yeah, you can have the strongest in the S-tierist rather, AD carry next to Zeri.
The
S-tierist. And we're just gonna give it to you because we think our bot duo is so much stronger and we're looking for strengths elsewhere. Jinzhao will come through here, which is also quite an interesting priority here given Lee Sin is open and we've seen Owner play that both of these games.
Yeah, it was banned, I think, by T1, yeah, in both of their games, but Xin Zhao Karma is a lot of power.
Yeah.
And they don't need to take the AD carry just yet. Oh, okay, Jin's going to come through instead. It's likely Han will go for the Lux anyway, but Gumushi just going to be taking a bit more of a backseat in the lane.
Yeah. Vista has played the Lux and won with it already with the Caitlyn this season. So something that they've already proven they can utilize in the bot lane, but yeah. This is a really interesting way to approach this because now you've denied the
Caitlyn Karma is arguably even more powerful and frustrating.
So this is quite the conundrum that T1 find themselves in terms of how this lane is going to go, and I'm really curious to see what support they're going to use to solve it, so to speak. In terms of enchanters, there's not a whole lot left that you want. Now the Lulu is still a strong option, but in terms of controlling the waves and the lane, the agency that Gumushi will have if he picks that with his support will not be as strong. And it looks like they're just going to take the Jarvan here to round things out. That's the million-dollar question right now, is how do you approach this extremely strong pushing lane now as T1?
This is so, yeah, I feel like T1 must have a plan for this Karma, and I want to see what it is.
Because even something like a Leona only is going to work out if you can really all in and play it perfectly. And they're just going to pick the Kench again.
All right. I mean, to be perfectly honest, it worked very, very well into a Karma in the last game. So let's see whether Kerry is going to be able to work some magic one more time. I love watching his catfish. I will never speak badly of it, and he was denied a POG. This time, let's see whether he can get it.
Yeah, I think it's a very greedy draft here from T1, but I think the respect is deserved with this bot duo, so much so that it's hard for us to even criticize it just yet after what we just saw in the last game. So, Syndra ban here, very self-explanatory based on what we saw last game and how the draft was put together. It's a very similar situation.
Yep, LeBlanc Azir could happen one more time here from Life Esports as well. That has been their second round bans every single time.
Neither of these teams running a comp where the Janna ban is really something to look at here. Janna top not really an option for either of these teams given the current draft. Like Life Esports, you could make a really difficult argument for it, but I don't think you want that here, so I don't think that's going through.
You could. I mean, I kind of like the idea. It reminds me of like old Snake drafts back in like 2015, where they just pile on as many supports for their like hyper carry, 80 carry that has massive range. In that case, it was Crystal back in the day.
It's definitely something that we have seen before, and you know, funnel is a real thing, but in this game, I don't think it's going to happen, especially because Hanwha Life Esports are on blue side, and if they picked it, it would be counterable by T1 in that last slot, which is, I think, why we'll see the Victor pick here for Faker, easy peasy.
Yeah.
Now you can't pick the Janna because you're blue side. I don't think they were planning on doing it anyways, but since we were talking about it, the question becomes, what do you pick here? Because something like a Gwen is so easily shut down by T1. They could do the same Jack's 5th pick here, or pick up a Jace, which works well with a Jhin Victor that you already have.
I feel that there's a Gnar coming. I don't know why, but I just feel it.
I think it's a reasonable pick here for Zeus. I mean, it is Zeus after all. Because you've got a great ball carrier here, you've got multiple, and you've got the speed ups here for the Karus engage. But the Jace is one of the easy ways to just make sure this early game goes swimmingly for the top side of the map. The problem is that your bottom side, unless T1 just God tier it, God mode that bot duo again here, is not going to be as easy. So,
and I also feel like Jhin, like, how are you going to do the same sort of magic?
You won't be able to.
It's more dangerous, but Jace certainly going to be a better matchup here for Zeus towards the top side of the map. His Jace was pretty good in game number 2 as well.
I want to say I think that Hanwha Life Esports navigated this a little bit better.
Yeah, I agree.
The early game for the Gwen is not going to be a fun time, but the bot lane should be controlled. And if they mess up the bottom side again, I mean, there's nothing else to say, right? Like, this Jhin Tahm Kench is not a bad duo in isolation, but against the Caitlyn Karma, like, they should have problems there. But if they just get gapped again, then there's not much else we can say, right? I mean, the difference between the strongest bot duo in the LCK right now versus one of our budding and growing ones in Hanwha Life Esports is certainly something that we have to discuss and point out. But
yeah,
on paper, again, I think all 3 games, Hanwha Life Esports, and I'm pretty surprised by this because we've seen them be one of our weakest drafting teams in the LCK, have been well-rounded and have really figured out the comps they want to build, and they all work well together.
Yeah, I've enjoyed their drafts. I mean, last time, like, leaving the bottom lane to be absolutely obliterated like they did, I feel like getting baited by Aphelios is kind of like a rite of passage here in the LCK. This time, didn't happen. He just was unpicked, and I kind of like it. However, we need to see this Jhin do work. And we've seen Jhin Tahm Kenches in the past. It was largely Damwon that played a lot of it, right? Because it was Ghost sitting back and absorbing pressure rather than exerting it. And that is not what this T1 team does, right? Like, it's the bottom lane that is a pressure point all the time for this team. So looking forward to seeing what T1 are going to do with it. Because, of course, Carrier is a very different Tahm Kench player than all of them.
Yeah, I mean, you pointed out in the last game, we talked about it a lot. You know, we saw Chronicler agreed on the broadcast there, or rather on the desk there. And going into this 3rd game, I think the top side of the map is definitely the really easy focal point for T1 early on.
Yep, I agree.
But On Fleek has done such a great job of turning these really nice setups from T1 on the top side into errors, like it ends up backfiring, and we've seen Dudu get ahead all 3 games because of it. So,
ooh, we got a Scorcher. We got 3 Scorchers. And at least Zeus is gathering some storms, but that's a lot of scorching that we've got going on here. I respect it on Karma, because you want to have that early laning ability, but Karus wants as much as he can possibly find, and Faker as well. Scorcher.
Big Scorchers here.
Oh, yeah.
I don't hate the Scorch pick. There are other options. The Gathering is going to be great in this meta, but...
Yeah, in the LCK, I feel like Gathering Storm's the most valuable keystone.
Yeah, like in the whole game, right? Like, it's like, you'll just be better no matter what, every game in this meta.
Yeah, there you go. That? Beautiful. Ward value, as, of course, Ono put his ward here towards the top side to make sure that Zeus has as much brush control as possible. And so far, it's worked out. And yeah, Dudu has been picking a lot of Gwen, but hasn't been winning a lot.
Yeah. The 2 wards here are that's the telltale of this matchup. Like, you're just going to really have a bad time if you can't have vision there to get the auto attack through. You have to walk through the brush. You don't know where Jace is standing. You might eat another extra auto from him on your way through.
Yeah, resetting minions also really difficult. So
yeah. Now this has gone so well for Caitlyn. This is this season only. and it's 6-1, and that's obviously with the very rare times we've seen this. Like, we've only seen this 7 times this season because Caitlyn is so rarely given over, and when she is, she dominates. So
yeah, 100% pick ban last week and 75% win rate, I believe. Only lost 1 game, which is pretty impressive.
That's, you know, the Korean broadcast and us are all on the same page. Like, wow, they're playing the game on hard mode right now. T1 are on the bottom side.
Yeah. Ooh, dude, that was aggressive. As he's gonna get booped back. No Ignite Jace this time around.
No,
Has taken the teleport. As, yeah, had to avoid that Shock Blast, but doesn't have a lot of mana to Zest, so I think Dudu should be able to stay here to tidy up these minions, and he does so.
He's got his full stacks on his snip, so get most of these. If Zeus comes through, he can trade back.
Yeah.
Everything's okay.
Owner on vision. He's spotted here, so gonna mean that Dudu feels a little bit safer. But T1, knowing about all this, on Fleet going to be moving on over, and it's going to be a trade of scuttles, so not too much happening here. The gold very, very even here at the beginning of the game. And you can see Gumayusi Carrier doing absolutely fine towards that bottom side for now. See how that develops.
On Fleek predicts Owner's timing is a little bit earlier than it actually is here. Is not going to spot him with the Scryer's Bloom. Owner.
Yeah, and there was also the flag was down, so Owner knows 100% information of what's going on here.
Yeah.
Both junglers now with all of that.
This is actually awkward if on Fleek backs here, the Owner doesn't know that. Could have been very, very risky there for Dudu, but he doesn't know that he backed, so should be okay.
Samdi and Gumayusi trading a little bit here, but as you can see, Harmalife Esports with the push.
But, you know,
with the CS a bit.
Yeah, like T1 are still in a pretty fine spot here so far in the spot duo. Actually doing very, very well.
Dancing Grenade, bit of poke damage, not too bad. Peacemaker, though, tidies up all these minions. And it's just, yeah, it seems to be just trading waves. And with the positioning of T1 in this lane, it's working out very nicely as Karis utilize the Time Warp Tonic, I believe, just to make sure that his health bar isn't affected too much as he chugs on his Corrupting Potion.
Making sure he can sit there with no more issues, knowing Faker is going to have to chug to get his mana back. As that was a really nicely timed Q there from Dudu to trade that back. We'll eat the wave. And now we're starting to see the Caitlyn get a little bit of turret damage done, but again, nothing permanent here.
Ooh, Captive. Captive Audience, sorry, is going to be procced there. Carrier not able to find the Voyage, which was 2 words. I was trying to say it exactly. It didn't quite work out. Just got melded in my brain. But thankfully, there was no actual fight.
There was a near disaster there for Harmalife Esports, but it is averted, as you say, as things were almost very, very exciting there. But On Fleek finds his way down here, and you could see how aggressively Samdi is trying to set this up, but he will see that he's spotted on this ward, and T1 will, of course, respect.
Yep.
Like, right now, mind you, 6 CS lead for Gumayusi.
Yeah.
In this bottom lane.
And that's with equalizing waves as well, so really nicely done from T1. As Vista taken down to about half health, slowed, but isn't going to get knocked up, as there's the flash, but Vista, that's just, you're never going to be safe there, and that's first blood going to T1. Owner picks it up, and the bottom lane is going to benefit.
Oh, yeah, and here we go. Suddenly, the Caitlyn lane is losing out to Gumayusi Carrier with a really nice gank from Owner here. And it was played so well there because there's not much you can do. Unfortunately, as you mentioned for Vista, like you have to move away from this huge voyage to the right side there, which makes him vulnerable as Dudu.
Yeah, he's in the mist as the needlework's coming out. He wants to try and find this. The ghost has been popped as now Zeus, doesn't find the shock blast that would have been the solo kill, and instead Dudu picks it up.
You can see how frustrated he is on the cam there as well. Definitely ends up missing out on this one. That is a huge, huge loss after what was such a great start here. Not one that can't be recovered from by any means here, but still not what you want there on the top side of the map. As tables are turning pretty quickly now in the Gwen-Jace matchup, because it starts off so well for Jace. Because the angle here is so perfect because it's really hard. You can't flash that wall necessarily as Vista, so...
I mean, you can, but I don't know... I don't think he tried to,
yeah.
Right? But he still flashed into a Deadly Flourish, so it feels like it's still a mistake, but I don't know what he was actually attempting to get done.
Yeah, I want to watch that again because I didn't see exactly where he was standing at the moment. So I was thinking about the top lane thing still, but I think he could have played that one differently, but either way, I like how T1 set it up. If it forces him to run around that fat wall there, then you end up getting the Flourish off, and then the follow-ups there from Owner.
Yep. still absolutely great, even if they just managed to get the flash, right? But being able to grab the kill, even better. And it's now owner that's able to transition that lead around this map. As you can see, Karis having to play pretty far back. Faker holding that wave near his turret. There's now Samdi getting close towards that level 6 as Carrier steps on a trap, but he's can't catch, so he's fine. And that grey health is just a little bit better here in this duo lane. There's owner towards the top side. Dudu with that wave incoming, and so Xin Zhao not going to be able to find too much. So as the dust settles, it is about 1,000 gold lead for T1. And the bottom lane working out so much better than we thought.
Yeah. I mean, like, so much better than we thought it would on paper, but we were still like, well, maybe it will just work out because it's T1 spot.
Yeah, right.
Like, we wondered so much, would it work out regardless of the, you know, perceived strengths of these two duos against each other, and the answer is, like, T1's once again going against the grain, and they're not feeling the friction of this time around, as they have a better setup here as well on the Rift Herald. Dudu still catching a wave, very slow to rotate.
Well, he does have a blast cone to make his way in if he wants to, as Ona dives forward, finds the ulti to split up this fight, but it's a good double knock-up, and immediately Karis able to help out. It was a bit of a sombrero, but otherwise not too much to worry about as the double kill comes forward for On Fleek. Carrier now diving onto Vista once again. He avoids the knock-up, and Carrier with the Devourer available, but is he able to save the Xin Zhao? The answer is absolutely, as he gets a gigantic shield and is able to walk that one out. But it is still a big win for Hanwha Life Esports as Faker goes down.
Yeah, and they will be able to easily reset, and it's a solo Rift Herald play here for Hanwha Life Esports. So they get to also put the Caitlyn back into the bottom lane. Well, I say solo, Dudu's on his way up, he's going to help out, but it's not a heavy commitment now that you need this Hanwha Life Esports. You can put the Caitlyn back. Carrier comes over here, checks this out, nothing to see here. And now Caitlyn's pushing a bot wave, and this was really, again, On Fleek's turn. On Fleek's had such a fantastic night of League of Legends tonight.
Yeah, him and Dudu are really stepping up.
Yeah. I mean, setting up that flag drag to help turn the fight. The Orianna ult, decent there as well.
I mean, it was an attempt. I think the Orianna ult kind of whiffed, but that was because the person was dead. Yeah. And that's always the right kind of whiff.
It was so well set up for Hanwha Life Esports is my point, is the idea.
Yeah.
The idea that, like, okay, we're down a member, but as you said, the blast plant is here for Dudu to take. And On Fleek's like, I'm getting a double, Zayas is caught, and the ult ends up being wasted as a result, but Faker's now on the wrong side of the rift.
Yeah, he did a lot of damage with the Chaos Storm, but wasn't enough in the end. As Vista, like, just barely avoids, like, so many different things.
Vista has avoided, even though once to his detriment on the bottom side, so many of the Abyssals this time. Like, that was a big problem for him last game. This game, he's actually really doing much better about dealing with Carrier.
But somehow, Gumishi still has a 20 CS lead.
Yeah.
It's just, yeah. Just Gumishi things, I guess.
The Rift Herald here is, you know, it's a pretty complex choice as to what Hanwha Life Esports wants to do with it. Normally, 100% you put it down in the Caitlyn pushing lane, but it hasn't been as clean here for Hanwha Life Esports as normal. But I still think it's the right way to go about things. You could otherwise just try to put it in the top side of the map and look for a whole turret there. But you don't have enough prio here in mid lane to do that just yet.
Yeah.
Looks like they might want to try to use it for a little bit of Drake control here as well, because the first Drake still hasn't been taken just yet.
I'd really like to see the Rift Herald thrown down bottom lane and then grab the Drake on your transition towards moving Samdi towards the top side, because Caitlyn without plates really can fall into a hole in the mid game, and I think it's going to be very important for Hanwha to actually put some resources into Samdi this game. Which is not something that you normally need to say, right? Because Caitlyn in a lane like this should be doing absolutely fine, as Dudu going to get smacked back there as the needlework slows down Zayas and he has to flash. Dudu looks for another one but doesn't quite get it. And Shock Blast once again goes wide, but Zayas, no flash now, does have to go back. Dudu has a lot of control in this lane.
Both top laners do have the teleport available, so T1, I mean, they have to use this early, but now Dudu could just be like, well, I can teleport to the Drake if we want to fight this straight up in a 5v5. The rotation down their bottom, I like that he just kind of walks out of the lane, threatens the possibility of it. Pings go down, question mark, immediately. Where is the Gwen going to go? Be aware that she could teleport to that Drake fight. T1, you know, resetting a little bit later here, and Hanwha Life Esports handling this very well. She will teleport to the top side to catch the wave.
Yep, but knows that she can, right? Because, of course, with the teleport now on cooldown from Zeus, means that Dudu can just enjoy his life here in the side lane. Doesn't have his Ghost to try and chase Zeus down. Still going to be pretty happy and has that leveled advantage as well. Gonna face check the brush though, not exactly what you want to do. His needlework not available just yet, and Dudu does, he's immune a little.
Yeah,
not immune enough.
Not really too immune when Jace is right up ons, but the Drake still hasn't been taken here for Hanwha Life Esports, believe it or not. Like, we're still waiting until the last possible second for this Rift Herald because Faker is laning so well. The Cars never really has the prio needed for them to try to push that there. And they definitely wanted to give it to Caitlyn, but she hasn't had enough of a lead either. And finally it will be dropped down here in the mid lane.
Yep, and so that is going to be a few plates going over, largely Karis picking those up. And this is still a great team fighting composition from Hanwha Life Esports, right? So we're talking about the Caitlyn not doing as well as we want her to and things like that, but it should still, with the other tools that Hanwha Life Esports have, they should still be able to get some work done here as Sandy retaining some control as Gumushi waits for his wave and for his catfish. Will move on over here as well.
So finally this is what you want as Hanwha Life Esports.
Alright, another top boss goes wide.
Now, will Karis get picked though is the question. No, his owner's not looking for that.
Nope. Will steal another blue though. As he's like,
he's 20.
He's 22 CS, so it's actually a large difference. Like 6 camps, approaching 6 camps for Ona.
And, on Fleek has been doing a lot of bodyguard work and is otherwise trying to help all his lanes and does sometimes fall very far behind the Jarvan does. We see this a lot in the LCK, but still, he's taking these advantages where he can.
Yeah, Ona moving up here towards the top side. Blast Cone already used. And Ona not going to spot on Fleek, who did actually dive into the Herald Pit outside of our vision.
Timing of this just a little bit off, unfortunately, for him to try to make a play on the top side. He's going to go find out his blue buff is gone. Yes, it's going to be a little bit sad. Consolation Wolves.
Exactly. Consolation Wolves, but doesn't have a Grump or his blue buff, and so realizes that he probably has to spend a little bit of time sorting out the agricultural aspect of his gameplay. I think that's absolutely fine.
I'm watching a Caitlyn farm the Krugs 400 gold down in this matchup, and she had Karma as her lane assister, your support here on the bottom side, and against a Jhin. And I think that, like, Gumushi is like, what's next after this? What's the next hard matchup
yeah,
play?
Exactly. Like, what's my test? He didn't quite pass the Zeri test, although the lane did go very, very well. It's just the result of the game wasn't quite there. However, every other test seems to be working out quite well here at the T1. And there's no more plates to be taken, and I don't think Caitlyn got one. And Zeus here towards top side has carrier. They will take first turret blood. They give a bit of extra money over to Zeus as well, who was struggling as far as the early lane, but now has a CS lead. Sandy does eventually answer. Gumyushi's here, just hoovering up minions in the mid lane. Ooh, but might be in a whole host of trouble. He does have flash, does have to use it to get out of the way of the shockwave.
He's got Gale Force too. He wants to go back in, I think.
Yeah. And, ooh, okay, Zeus takes so much there from Karis. Does have his Ludens now available, and 800 gold from plates, largely because of the Rift Herald in the mid lane.
Yeah. Unfortunate that Guma had to flash there, or decided to flash there instead of Gale Forcing, because that's going to be both of his summoners now on cooldown, but still better safe than sorry. He survives here, holding it down, 20 CS up still nearly. As this has been a very, very slow-paced game here for Hanwha Life Esports. I think Hanwha Life Esports had a lot of opportunities to really push bigger issues, but unfortunately, Karis was not able to control mid against Faker, was getting pushed in a little bit, was kind of losing out prio there. The bottom side, we've talked about it to death. And then the top side of the map, we haven't seen enough resources given over to Hanwha Life Esports. The Rift Herald value was very muted, unfortunately, onto Karis. So, T1 are kind of sitting back, feeling very happy with how things are going thus far, because the Caitlyn isn't really accelerated. She still will be a big threat later on, but part of the power of Caitlyn is not only being good for scaling later on, but also denying your opponent's AD carry the ability to be relevant.
Ooh, Dudu now going to get dove on. Doesn't press the ultimate button, I do not believe. So he's able to use that Rift Maker to get his health back up again. 1-0-2 here on the Gwen, and has evened out that CS gap a decent amount, as T1 looking to try and get some siege working out here in this mid lane. Gumushi should get some boards back to try and take down this control ward. Sandy defending it. quite nicely as he dashes forward with his Gale Force to try and push Gumushi away.
Got to be so careful about being this far up as Samdi when you don't know where Owner is. On Fleek going to find him very quickly here.
Yeah. Control Ward going to survive there for T1 as well.
And you know, I mean, one thing that is true with this Gwen that's 1-0 and 2 is that she will be able to start putting a lot of side lane pressure on very soon. And that is one time bomb that will tick against T1 a little bit here if she's left to her own devices. Drake advantage goes to Hanwha Life Esports, so the onus is on them to continue to push that advantage.
Yep.
In this upcoming fight.
Onfleek desperately wanted to grab that control ward, and he does so, as Kara's taking a lot of damage here from Faker. Has to flash to get out of that gravity field. Faker putting on a lot of great pressure. Sandy going to take a deadly flourish, but otherwise not going to be too worried about the situation. Hanwha Life just continuing to slowly scale.
Yeah.
In this game.
Oh, Owner's like, you were too close to the wall, I can't stand there.
Also, he's taking a lot of damage, so with 24 seconds on this Drake, I don't think that Gurumushi's going to be able to get back here quite in time to jockey for position around this, as Hanwha Life take this as an opportunity to try and get the last bit of health on this outer turret. They're not quite able to do so, as Dudu has rotated down, and Gurumushi's still walking from base.
Yeah, he's taken a long time to get down here, but Hanwha Life Esports really being a little bit wishy-washy on how they want to do this.
Yeah, he does have himself an orb, as now Owner could be in trouble. Gravity field goes down, and that is going to be Shirley diving into the turret, but it's Onfleek trying to get out, and Gumayushi's here in the nick of time to grab that kill. Good shockwave is going to connect onto Faker, and he'll go down for the 1-for-1 right now. As, oh dear, Zeus caught out of position, snipped up there by Dudu, as well as now Owner's trying to run himself out as Karas goes golden at the perfect time, and Dudu helps grab yet another kill for Hanwha Life, and they should be able to grab themselves a dragon as well, as Carrier just voyages his way out.
Yeah, a lot of tools used early in the team fight here for T1, hoping that it was going to lead to bigger successes.
All right, goodbye.
Gale Force is up, and he's going to grab a kill there.
And look, we're going to need a chiropractor for Gumayushi after this game, if it's a T1 win, because his back is under a lot of pressure.
Oh, it certainly is in this game where he still maintains a CS lead. Everyone else on his team was pushed back, and he's flashless, and he's the one who gets both of the kills. As, I mean, a lot of resources are used early on in this fight, including the Rift Herald here that Owner's trying to set up very desperately. Like, T1 turned this fight around with the curtain call after the Herald is dropped, and it's very, very in the nick of time, everything that's happening here. But then suddenly Faker gets caught here by the shockwave, and then Zeus is like, okay, I can save this, but he's super far forward as well. Ends up getting caught here and blown up. But just steps on the edge of that.
Yeah, stepping on a trap, feels bad. And when you see your shock blast do half of the health of 3 people, you're like, obviously you're going to get excited.
Yeah.
But it just didn't really work out for him as he stood on the trap.
It was, honestly, I think this last moment was one of the most, as we're going to watch the Gumayushi all in here as well.
Just sometimes you take a 4th bullet to the head.
Yep, sometimes you get that crit shot in.
Yeah.
I think that last fight was the most disjointed T1's been all series, which is saying a lot, because they've looked very, very clean, right? And even still, that was almost a win for them.
Yeah. Well, Dudu going to take a bit of damage here, but another Shock Blast is going to go wide, as Dudu wants to try and keep himself alive here. Delves into the mist and does utilize his ultimate in order to keep himself alive. As Vista now tries to put Gumayushi on a leash, but no one puts him on a leash.
No.
We'll walk this one out. It's T1. Can they defend? This tower is very, very low. Faker over to the side. That's a great knock-up as the Shockwave is going to connect, but only onto Carrier. He eats the grey health and is going to fall down, but now the Chaos Storm as Faker flashes on in. Karas is not going to survive this one. Onfleek doing his best to try and do the same, as the curtains have been called. Onfleek, will he have another flag and drag is kind of the question here, as we've traded 1-for-1 so far. As that was a very strange interaction, but that's fine. Death Ray is going to connect, and Faker makes the trade better for T1.
Faker is going to make it a better trade for them. That was such a great crescent guard from Owner there to split the fight in half, grab those 2 kills. Better trade, as you mentioned. Carrier's heroics as well. Keep Gumayushi in the fight and alive. Doesn't even have to flash. So they're just going to try to put his health low here, force it to lay back with this ultimate. And still, at the end of the day, there's no objective for Hanwha Life Esports to take after the dust settles here. They trade down, but they had better map control after this. They just don't have anything with it. As Carrier keeps Gumayushi up and full health here, Faker goes back in, but it's Owner who actually gets on top of Karas while also knocking Onfleek into danger here. The curtain call makes sure that no one else can turn. And it's just a bit of a yakety sax over here.
Yeah, a bit of a weird knock-up interaction there as Faker locks down the kill in the end as we check out this good old flash in for so much Faker AoE damage.
잡았어 우리.
Chaos Storm helps guarantee the kill, and this is a lot of money going over to a Victor, who is one of the big win conditions for T1 in this game, who struggled actually, you know, died twice in those early mid-game skirmishes, but otherwise has been controlling the lane very well, has outdone this team fight very well.
Certainly done a good job, but that was, I mean, as far as kills, Hanwha traded well in that last, T1 traded well in the last fight, but they lost the mid lane outer turret. And so we'll see whether Hanwha can actually push forward as far as the map advantage. Like you were talking about, their map position at the end of that was definitely good.
Yeah. I think also part of this makes it a lot more difficult for Gumayusi to just kind of stand in the mid lane and do whatever he wants and take minions and look for Gale Force plays and stuff like we saw before. I say that, but because Honor Life Esports desert the mid lane, he's like, well, I will just walk forward and take all of these minions and also maybe even a turret.
Yep.
Owner is in a really nice spot here to deny anyone from rotating through the river. And so that's going to be a turret for T1 for free.
Well, and there's 5 people there, but like you were saying, there's not much for Hanwha Life to actually collect elsewhere.
Yeah, no opportunity cost, I should say.
Yeah, yeah.
Because now, I mean, look at the links to which Hanwha Life Esports went to get their turret mid versus T1 just being like, well, we group up for 5 and we grab it for free because Hanwha Life didn't have really any opportunities. Like I was saying, when they controlled the map, there was no Drake up, you know? They can't do a Baron, and there's no realistic turret for them to take on the top side of the map. So, fortunately, that win for them was a struggle, and then there wasn't any light at the end of the tunnel afterwards, and T1 just equalized the turret gold.
Yep. And now, there's a slight lead for Hanwha Life Esports, and we're setting up for Soul Point. This is the important one. If Hanwha lock this one down, they have so much more flexibility and control around this map.
Especially with the Gwen pick. This is so huge.
He's there towards that bottom side, lurking near the river. As OnFleek taking a bit of post damage, but otherwise he's okay. And now the value of these double shields, the fact that OnFleek is going to be so much more tanky, this is going to be very important. Owner takes a lot of damage from the command dissonance. Karis has had, like, quietly, a great game.
Yeah, he really has. I mean, he hit the last, all the shockwaves except the first one because his target was dead.
Yep.
And T1 actually decided to give this one up.
And it just evaporates, so they're not able to actually trade it for too much. The outer turret was already dead. They couldn't get to the inner, and now Hanwha have retaken control here of this mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, they traded it for where they were trying to trade it for Baron Vision, and they're not even going to walk away with that.
Yeah.
This is a really big win for Hanwha Life Esports. T1 are getting choked out of the map quite a bit now, and
Vista, slight face check, as that's an Abyssal Voyage that you can take. Not sure whether you'd want to, but T1 are there to support Carrier.
There's side laning going on for Dudu right now. He does have teleport available. It's unleashed. He can come wherever he wants.
Yep. As, okay, Zeus.
Zeus, you got to be careful about doing this. They could turn this on you on a dime.
Ow.
Doesn't end up getting the blast here, but there were 2 moments there for a second where I thought Zeus was actually going to throw this whole game in Hanwha Life Esports basket, man.
That was definitely frightening. But Dudu's also making things a bit frightening because he's going to be the better split pusher in this game, right?
Yeah.
Like, this Gwen is going to be very, very powerful. Moving towards side lanes, has 2 items now completed. Once that Zonya's. And then, you know, he might build a Nash's Tooth and then really be able to eat through these turrets and side lanes.
Yeah, he's probably sitting on a lot of gold right now as he backs, even grabs that extra Scuttle gold. And the thing is, like, this is why the Soul Point is so valuable here, because as Hanwha Life Esports, you can jockey for it, and the Jace has to respond, and then the Gwen can threaten an inhibitor turret, or an inner turret, and T1 can't get anything but a lone Ocean Drake in response. So you feel so powerful here now with a strong split-pushing Gwen.
Yeah.
And, I mean, now they're just going to take all the Baron Vision away, and Hanwha Life Esports playing, honestly, I think their best series of this season so far right now.
I don't know what it is, but T1 brings it out in them. You know, it just always seems to be the series that Hanwha Life Esports pull themselves together for. And of course, we've spoken about this before, right? T1 has Gen G waiting for them on Saturday, right? That is going to be the match that, in their minds, is going to be the most important. But Hanwha Life Esports can't sleep on them. Right now, they're doing very, very well. However, they still need to win the game, and there is absolutely no gold in this whatsoever. But they have so much map control, and they have a great late-game team fighting.
This is so cool. They're just blocking T1 from seeing the Baron. It's a slow Baron because obviously it's a 3-man, but it's going to work out here. T1 cannot close the gap fast enough.
Yep, and they're going to be able to get in there. That's an easy smite for On Fleek as they just mantra inspire themselves out. The value of the Karma right there. They've got dissonance movement speed as well. Disengage is fantastic.
Shirelius to top it all off. Like, it's the escape button. They just jettison themselves out of the Baron pit in the escape pod.
Yep.
And T1 will get a turret for this, which is a lot of gold.
But that is a flanking teleport to come in here as well as Dudu. He has been spotted as he looks to try and rotate his way forward. There's 2 minutes on this this Drake, so nothing more that T1 can actually move for themselves. Over towards, and now Harmalife Esports back out onto the map with a Baron buff in hand, looking to try and extend this lead.
Now they can 4-1 this, or they can 1-3-1 it with Karis on this Orianna, but I think the best bet is to 4-1 here. You can see the ping coming down. Orianna's going to be the one. Gwen, actually, though, they're going to split off. And they're just trying to shove this through with a little bit of Baron buff minions, but a little bit indecisive with it. As you can see, Dudu, once again, grouping back up instead here.
Yeah,
and this
thinking about whether or not there's going to be a potential team fight as the bottom lane out of turret probably needed a bit of attention, but the teleport from Dudu wasn't actually all that optimal as Gumayushi sidestepping On Fleek, potentially in trouble, but he's got Vista, so he's going to be fine. Deadly Flourish comes in, so he takes a bit more damage. Shields everywhere.
So what they want to do instead here is actually put Dudu between T1 and the Gwen push, or the Orianna push, so that maybe he could get a pick. But I feel like this could have been much better executed from Hanwha Life Esports either way.
Yep.
T1 feel great about how much of this Baron buff has been wasted.
Well, Carrier's going to get licked, but then he's immune, so it's fine. On Fleek tries to pick up a minion wave here and does manage to deal with it as this inner turret goes down. Faker has gone back, but this is 3 versus 1, and that tower is not going to keep him too healthy, I don't think. Yep, this one's just going to get wiped out. So, base broken, and the rest of T1 are now moving back. Vista has to flash, curtains have been called. Can they make it out is the question, and the answer is absolutely yes. As Hanwha, they will take their inhibitor turret, but not the inhibitor.
Less than 1,000 gold here, less than 800 so far here on this Baron play.
Yeah, this defense has been great.
It's great defense here from T1. They handled it very well. They come up, make sure the inhibitor doesn't go down. They themselves got that mid-turret right afterwards. They weren't able to catch Hanwha Life Esports, but they at least got control of the map. And now they actually, believe it or not, 30 seconds left on the Baron, have Drake Prio. And Hanwha Life Esports, I think the execution could have been better, but T1's defense was fantastic, and now they get themselves what will be a pretty easy Drake here to start off, and actually I don't think there's much Hanwha Life Esports can do about it.
I mean, if On Fleek gets an orb on him and then can flag and drag his way forward, they aren't going to be able to grab the Drake, but the team fight was an opportunity. But no, not with Dudu at half health. Didn't want to do that as Hanwha Life Esports with Baron buff still on for another 7 seconds. Are looking for this inner turret, and they should be able to take it.
And they will be able to take this one away. But it feels like T1 are the real winners of this one.
Yeah, and the Baron power play is still sitting at like 1,200 or something like that, and T1 in that time were able to deny a soul. Like,
yeah, the split that they had was so awkward because they had, you know, we talk about 1-3-1s, 4-1s. We never really talk about the 2-3 when the 2 is a Gwen and a Jarvan pushing mid as Dudu.
Yeah, Zeus finds a good trade onto Dudu, but kind of have to kill the Gwen in that initial salvo.
Yeah, or else you don't want to be anywhere near her moments afterwards, but he will be able to push her away.
Yep.
Man, I feel like Hanwha Life Esports squandered a huge part of where their comp is at its strongest and the win conditions they have with split pushing, because now T1...
Ooh, this could be an opportunity.
Zeus.
No, it's fine.
He has been so close to danger this series. But has been, it's almost like he's got a Faker on his shoulder.
Well, keeps himself out of trouble this time around. And yeah, I think Hanwha Life, it was genius making the play to get the Baron. Their use of the Baron was thwarted somewhat by T1 making an aggressive mid push, denying that one, and having to only push through that top wave, not getting the inhibitor, don't have that inherent pressure, lose out on the Ocean Soul. However, Hanwha Life still in a great spot as far as winning the game because they have Orianna, Jarvan, Caitlyn, right? Like, and they have
the Gwen.
And a Gwen for side lane control. Like, there are so many tools that Hanwha can use, so I don't think the onus is on them. I think T1 needs to keep making smart plays around this map to get themselves back into this, because otherwise, I think that naturally Hanwha have a stronger composition.
I think so too. The question is, can they utilize it correctly? Will they be able to, if they can make a heroic Baron, you know, steal basically, sneak work, will they be able to get more value out of it the second time? Because as it stands right now, T1 are really feeling very good about how things could have been.
Well, OnFleek gonna dive forward. Ona, Wind becomes Lightning, is now Dudu fighting Zeus and losing. Just gets solo killed by the late game chase. Not something I was expecting to say as the orb comes in, slows down Ona with the dissonance. There's now Faker lying in wait. The Cataclysm is going to be used as the Shockwave pulls him back, and OnFleek is going to survive. But now, one member dead, Baron up in 35 seconds. Dudu does have his teleport.
And this is why you see Zeus in these bushes, in these aggressive positions so much, even though we can see everything, and so many times it looked like, oh, maybe he's going to get caught or he's really putting himself in harm's way. The one time you actually do kill the Gwen, you said earlier, if you don't kill the Gwen, that's a big problem, but the one time you actually do catch her and burst her down and she puts up the miss, but you're already in there, you just 100-0 her, and then suddenly 100% of map control goes to T1. The timing of this is perfect. It's the next Baron spawned. And OnFleek needs to be careful about getting near this. They have this choke point controlled with a Victor, mind you.
And T1 immediately going to start this Baron. They haven't peeled off it just yet. The teleport coming in for Dudu. Gets him immediately over there. The flag comes in. OnFleek, can you find the smite is the question. The Baron's down to 50-50. It's going to be secured by Ona, but can they win the fight is the question. Kerry gets the Devour off, and now Ona back in once again. The Orianna grabs the first kill, but the Caitlyn is already dead. The bottom lane has been dealt with, and now it's Dudu that has the damage. Karis there to try and support him. 4 versus 3. The Baron on T1. They win this fight.
Yeah, Baron on them, and there's no way Hanwha Life Esports can continue to chase here into all of that damage. Even with Faker down at 0 mana, basically, you don't want to actually go for this chase anymore. T1 will use the empowered recalls to back, reset, grab items and the mana bars they need to get a bigger Baron power play than what we saw before. The handling of this by Keria is so perfect, too. Like, OnFleek goes in, it looks for the smite, it's 84. I mean, it's very close, but then you end up being able to save Owner. With the shield, he goes back in, and those are the health bars down. Owner, with Keria's help, is able to execute the Caitlyn before the fight really takes off to go to the longer parts of it, and that's why Hanwha Life Esports, even with the better health bars here, can't turn it around. Watch Keria once again. He's right there ready. Perfect. Not only does he save Owner on top of the Baron after he secures it, but then he pushes through and helps him kill the Caitlyn. Such a great play from this Kench player.
Yeah, Keria is just so good at Tom Kench. It's just insane. I feel like we say that about kind of every champion that he plays, but this time I think he's going to get the pot. I don't know. You reckon?
Feeling that way.
Yeah,
dude. For that moment.
He's immune. So he's going to be all right. Is OnFleek looking for his opportunity. Dives towards Faker, doesn't get the knock-up, and I think OnFleek's just dead. He does get a Cataclysm, but that was heading towards the grave. And now, without a jungler, they are not getting this soul. That is absolutely a fact.
And this is not an issue of Hanwha Life Esports' comp.
Oh, Shockwave connects. Carrier could get punished. That's a really long tongue. And he will keep himself alive. Curtains have been called. Is Vista in so much trouble? Dudu able to dash in front, but man, that last bullet almost taken down this Gwen.
This is not a matter of, you know, T1's comp being better or anything like that. Hanwha Life Esports just are not executing on their comp as well as they had opportunities to, and now they're just really on the back foot. And T1 are just going to walk down bottom lane here, take an inhibitor, and there's just nothing that Hanwha Life Esports can do about it here. Without the Jarvan to catch or re-engage, they just are sitting ducks here for T1's onslaught. T1 get the empowered recall here, and they can just walk down mid and do it again.
Yeah,
that's the idea.
As well, there's so much value to be gained. Let's have a look at this one more time. Like, OnFleek just going too far. Yeah, the gravity field stops the rest of his team from being able to follow up at all.
The gravity field is well placed from Faker. It's just desperation here from Hanwha Life Esports. They don't have vision control, and they feel really desperate. Like, we need to get this Drake. We need to continue the lead in Drakes we had earlier, finally take that soul, and try to push the advantage we have. But unfortunately, the long-form damage here that T1 have in this Victor, the Jace poke that's going to be constantly crashing through when they have that vision advantage, is really starting to work against Hanwha Life's engage-based comp, where they need the Orianna ball, they need the Jarvan. When the Jarvan is disconnected from the rest of the team, you can't win that fight, but he tried.
Yeah, still not over just yet. T1 have pulled ahead as far as that gold is concerned by about 200. The Baron has worn off. 3.5 minutes on the Drake. And as these oceans start to stack up over and over again, the T1 poke, the T1 siege is just going to get more and more powerful. So Life Esports need to try and actually get towards that soul, really start to threaten, because it feels like ever since they took that third dragon and the Baron, Life have looked lost around this map.
The Baron especially was the big turning point. Is Uma.
Going to have to get devoured. And Carrier's going to walk this one out. Ona now finds himself in the company of 4 members. Make that 5 as, they try and get the kill to Samdi, and he's able to pick that one up. So, On Fleek throws himself into T1, and then Ona's like, haha, I can do it better, and throws himself into Life Esports.
Well, now Life Esports have, with obviously a dead jungler on the other side, nothing they can take in terms of Baron, in terms of Drake, but it's going to give them back map control, which is so important for both of these comps. Without Vision, the Shock Blast won't hit for Zeus. Without Vision, you can't set up the Shock Waves for Karis, set up those Jarvan engages, etc. So this is still a massive win for Life Esports, regardless of current state of objectives, because it will lead to Vision control when those come up and spawn. As Faker is actually like trying to get a solo kill in the bot lane. Meanwhile, I think I actually ulted there. But this is really well played by Life Esports. They see an opportunity here on Guma, go for it, and then they're able to trap Owner and isolate him here. So as the rest of T1 rotate away, Owner is unfortunately stuck here.
Yeah, and it was a coordinated play, and then when Gumushi just randomly took way too much damage, immediately as the Audacious charge came in, Owner looked very silly. And also it looked like trading places with him and On Fleek, but it was just the flag drag buffering situation that happens.
Yeah, Life Esports still, with this Baron buff, aren't able to get enough map control. But you could see they had all those 4 control wards they got in their jungle, but they still don't have anything on the red side of the map just yet. So, again, small victory here for Life Esports, but it doesn't lead to anything bigger picture-wise here, as Gumusi's already respawned. He's ready to go, ready for another team fight.
Well, I think it's going to be the next Drake fight. Of course, the Baron is going to be coming up a little bit sooner. I just think this Soul is going to be just so powerful on both of these teams. Life Esports for weathering the poke, and T1 for being able to provide more of it and more consistently. As T1 just seem to have perpetual vision control on what they need. As the flags come in, Karis is going to be able to at least shield himself up for the Shock Blast. And T1 are getting pushed back as this mid wave is being shoved. Something pretty close to having all these items collected. He would have liked a little bit of armor penetration, but there's not a lot of armor being built here, as there's just so much magic damage. So he kind of doesn't need to, I guess.
Yeah, you really don't in this case. Notice On Fleek has 95 ward score versus 52 for Owner, because that's so many more wards placed for T1. Like, that's how much vision they have controlled. That's how much they've invested to control vision.
And Area also can actually place wards, as the Tahm Kench, right? Vista doesn't have that luxury.
Exactly.
So much. Okay. Life Esports now all put together. I really like this fan from T1, able to get that poke out and not providing one target to get engaged on. Carrier takes a little bit there from the dissonance.
Ooh, the positioning here for Karis is so good, though. Gumayusi and crew are going to have to back off, and they're like, all right, we're going to trade this for the Baron and try to control the map. This could be a wrong call, though, for T1, as Vista and crew are heading over here, and T1, they're really just trying to rush this down. They might end up being a 50-50 on this. They might lose both.
They should be able to get this. As the teleport immediately comes in. Okay, that is going to be the Baron secured, and the Shockwave does absolutely nothing. Owner now splits up this fight as best he can, as Carrier finds himself on the wrong side of the fight. Dudu goes golden. Faker is out of there immediately, but not before taking down Honfleek on his way out. And T1, it is going to be a 1-for-1 trade support for jungler, and the Baron goes to T1. The Soul goes to Life Esports, and I think they're going to lose their inhibitor.
Looks like it's just barely going to go down with 2 super minions here. Dudu pulls them off.
Distract them enough is the question.
Cannon minion here as well. Will go down at the end of the day, so they also lose their inhibitor, which is even worse. But as you mentioned, the Orianna ball here and the ult that follows where On Fleek comes through is totally negated by Keria again. This guy on the Kench. And that's your only opportunity to win this fight as Life Esports, is the big Cataclysm ball combo there with the Orianna Shockwave, and it's just an easy turn.
It's just ridiculous how good Carrier is.
It really is, and T1 make a very calculated call. We have enough damage here, I think, to rush this down. They can't do both and then also compete with us, and we're going to be ready for the turn with the Devour. That Carrier is like, I will devour whoever ends up getting caught in that Cataclysm. The positioning was so good, and I really thought this is one way T1 might lose this game, is giving up Soul and the Baron here, losing the fight, and then Hanwha Life Esports just walked down mid. But they were able to pull it off so cleanly and so well because, again, Hanwha Life Esports' comp is all about that engage. It's an engaged comp with this Orianna Jarvan, and with one flick of Keiria's finger, it's all over. It's all negated, and now they have the Baron Baron buff to make this power play.
Yeah. And it feels like Keiria's Devour is like an AoE peeling ability, but it's not. It's single target. Like, theoretically, this Shockwave should still have a lot of value. The Cataclysm should still have a lot of value. I mean, Jarvan was always picked into Tahm Kench because it used to be that you couldn't save enough people, right? And so if you just catch the Tahm Kench with his friends inside a Cataclysm, like, what do? Well, now you Abyssal Voyage out because that's not your ultimate anymore, and it's just really interesting watching this change, the difference between Tahm Kench now to the Tahm Kench that he was, and seeing extra value now that that change has come through.
Yeah. Really fantastic position here for T1 now, despite the Ocean Soul, as they can just control all these waves. The bottom push isn't there just yet, so T1 playing this very patiently.
Yep.
And just putting down more and more control wards. Again, this is why you're seeing this ward score so high for Vista, so high for On Fleek, because T1 are just blasting them down everywhere. Everywhere they've got a chance to put a ward down. Like, there's nothing on this map T1 doesn't know that's relevant.
Yeah, there is vision all over the place, and this is the suffocation that we've been seeing over and over again. But the Baron is being thwarted for now. Hanwha Life do have a lot of wave clear opportunities with the Peacemaker, as well as Karis, and all of his bevy of abilities. Dudu also does a decent job himself, as Zeus going to take an ace in the hole. So it's not too much to worry about, as now the Baron is worn off. T1 weren't able to break open the base in any extra locations. And this bot inhibitor is going to be back up again in 2 minutes' time. The Elder and the Baron both sync within 3 seconds of one another.
Yeah.
And that is going to be a very interesting time.
I don't know if you get to trade that one, T1, but if T1 have so much of this vision control, they can basically prevent Hanwha Life Esports from doing either if they play it correctly.
This game is so close, by the way.
It's so close because this is really on a knife's edge. Any mistake gets made by either team and it's just over. Which is why T1 are just playing the boring, quote-unquote, style of just collecting vision instead of engaging and trying to make a play to end the game. They're just going to make sure that they have all the tools possible, all the best vision to take that game-winning team fight when those spawns of those important objectives come through in 2 minutes. And
yep,
T1 are also, I think, playing around the fact that, yes, they have decent wave for themselves, but they don't want to find themselves in a position where they can get jumped on, where they can get Gwenned, you know, get shockwaved.
That was almost a -1, but is actually going to be okay in the end. Samdi now with his Guardian Angel complete. Let's see what he actually purchases, as he doesn't have a whole lot more that he can buy. As he's not going to sell the shoes or anything like that, just grabs himself an elixir, and he's going to walk it out. This Caitlyn is absolutely massive.
Yeah, she really is. And she has the potential to do a ton of follow-up damage and survive through a longer fight, even against things like a Victor, if the engage is good. And for the engage to be good, they have to somehow tear through all of these T1 wards.
Yeah.
Look at, like, they're just everywhere. And you've got that. You've got the traps here set up for Gumayusi. So we just keep seeing Gumayusi go like, okay, well, like in 4 autos, I'll have my health back, but it's cool that you keep using your ult on me.
Yeah, exactly. Thankfully, Keria didn't need to save him from that one or anything like that, because there wasn't too much to worry about. But 6 items for both of these 80 carries.
And T1's just like, this is a standoff. Like, I'm going to stand on my Elder.
Yep.
And if you guys come at me, we win the fight. And if you don't come at me, well, then we're going to start it first. But Hanwha Life Esports are, you know, towing the line, too.
Well, there is a inhibitor that's respawning in 9 seconds time, so no more super creeps are making their way up the waves, as that's a decent stun there onto Onfleek, who decides to go in. That could actually be the end here, as Ona does it as well, but he's able to get himself out of the way. Does so nicely, as that's a great devour, but has Keria actually saved Faker? He gets a huge shield as Dudu goes golden, and now Ona looks for the re-engage. The curtains have been called, it's a 1-for-1, but Gwen for Tahm Kench, you will definitely take that if you're T1, as now the fight continuing and the double kill for Owner in the end. That is going to be that, as T1 find a team fight early and they will finish off this game.
And that's definitely going to be a vote in the Keria call on this one.
You can write it down right now,
we can write it down, because that is so many saves he's had this game, including on Faker in the end, which is the most critical one to end the game. Things look shaky in the start of that engage. Things look shaky in the start of that engage, but T1 are able to win it in the end.
Oh man, that was definitely a slow burn, but in the end, T1 are going to be able to pick up the win. Nexus goes down. Harmalife Esports, as per usual, made them work for it, but this time the curse is not going to strike.
And I think a lot of people might look at this and go, "Oh, I'm worried because T1 struggled in a 3-game series against Harmalife Esports. Will they be able to beat Gen G?" I think what we saw was T1 give Zeri over, then play into a Caitlyn bot lane, and play on hard mode, play the hardest best of 3 they could have given themselves.
As Jin Tom Kench into Karma Caitlyn. That is the silliest thing I think I've ever been able to say.
I think if this series doesn't give you insane confidence in T1, if this series doesn't make you feel like this team can win anything, like they played a scrim, like I want to see if we can win Jin into Caitlyn with the Tom Kench. This basically felt like T1 said, I want to make this as hard as possible so that we can actually have the best win that we could ever take against Gen G on Saturday. And this is a big statement win for T1. I don't want anyone to be confused and be like, wow, 2-1, like a little bit shaky there from T1. The drafting was a little bit weak. It almost feels like T1 wanted to play the hard game, and the way they handled that third game and how carefully they played it, how slowly they played it, and how much vision they played. These are things you're going to have to do against Gen G. These are moves you're going to have to make in the late game. That game will have 40, or that series will have 40-minute games. We will go to 6-7 Drake fights. And
I certainly hope so. That is what we and the fans deserve. Absolutely. Zeus had a bit of a rough one today, but this guy on your screen right here absolutely did not.
No.
Gumayusi and Carrier really, I think they were the ones making the statements. I think that there was certainly some oopsies on the top side of the map, but the bottom lane just seems to get better and better and better and better as we get the good old fake a thumbs up. He also had an okay series.
I thought his third game here on the Victor was really fantastic, despite getting picked twice. A lot of it out of his control. I thought his laning in particular was really great in that third game.
Yep. I also thought that flash in with Chaos Storm in the mid game was also very, very good. But I think overshadowed a little bit by the heroics of that man on your screen right there. Carrier trying to sneak out of here, but of course the camera guy is always going to get it.
T1 have now set us up for the potential 8-0 at the end of the week. Yeah. Staying undefeated here. This is often the trap game when you have the big 3 game on the other end of the week where you don't prepare well enough, your opponent prepares insanely hard, because on the opposite side of things, Harmalife Esports have this match, which is the one they definitely want to prepare more for, and then against a somewhat broken and recovering DRX later on this week. So this is the one Harmalife on the other side of the coin prepared insanely for, right? And they looked great in the draft. Harmalife came out tonight solid.
This was actually, it was a decent showing. I think the bottom lane were exposed a little bit, but I mean, that's sort of what happens when you're against Gumayusi Carrier. But outside of that, I think Dudu had probably the best series of the season so far that he's had. And this moment, definitely not a great look for Zeus, but his Jax game was good and, had great early game on the Trendemir as well.
I do think that, it's a series that we didn't think we were going to deserve from these two teams tonight. I think a lot of people just go, oh, well, T1 just outdoes it. And they did, but they did it in a cool way. You know what I mean? I think T1 proved a lot tonight. They can actually basically win games with one hand tied behind their back in terms of draft.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that's the right way to win. However, for T1 fans, if you get a bad feeling in the draft, don't worry, it's not all over just yet.
I think they will definitely play a very different style of drafting against Gen G, and it will look a lot cleaner than this. I mean, I think everybody was looking together. You and I were looking at each other with question marks over our heads. The stats guy was like, yeah, look at the 6-1 Caitlyn in this, in Caitlyn Karma into the Jin. And still, T1 proved us wrong, and I think that's one of the biggest stories of this series. And this is the kind of series that makes you happy because I think everybody's a winner. Harmalife Esports proved a lot tonight. And
we had just some of the best Tom Kench play that I've ever seen.
Yeah.
I think Sir Thomas has been revived. Tom Kench, when he became a bad pick, when LS was here, he said that Sir Thomas is not actually allowed to be stated anymore. Timothy Kenchins took his place. He was a sad peasant. But now I think Sir Thomas has reclaimed his name.
At least when Carrier's holding the wheel.
Thank you, Carrier, for that one. The revival of Sir Thomas Kench, the Knight.
Looked fantastic on it tonight. So many of these moments were turned by great Devours. And then Carrier re-engages, he gives his life so that there's a little bit more of an angle here for Faker. Gumayusi is extremely fed at this point. Curtain Call is good. So he has to walk a tightrope this series, as you mentioned.
Yeah, he did.
And he did come out ahead quite a bit because of it, but Better team might punish you for that.
Pretty surprised that Faker did so much damage to champions this game when he did have such a slow earlier stage, but just shows the power of Victor in the late game, and that Chaos Storm really getting a lot of value. His gravity fields as well, brilliant. Managed to get that key pick onto OnFleek, and as the game goes later and later, these single picks are just so incredibly valuable. So I think he might be challenging Carrier for the POG. However, I'm sort of still hoping for the 13 out of 13 for the Tamkin.
Faker's definitely my second pick, I think, even more than Gumayusi in this game. He did so well.
Yeah, exactly right. But ladies and gentlemen, it is time to throw it over to the collaborative rug space for some analysis.
Thank you, Atlas and Wolf. This is the carpet space that we are here for after game number 3. It is me, Valdez, with Chronicler. T1 able to squeak that win through, picks up the 2-1. And what were your thoughts on the draft here, Chronicler?
I like the early Sin's up priority. Feel like he is pretty much the strongest jungler at the moment. And if you look at Hanwha's side, obviously Cape Karma's really strong. But we also saw the limits of that, where it's just the level of gameplay from T1 bot lane is just unmatched, definitely by the Hanwha Life bot lane. And then even other moments like the Gwen matchup actually working in favor, whereas I think that is Jay's favorite. We saw Zeus bounce back very well on that. Faker's Victor was really good, did a lot of that. This is exactly what you needed it to do, right? But obviously the big hero here was Carrier, I think, in how he enabled the rest of the team. I think Guma had a consistent game, but I think both Zeus and Owner throughout the entirety of the day played pretty fast and loose.
A little bit flippy, you know?
Yeah, I don't think it was a particularly great day, but we also saw the quality of T1 shine through in that they were actually able to get the win. For Hanwha, great day, you know. I think OnFleek, if he had a little bit less pressure on him, might have actually gotten one of those 2-3 engages on that were very forced. And then it might have been a different game, but like you see the pressure on Hanwha.
Yeah, I felt kind of bad for him because, you know, there were a lot of fantastic plays that he made, but then sometimes in the really high pressure moments, you saw him just like, oh, I got to do something, I got to engage, and he would just immediately get picked off by the hands of T1.
Yeah, because with this comp especially, like as Hanwha, you're looking at that engage, because the engage is what's going to get you to win against a comp that has a range advantage. But into a Kench, it needs to be really good, and especially later on, didn't happen.
Did not happen. And guys, we do have highlight number 1, which we are going to take a look at here as Hanwha Life take the win in this first team fight.
As by the way, this is like level 11, like I think 18 minutes into the game. It was a long one. Not that much happened. And it is all when this comes through, and there's going to be a very unfortunate stab on a trap here that everyone is dodging through very nicely, and then that's Zeus. Not quite dodging around that pixel perfect. You see a couple of these moments where Hanwha Life actually, throughout the entirety of the series, honestly, beside bot lane in really any of the games, but particularly game 2 and 3, was able to just outmatch a lot of the pressure. Gumayusi says, thank you. Yeah, Vista, looking up there. Can't really do that.
Yeah, don't do that, guys. Jin has this thing where on his 4th shot, he does a big boom boom and does the damage. So you don't want to get in range of that. That's the official term, big boom boom. Guys, we do have the second highlight available right now, which we are going to take a look at here.
And here again, you see the knowledge that OnFleek has that it's going to come down to his engage. And again, Carrier's like saving Owner and then subsequently going back in, hitting a 2-man knock-up on the enemy backline and setting up for Faker to then carry the fight. It's just beautiful, right? Like, it's the type of moments that really show why this T1 is undefeated, because I think a lot of lesser teams would be in a position like today, like Hanwha, and they're not winning, even with the Ocean Soul, even with a composition that scales very well into the late game.
Yeah, and I think the casters did a good job of framing, you know, what the stakes are, right? Because Hanwha Life, they are going up against T1 as their hardest opponent. T1's going up against Gen G next week, but still, you know, Hanwha prepared some really good drafts, and T1 some interesting ones, but they were able to pull it through. We do have the third highlight ready to go as we are going to take a look at this last team fight.
And here again, the pressure just kind of becomes too much right for OnFleek. Tries to go in, and then it's okay from here on out. It's not like it's immediately lost. But with so much being invested in just trying to keep On Fleek alive, the team fight is very drawn out. Again, Carrier does a great job of keeping his carries alive. We see the positioning from Gumayushi here on these Jin ultimates. He's been very proactive about using them in like, he walks away as far as he literally has to in these fights. And then he starts Conan calling, right? And the rest of the team plays around that really well.
Yeah, guys, we do have the player of the game ready to go, so let's take a look at who does pick it up. If it's not Keria, I'm going to leave. It's Keria! 200 points here, 100% co-participation at 15. But really, it just came down to the way that he played every single team fight.
Redemption for the previous game.
Yeah.
But that time around, he didn't get it. Honestly, we have some players where we're like, don't give them the champion. And I can't believe I'm saying this, but I'm starting to feel like Keria maybe is one of the supports where Tom Kench could be off limits. Or at the very least, you need to have something in your repertoire to punish it, right? Because there are picks that do it. You can play a lot of champions that kind of use the lack of pressure that he has, but his devours. But especially, and I think this is the big difference between him and a lot of other players, his Abyssal Voices, right? Like every single time he finds a backline, he does it so much better, so much more consistent than any other player we've seen play this champion, and really showcases this champion can be a solo laner, and a lot of that is tied into his tankiness and his way to CC, soak up a lot of that.
Yeah, and Keria could probably play this in a solo lane and win as well. 9 out of 13, so we do have some sinners there, but that is okay. Guys, we do have the POG interview ready to go. I'm going to hand it over to Ji-san.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Ji-san, joined by T1's bottom duo, Gumayusi and Keria for the POG interview. Congratulations! T1 is still undefeated here in the LCK Spring Split. You are 7-0 so far. Keria, how do you feel? Well, I actually had a six-match winning streak, but it ended there. So I'm happy that I actually made it to 7 this time around. And Gumayusi, this is your 5th POG of the split. How do you feel? I think I did kind of deserve it. Feels great. Gumayusi always super confident for the POG interview. And Gumayusi, you are playing against Samdi. You know, there was some rivalry happening since the Academy series in the LCK, so tell us about your friendship. I think Samdi is really good. He scales really well. His laning phase is also decent. So if he works harder, he can be me, you know. That's my thought. So you said you were first in the academy, whereas Samdi was second. Do you still think that you are on the first place compared to Samdi? Yeah, of course. And Keria. T1 actually hovered Zeri, however decided to lock in Karma instead, so the opponents were able to lock in Zeri and Yumi together. Did you see that coming? Yes, we had a lot of practice against that bot lane comp. But the opponents in Screams weren't that good at that comp, but Zeri is pretty strong, so we decided to, you know, just remove that. Yeah, just like you said, T1 decided to ban it away after game number 1. Do you think Zeri is a powerful pick right now? Yes, pretty much. And also, as long as we can also get the chance, we will also be able to show our own Zeri. Keria, you had back-to-back Tom Kench game and you were able to pick up wins after wins. So why are teams and players actually favorite Tom Kench in the current meta? How do you rate this champion? I think support picks, you know, doesn't really get affected by the meta a lot. It actually depends on the given situation and surroundings. So whenever you see the angle, you can actually just play Tom Kench. It's not about the meta that fits Tom Kench so well. It was just the right kind of situation for us to play Tom Kench as support. And Gumayusi, after losing game number 1, T1 came back so stronger, especially playing around the bottom side of the map. You guys were able to have priority and just finish the game there. We just said after game number 1, we were like, oh, Jerry is so irritating. So we decided to, you know, focus up for game 2 because I was a little bit mad. And Carrie, I heard you are the main shot caller of T1 these days. So were your, you know, shot calls coming in clutch to turn the series around? Actually, all 5 players have to, you know, play well in order to get the win. So I think we all did a great job. And then Gumayusi. In game number 2, the T1's bottom, they actually had about 4,000 gold lead against Hana Life's Aphelios. How were you able to kind of outplay the opponents that much? I think Jinx is a brilliant champion to actually, you know, play on the line, you know, with the range advantage. So I was able to win by a huge margin during the laning phase. I also want to ask you about game number 3, especially about the picks. You know, Caitlyn is having a huge favor in the LCK. She was 6-1 in that matchup, and then LCK was not having a great success on Jhin. He was sitting on about 30% win rate. Actually, our game 3 bottom duo was something we prepared in order to play against Caitlyn. I think it worked so well. However, game 3 was very close. It was a neck-and-neck game between T1 and Hana Life Esports. So when was the moment that you were confident to win the game? Well, never, but I thought if we can keep making good decisions in every moment, we will be able to close out the game. In the previous interview, we heard that you were unhappy that you were not getting enough POGs. What about today? I didn't expect to win POG today. Oh, no, I canceled that. I think I did. I think that I deserve the POG. Your next opponent will be Genji. This is gonna be the match of the week number 4. A lot of fans are waiting for that match to finally come. So what's your mindset heading into that series? Just like the Tom and Kia series before, I hope we can have a good match. And also, we're going to get Genji, and we're going to beat KT as well, and finish first round robin undefeated. What about you, Keria? Same. You know, I hope to continue this winning streak, and I hope we can have a great series. And this will be the end of the interview from Keria Gumayusi from T1, and I'm going to pass it back to Valdez and Chronicler. Thank you.
Thank you, Ji-sun, for that awesome translation there of the interview with the bottom lane from T1. I think that Keria does deserve more POGs. I would agree with him on his second point there. So guys, we're going to take a look at the standings after that win from T1. They are on a winning streak of 7 games in a row here to start spring.
Because they're 7-0.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's the way it works.
I got you there. No, T1 looking like the best team in the league by a large margin.
Yeah.
And I'm hoping that Genji, which they should, make it very competitive. I think Donwon against Genji was still the best series of the split thus far, so I just hope that it's matched this Saturday.
Yeah, I may have spoken wrong. It is, of course, later on this week on Saturday that those two teams will be playing. But later on today, we do have DRX up against KT. That's going to be the second match of the day, guys. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in about 30 minutes.
And all it took was the sacrifice of Guangdong Freaks.
Yeah, because I think we can actually now, and I hate to do it, but I think I was kind of leaning in week 1. I was like, I think this team has some serious issues about how it's approaching objectives. And I was like, yeah, I think these are 5 great players, but I think this team is probably number 10 in the LCK. I think we could pretty clearly say Guangdong is number 10 in the LCK right now, sadly. And it's
Can we bring up the standings? Because
they are actually, in fact, at the moment, number 10. But I think like there's no like, well, they're number 10 right now, but like they had a tough strength of schedule, and like they're gonna bounce back. No, like a lot needs to change before they're not.
Commentators don't say that though. Oh wait, hang on. No, I do. Never mind. I've said that quite a lot. Take it all back.
Yep.
You were gonna say, Chronicle.
With Guangdong, the issue is just that outside of Keen, and I don't even think Keen has been playing. Like his laning has been really good, but his out of lane presence I don't think has been that amazing compared to what he's shown in the past. I think it's just Teddy, and he's back again where he started. He's gone full circle, and it's not a pretty sight. I think he looks really good. But Fade is so much worse. I know me and Brendan were both really big Fade fans.
I think all of us were on the Fade hype train, and then it was just like,
nope.
We've been huge Fade fans
really weak
since
start.
Like, Yamato was coaching Sandbox, and like he spoke to us and like spoke about how cool this player is and how good he is in scrims and these things that he's been doing and all that sort of stuff. And ever since then, we're just like, come on, Fade, we know you got it.
I had like a mini heart attack when I heard he might be going to North America. I was like, no, that's my guy. Like, you can't take him from us. And then he stayed, and I was like, yes.
Instead. Oh, no.
And it feels really strange, too, because I think this meta should be good for him, right?
Yeah.
Like, he's just a control mage player. He should be able to play stuff like Victor, stuff like Azir. He has in the past, Orianna, but now it's just, I don't know. It's all up in the air for him.
It's really hard for Guangdong as well, because when DRX was still losing, I thought they could have made a reasonable call and called up some of the challengers players, which I don't think it necessarily fixes the issue, but sometimes bringing in new players, like we saw this with Nongshim even, bringing in Peter, had a really big impact on how the rest of the team played. And DRX's team, like the top side and the jungler, Clear and Peach are both amazing. But for Guangdong, their only good players really are top and mid, right? It's Ilima and Bulldog can't play yet, and Ilima is playing behind Keen. So like there's also not really a good solution for them. They're not going to find a good jungler or a support out of nowhere, and I don't know how they're going to fix it.
Make Ilima play mid.
The thing
That's
is, like,
the way.
I don't think it's an
put him in
individual
mid lane.
problem, right?
But that's
like,
exactly what I was about to say, Wolf. Like, it's not. I don't think any of the individual parts are an issue at all.
they need to work together,
They
though.
they don't do anything together whatsoever. Like, Keen was 5,000 gold ahead in his lane. How do you not have your team facilitate you after that?
And
how does that not work? And you're an LCK team.
And how do you never put wards around objectives or group up for an objective or side lane so that you can push to objectives faster or do anything but either just sit in lane and farm or just K-Ram as 5 in mid, which is what they do every game, and then they lose control of the map, even from ahead.
I think what Mal is trying to say as well is that even the addition of one player can totally change the way the team plays, right? And we've seen it before with Peter. We've seen it with other players. There's one very specific... Gory is the one where he came in and the team looked totally different. And yeah, Gory was a better player than Bae, but just the way they interacted with each other, the way they communicated, I think it can totally change just with the fresh change. And if things keep going down, I think it's something they should consider.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the point, though. It's like you don't... If you can bring in a player and then automatically all 5 players speak together correctly, then yeah, like, cool. Like, that's a great move. But the idea is not any one player on Guangdong Freaks being the problem. The problem is none of them seem to talk with each other.
Yeah.
I mean, yes, Hoyt's had some stinkers. And like,
Hoyt
yes,
and
they've
LM.
had, like, LM is probably the worst jungler in the LCK right now.
A little bit better.
But like
some improvement.
The first person to look stupid when your communication sucks is the jungler.
Yeah, of course.
Every single time. Like, you need to be feeding your jungler information. Unless, like, you're like the off example of, like, you know, Score in the past, who just be able to be the orchestrator of his own destiny every game and things like this. And Score had some bad games in his time as well, but the majority of the time he was okay. Other examples, I guess, are Canyon, who can also just feel how the jungle works and things like that. Tarzan as well is another great example of that. Of like
Miss Tarzan,
like very I guess smart junglers that are able to just know.
Cloud Templar.
Cloud Templar, another absolute genius when it comes to the jungle. His Amumu play, of course, just absolutely staggering.
Stunning.
But Elm, he's not that player, right? Elm was a mechanics type snowball jungler when he was playing for T1, and he needs to be helped. He needs to be fed that information. He needs to be guided, and there's no one on that team guiding anyone.
The Olaf nowhere in sight. Rascal's positioning is so good though, you can't really fight this as Live Sandbox because there's a flash cannon who's got ult available right on the edge. They got a split.
They do, as that is a Hex Flash to get Cuz out of there, as Arya dashing forward. Moonlight Vigil lands onto 5 instantly, 3 blow up! And Rascal now has to try and get this work done by himself, aiming.
Arya is trying to burst him down, and Ruler still hasn't been able to get one auto attack off.
Rascal is trying to win the game in mid right now as well. He's trying to get through a turret, so this is not all for naught here for KT if they don't get these kills, because they're still getting damage done on the map, but they can still back off to a Baron.
Yeah, there's Rascal, and there it is. Here comes Rascal, and that's going to be the end of the 2 carries. They both go down, and Peanut somehow lives again.
이거 리신 와볼래? 리신 와봐. 기다려. 나 앞에 찾을 수 있어. 앞에 봐줄 수 있어. 호응돼? 오케이.
And Jonas Strong is trolling him.
Yeah, if he doesn't step on that, then suddenly Nongshim have free reign.
Uh-oh, Ghost could be in a bit of trouble.
Behind that
Up and
turret.
there we go. It's gonna hit him and take him down.
He had flash. I think he could have gotten behind that turret.
Landed on Dom 1 as Faker. Canyon has no friends in the area whatsoever. Final spark as Carrier's going to get cataclysmed as now Canyon, he's managed to put them into the hole, and there goes Showmaker. Manages to grab 1, there's 2. The front line is now dead outside of Faker, I guess.
들켰어? 숨었어. 나 보여. 너 안무빙 해줘야 될 듯? 이거 그냥 더 뺄게. 하나만 더 풀. 해볼게.
Going to be able to lock that one down immediately. It's answered. First Terror Flood, like you say, provides the answer as Shadow Surge comes down, and Faker is going to come on in onto Showmaker. Goodbye, as it's Carrier that locks down the kill. Another hook to come through as well, as Bertle has to flash to get out of the way, but Faker's got the reset. Of course he does.
Keep your head warm.
Only 26K!
Patch on some patches.
Patches sold separately. Marketing.
Why do you have like 2 top lanes? Are you you're top lane for both teams?
When the sky falls and the sun turns black, when the earth halts, then don't look back. Hold me closer, can you feel my heart? We can conquer and win back all. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. We walk through the fire. Leave this place and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. The embers glowing, we're waiting for the blaze, ascending from the ashes, bonfires in the haze. Standing tall now, your feet are on the ground. You fought your demons, nothing breaks you down. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. Walk through the fire. Leave this place and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. Fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk heart on my sleeve, ready to bleed. Wish I had another drink, then I'd have left it. Instead we're gonna go to the brink. Don't you think that we should forget it? Give me all your love, give me all your love. Give me all your love, all your love. I've been waiting for you to come through, for all of your promises to be true. It's heartbreaking, and gray is the mood. I wanna believe in you. You can run and you can hide, learn to live on your denial. Oh baby, I'm losing faith, got to the chase. I can read between the lines, don't wanna live on borrowed time. Oh baby, I'm losing faith, got to the chase. Liberating, you know what to do. Don't let your demons define you. You can run and you can hide, learn to live on your denial. Oh baby, I'm losing faith, got to the chase. I can read between the lines, don't wanna live on borrowed time. Oh baby, I'm losing faith, got to the chase.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Spring 2022. I'm Atlas, joined by Wolf here for our final series of the evening. DRX taking on KT. Now, this would have been a really cool story, right?
Yeah.
It's a lot of former DRX players now playing up against their old org, even the coaching staff, which is now entirely moved from DRX to KT, fighting against their old org, things like this, a lot of that fun stuff. But now, there is far more to talk about, because DRX, unfortunately, due to COVID and things like that, the fact that their players did get contracted, it means that it's only Deft from DRX that's going to be playing here in our first game.
This is essentially the closest thing you'll ever get to promotions in the LCK now that we're in a franchise league, that we have DRX's Challenger League team basically being called up. It's called an emergency call-up because this is what, and we'll bring it up on screen and explain it, but the DRX emergency call-up is because of the COVID crisis. LCK granted them an emergency call-up. The same will be true of Nongshim later on this week. Deft is the only one who remains on this team. You will get, of course, Clear, Peach, Setab, and June coming up as well to join him. And the original players can sub in starting in Game 2 because they've all tested negative as of earlier today.
Yeah, they all made it out of quarantine after testing negative. So theoretically, in Game 2, we could have a completely different DRX outside of Deft, who will be a mainstay. But KT ended Genji's 5-game winning streak, and let's see whether they can continue to be absolute monsters.
Yeah, this is going to be such a cool storyline, like you said, with the former teammates. And the Rascal and Life just defeated their former team, so that was KT's win over Genji that got everyone really excited. I just can't use this word. But Rascal dominated, right? And Life had the Jarvan support, which we love to see all the time. Worked very, very well. And mind you, this is also a 13-1 Challenger League team. This is a team that is dominating Challengers. So to see them stack up against KT Rolls here is going to be very exciting.
Yeah, and we already we saw Taeyun and Jun, the bottom lane for DRX. They were in the LCK for a bit of summer, I believe, last year. So we do know about at least the support player on the DRX side and have seen him before. But you're exactly right. Clear and Peach have been absolutely smashing the Challenger scene. Looking forward to seeing what he's going to be able to do here. As, yeah, it's the Rascal test, and this guy has been our best top laner.
It really
by
has.
a really massive margin. Like, this guy is, Warning hard mode is 100% it. I think this guy's he's approaching 20 solo kills already. It's been like, what, 3 weeks?
It's insane, and he is getting these solo kills and having these incredible records in losses as well. That's the crazy thing about it, is even when KT Rolster lose, he looks phenomenal. He's also the only player who's able to consistently pull off the Lee Sin top, which is his most played champion in the role at the moment, which is just insane. Taking a look at some of the team stats here, you can somewhat ignore this DRX side because it's not the same team.
Don't even bother looking at it. It means absolutely nothing. That was actually even on our stat sheets. It's like, this is irrelevant. Whereas KT's stats are pretty incredible, actually. Like their first blood percentage, first tower percentage, and first herald percentage. It means their early game has been very proactive, and that's been a lot to do with, especially in their more recent games, Cuz stepping up and being able to play out an early game that he used to be known for on teams like Longju back in the day.
Yeah, and that first herald percentage is really important right now in this meta. We're seeing it really help control that gold. Here they are.
Yeah.
The DRX Challenger team.
It's a very new look with one of also our most tenured players here in the LCK in Deft. And Deft has been very good at this, leading a bunch of rookies to some victories in the past. Let's see whether he can do it again. As Clear, Peach, Setab, Deft, and Jun take to the
June, you know, has moved roles, now a support player. He has looked phenomenal in the Challengers League. He's played even his signature Lee Sin support pick, so he's got a very wide pool of champions, but none as wide as Clear, who's actually played 10 different unique champions in the top lane, including a Yone pick in the top side. So it's really hard to gauge where this roster goes and what may be this one game, this one chance these players have.
It's so cute. Yeah, well, it is going to be an alpaca with a bunch of rookies on his shoulders. And let's see how strong Deft's back is going to be here today. Not necessarily for the play, because we've already stated Clear and Peach are dominating, destroying Challenger. But what does that mean?
Yeah.
What does that mean in the context of LCK? Because we've seen so many other teams that are heralded as being absolutely amazing not quite make the impact in the LCK that they would like. But then we've also had Damwon, we've had Griffin, we've had even Sandbox when they promoted were a team that was very, very good. So we'll see. We'll see whether Challenger is actually legit as they take on KT, a team that has finally figured themselves out.
Yeah,
here at the beginning of spring.
Now, KT face a very unique challenge today, and then they may actually face 9 players in a single best of 3 because of this situation where earlier today it was granted permission that they could use their main roster after game 1 because they already announced the roster before, so they couldn't change it before the game 1, so they still have to use that Challenger's lineup. But now KT may have to win a best of 3 against a very unique drafting style in game 1, but then the OG DRX in game 2 and 3.
It's literally one team versus 9.
Yeah,
it's actually 1v9. They have to 1v9 team.
It's going to be really interesting to see how KT handles the drafting because that's where things can get really complicated. And where DRX, who by the way are Coach Kimless and still have an interim coach right now, will figure out a strategy here against KT Rolster, because again, DRX are the underdogs. They were the underdogs in general when it was the regular roster, but now it's a Challengers roster, so we could see some crazy picks tonight. We didn't see anything too out of the box earlier, except, you know, Zeri did go through, but this is the one where anything could happen. As here's the lineup here. You mentioned it, Clear and Peach, the strong dynamic duo here.
And also, Jun is looking pretty good there in the support role as well. But yeah, man, this team has been doing very, very well in Challenger. And let's see how it's going to transition moving towards the LCK. Like, the DPM stats, pretty massive, but especially out of the jungle and the top lane. That's where my eyes are going to be glued. ㅣ hasn't necessarily been a laner, but has been able to facilitate well later in the game. But he's up against Arya, and that's kind of similar, right? Like, Arya hasn't had a great time in lane either, but then does manage to figure things out the further the game goes on. So very interested to see how these players are going to go. But like, look at that champion pool on Clear, man.
It's insane.
The Yone top, heck yeah.
He's played 10 unique champions in 14 games. Here in the Challenger League. His most played is the Gwen. That's the overlap. He's 4-0 on that. We don't really have to talk about the champion stats too much because they've only lost 1 single game. They've had a few close calls, but it has been otherwise mechanics that get them through when they fall behind early. And that's also the same to be said of KT Rolster, where sometimes they fall behind early, then Arya's late game teamfighting mechanics come through, Rascal's late game comes through.
And Cuz like hitting every single Poppy ult in existence.
Yeah. I find it fitting that the mid laner for DRX's Challengers team's name is ㅅ, which is in Korean ㅅ, which is to open a new tab in your browser. And I find that to be so interesting in that
because
DRX
everyone needs to open a new tab to figure out who he is. They're like, oh, where's the wiki? I gotta figure out who this guy is.
I was thinking it that way. I just think this is DRX opening a new tab, right, in their history, because they get to play. They get to do what no one has done before, is to bring basically nearly a full Challengers roster into the LCK. All of the CL players on Deft's back.
Yep.
This is going to be a really fun one.
I reckon it is. I reckon it is. And we've seen this happen in things like Kesper Cup and stuff like that, right, in the past. But even now, Kesper Cup isn't the tournament that it once was, and we are still seeing a bit of that Challenger crossover coming through here in the LCK. It may not be for the last time this week either, as Nongshim have also had a few struggles here. As Hirai looks on over at his former team there, and also not wearing his suit, which threw me off there for a second. I was like, wait, is this the Hirai that I know? The guy that always looked so dapper? But he's, I like the jacket as well. I actually think that KT's outfits have been phenomenal this season.
They really have. And KT been throwing a curveball, you know, to have to face potentially 9 players today. Let's see how they handle it as we go to the first draft. DRX, the home team for this series, will have blue side.
Yeah, they're going to be banning away the Akali first. A little bit more flexibility here for these guys. They take stuff off the board. We'll see whether the Jinx gets a look in, as Xin Zhao actually going to be very highly prioritized, and Deft's Caitlyn obviously needs a nod. I mean, Caitlyn in general needs a nod.
See if the Zeri is left open here.
Looks like she might be.
Yeah, there's a few other picks here that are left open.
Is available.
Corki, the Renekton for clear potentially is Zeri's taken out. Of the champions ㅅ has played, he has not played the Corki. They will prioritize the Aphelios.
That is,
put your money in the Deft basket right now if you're DRX.
But I mean,
is the game plan here.
don't KT pick Jinx Corki and then just walk away with DRX's Nexus? Like,
we'll see. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, because I think that the Corki pick in the past was definitely the biggest go-to, but we're going down the Kalista route here for aiming. We saw this work.
Set, lock it in. Don't be
Kalista
scared.
set, the Kalista and Jarvan. The Jarvan could be a flex pick in this case, so you have a lot of power with it, even if you pick it up this early.
It is banned, though.
Oh, that's true. Sorry. I'm not looking at the bans today, man. You caught me twice.
Yeah.
There's the Renekton, though.
Oh, yeah. Renekton available as well. Certainly a lot of things that have been left up, especially with Zeri being released now and having the fact that she is so strong. Does sort of mean that the ban list gets a little bit fragile.
So Satab's most played is the Victor. It's, you know, where he does, you know, fairly average in lane, but then carries later on that his Victor starts to come online. And we've seen this so many times in the Challenger League. So it's a pretty easy bet to pick this one up here for DRX, because it does kind of play itself as long as you don't have any major errors, especially against a laner like Arya, who he himself is not known for solo killing or performing very well in the laning phase. This could be the set slot you were talking about.
I mean, it should be Corki. Like, at least pick Corki.
I mean, with the Kalista Renekton, I don't know if you want that in this comp anymore.
I think don't you just want to win? I don't really understand. Isn't that champion broken?
It's going to be the set, yeah. I like this. I mean, I don't think you want the Corki in this comp anymore, because
I guess Kalista is a little bit over-indexed into the early stage.
Yeah, I think you're looking for more snowball here now as KT roster with this comp, and I mean, the Corki is still one way to shore up the late game if you're not 100% confident, but I think it's not going to come through here, as we will see the Leona ban that you often see when you do pick up this set style of drafting. And I love this Diana ban, because it's basically saying, I'm not going to let you really, really snowball in this game after getting an early lead, then the Diana blows up in the mid game.
Yeah, and Diana Renekton is really, really crazy as well. That is, it allows Renekton to sort of scale into the late game a little bit, or allows the Renekton comp to do so, because then you start giving farm to Diana, and then Diana is the character that actually does scale. Kind of like that. But KT, one last ban.
The Alistar.
Interesting. Jun, of course, bit of an Alistar aficionado, but I don't know whether it's worth throwing the ban out.
I think this will be Peach on the Lee Sin, even though he hasn't played it in Challengers yet. That's normally Jun's signature support pick, but I don't think that's going to happen here in the LCK. The Orianna hover we saw earlier is so perfect for this insanely powerful ball carrying comp that they already have, and that's just going to be taken off the board right away. I don't think we will see a pivot to the Corki, but it wouldn't be out of the question.
The fact that Corki is just being ignored the whole time is bothering me. It's confusing me.
They need some magic damage. And there's the Nidalee. This is the other ban that was pretty easy to pull out here for DRX with the Renekton already picked. So
well, it's also Cuz's Nidalee, and he has played this a lot in the past. Is Gwen being considered certainly one of Clear's more standard picks?
Yeah,
but
that
is going to be picked up, and then Jun to collect the Lulu to put alongside Deft here. So this is certainly looking like a bit of a Deft focused composition thus far.
Yeah, for sure. This is all about getting Deft into a really, really strong position later on. The Lee Sin can help facilitate that early, and then you have, of course, the Victor to back up the scaling too. The Azir is quite an interesting pick here because of its, you know, normally you're focused on its scaling, but actually it has a lot of kill pressure with the Nidalee. You can set up those spears, and then you can actually really put the Victor in its place early. You also can, of course, dominate the bot lane with Hex Flash non-stop here for life. He will flash level 2 every time. It's going to happen this game. And then you have the Renekton, who is very powerful too, in conjunction with the Nidalee. So Peach will face a ton of pressure in his first LCK game here against all the ways that KT can actually dominate early. But if DRX can stabilize, if they can make it through that mid game, the Aphelios, the Victor, the Gwen, these things will absolutely outscale everything KT has despite the Azir.
Well, the thing that I'm worried about, right, is this is Rascal's Renekton. This is the first time this has actually gotten through.
That's true, yeah.
And Rascal is probably the best Renekton player that we have here in the LCK. He'd play it off meta. He'd still be just ridiculously powerful. This is, of course, referring to his time on Gen G. He's one of the Renekton players that we allow to play Renekton no matter what the meta is. And right now, Renekton's actually still pretty strong. So DRX, there's been some really interesting things that have happened in this draft. The lack of Corki is just the weirdest thing. Like, I'm still coming to terms with the fact that it wasn't picked or banned or looked at all the entire game.
It's so difficult to make work, I think, in KT's comp. I think because there's no kill pressure mid, you want the Azir instead. You want something like this. I'm not a huge fan of it on KT side. However, it could have very well been picked up by DRX with the draft that they're going for, but they ignored it as well to go for comfort for ㅣ2022.
Yeah, very interesting. But I mean, it doesn't fit absolutely everywhere. But I do want to understand the reasoning behind it. Maybe that's something for the analyst chairs to come to a conclusion on, as DRX and KT make their way out onto the Rift here for game number 1 of our second series of the night. Bit of a welcome back after some time off here in the LCK, and unfortunately, DRX, some of their players do not have the greatest of times. That is why you're seeing very different players on your screen right now. Clear, Peach, ㅣ2022, and Jun are, of course, all from the DRX Challengers team, because Kingen, Pyoshik, and the rest of DRX, unfortunately, not able to play, or at least in game number 1. They have come out of quarantine now, and they're okay, but once you submit rosters, you have to use the rosters.
Yeah. I think what this means for DRX and what this means for Challengers is a lot. So many leagues, actually, is just a little trading here. So many leagues will actually ban outright Challengers teams from playing against League teams because it could actually change the way the league is perceived. If people actually think the Challengers League is stronger or certain teams are stronger, then it could actually be detrimental to a franchise, for example, right? So what I mean to say here really is, if DRX win this, I think it says a lot for Challengers, because it means, okay, the Challengers teams might be stronger than people expect. And it also means that maybe DRX change how they play future series. Like maybe this team becomes the DRX team. There's a lot of things that it means for Challengers, a lot of things it means for DRX.
Whoa, ㅣ2022 is so young.
Yeah.
2004. Man, Peach is basically an old man. 2000?
Yeah.
Whoa. Ridiculous. But Clear winning out on these trades early on. Gwen versus Renekton, something that we've seen in the past, is Arya in a little bit of trouble here, wandering towards Kuz, as he does have a blast going and will take the long way around. But right now you can see the DRX laners working out pretty well. Some glitter lances flying through from Jun as well, who is heralded as a phenomenal support player. Of course,
yeah.
You know, the more your team wins, the more you just look good in general. However, Chronicler assures me that these players are all just really good. And right now, 8-0. I threw my pen on the desk. Clear is just the best top laner I've ever seen.
The comparisons for Jun when he's moved into the support role have been made that he's very similar to Keria in terms of play style and how many champions he can play and how threatening he can be. And I think that's a comparison we see on the Korean side a lot for a good reason.
Oh, the flash! Oh, and the auto is in the air. ㅣ2022, solo kill first blood.
Solo kill first blood, kicks Arya's flash.
Do you know what we might just need to let's cancel the LCK. Let's watch Challenger from now on. I don't know. Apparently this is the league.
Well,
overreaction.
The setup here is pretty insane for him, right? And he ends up trading it very well. Gets that early kill, now has early boots, and is going to be so frustrating to deal with here as he's just going to outgun Arya in so many of these scenarios.
Could you imagine being Zeka right now? Shaking in your boots.
So, I mean, yeah, exactly. But the problem here, too, is it's actually the burn from the Corrupting Pot that gets him in the end. The crazy part about this, too, is that this is the Azir that, you know, normally we're like, oh, okay, late game Azir, but it needs to be strong with the Nidalee, needs to get them a tempo advantage in this game.
Yeah, this is about sort of early game working out. And of course, like, they do have aiming and life, able to set up so many fights. I think that Rascal will be just a little bit more relevant anyway as the game goes on, as Deft is going to discover Kuz here. And they do know what's happening. And it looks like they're going to take enough control of this wave to stay all right. No dives from Kuz or anything like that right now. Life still has his flash pull.
Yeah.
It's a weird thing.
Yeah, it is very unusual to see him hold on to that at level 2. He normally goes for an all-in, but positioning perhaps too good on the bottom side. Too much respect being shown there. And obviously with the Lulu pick, you can trade back quite a bit. Now Peach is hovering this lane.
Yeah.
Aiming very dangerously close.
The face breaker comes in. Jun baited. Let's see whether it's actually going to be enough. Gravitum working out. The flash comes in as Peach flashes to try and catch up to life. Kuz in a decent position right now, as Jun has to be a little bit careful. And in the end, it is flash from the jungler, traded for triple summoners, which is not too bad. They're on the bottom.
Yeah, no, it's really nice. You know, luckily for Life, he actually went for the phase rush this case again, so he can actually get out of there. Otherwise, he straight up dies. As once again, Arya flashless here.
ㅣ2022 doesn't have his flash either, so that's why Arya felt like he was a little bit safer.
Scary trading.
I was frightened for him.
Look at how he has to path to get out of lane here too, because Peach is coming up, and they know this.
Yep.
It's a really valuable ward here, actually, in the mid lane as well.
Oh, now DRX is going to be able to get the crash here at the same time. They are playing with this tempo very, very nicely. I think it's really cool that I don't think that Beryl was sick. I don't think that I don't know about Zeka either. I know Kingen and Pureshik certainly couldn't play, but putting in all of the team that have already developed so much together and just keeping depth, that extra sort of veteran voice. I think it's just a really cool idea here for DRX to make sure that they can keep what makes this team good as a whole, right?
Exactly.
Give them the best chance to win. And look, I wouldn't be surprised if they just kept this team in for game 2 if they win.
I hope they do, regardless of result, to be honest. But that's my personal opinion. I just really want this team to have an opportunity to, like, give them a best of 3. You know, not just one game and be like, sorry, yoink.
Yeah, no, exactly.
Like, let this team be more than an emergency team for today. That's my personal opinion, but I'm not the coaching staff of DRX.
True. In fact, I think they have one.
Yeah, they have an interim one at the moment.
Yeah.
That's it. So, you know, laning phase going well here for DRX. They got an early kill, first blood in the mid lane. And as long as they don't make any errors here before this Rift Herald fight, like, they're actually feeling very good about their start here.
Oh, absolutely. And ㅣ2022 not actually overextending. Both of these flashes for these mid laners are going to be coming up at the same time. As we do have a slight rotation towards a dragon. 4 members on the bottom side of the map for KT. As Kuz throws a trap into this brush and finds this control ward, just speeding himself up. The new Year skin, very cute. ㅣ2022 throws down the Chaos Storm. Arya just got back to this lane and may just have to leave. KT still going to start off this dragon though. Peach will take his red buff.
He's not going to try to look for a steal or anything here. And this is what you want to do as DRX. You have to avoid this. Well,
yeah, Jun actually moving on over. Peach not quite in position on time as Peach, ㅣ2022 over here looking for Kuz, but they don't actually jump on top of him.
The communication here for DRX, I think, is around the fact that Arya has control of this, or rather, Arya is losing control of this mid lane to ㅣ2022, and so as a result, they feel like, okay, we can look for a fight here if we time this out. They're a little bit late to the party to get a steal or to force an engage there, but they almost had that opportunity. But like I was going to say, like, DRX, their comp doesn't want to fight early, doesn't want to skirmish early a lot of the time, especially when level 6 is up for this Azir, but you know, with the prio they had there, they looked for it.
Yep. Life's set win rate still pretty good, 14 and 6. Suffered, I think, a loss or 2.
He's 4-1 this season.
Yeah, 4-1 this season, so only 1. But still looking absolutely fantastic. Is the only player that's really sticking to the set, just because it's Life, and he's just very, very good at this. Arya gonna get the flash out of ㅣ2022. Very nicely done. He'll retain his. However, Life lead still there for the DRX mid laner, and will put even more pressure on Arya yet again.
Yeah, it's really cool to see that he's able to get that flash, because that's the kind of moves you need to be making with this Azir. The next time he finds that opportunity to ult in lane, he kills the Victor, right, with no flash available.
Yep.
Rift Herald started here, though, with the back timing here for Arya. No teleport, doesn't have any ability to come back into this lane, and just going to hold down bottom. And this KT should not be okay giving up this Rift Herald with his composition. But with no ult on the Azir and his back timing here and the wave crashing in, like, they're just going to get it for free, it looks like.
Well, there's the dash. Flash in from Rascal just to guarantee that Kuz can get here on time. Everyone's in the mist as Clear's trying to fight this one out, but unable to do so. It is going to be the Rift Herald secured by Peach, but the Renekton Nidalee doing its job.
Yeah. So not quite for free, but still no real team fight required. Resources committed to the top side here. Rascal commits a flash. Peach will catch this wave, and you feel pretty good about this as DRX still, because you can put that gold into the bottom lane, and then you can also keep this Gwen, who, even if she dies once early, she's still going to be relevant later on because she scales better than Renekton. Teams fights better, can side lane very well.
Yeah, no, I agree. We were making a few jokes about the fact that the level 1 was definitely much better for Clear. Gwen has a really good level 1, so yeah. That's why Rascal was staying further back, of course, and he is now becoming the crocodile that he just so desperately wants to be all the time, as that is going to be a flash ulti from Life, and he just picks up the kill under deft. Deft overextended.
There's the life
we've seen before.
There's the Bush life that we've seen so many times. And he's like, can I do it again?
As an Australian, I really like it.
there's like a word in there, and yet still he walked into it. And I felt worried for a moment June would fall into the same fate. But he will be fine.
No, he's going to be all right. We've seen Deft make these plays before. Unfortunately, not even able to use his flash to get himself out of the way.
He had cleanse. I guess that's the idea. He's like, I might be fine, but he should have definitely played that one way safer.
Yeah. Still, even in farm, pretty happy as an Aphelios. Of course, let's have a look at this one once again.
So Cuz just completely bypasses the Herald that's being taken. Was able to hit the spear. And Rascal, with his ultimate available, is able to survive through this. Let's watch how this happens. Okay. Yeah.
Nice.
And he's like, has no idea there's a ward in there the whole time. But
was that, or did he walk in to put the ward in there?
I don't think it was. I don't think it was on the. Oh, you mean Deft?
Yeah.
No, the ward was there before. I'm pretty sure.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it looked like it was like almost halfway timed out.
All right, because he canceled his back, I guess. So maybe Deft just like thought that he wasn't going to fight him when he wanted to go home.
Yeah.
Either way, not exactly the move that you want to do. As Rift Herald will be thrown down here towards the bottom side, so regardless of some lane positioning, Deft is still going to get the bounty that Shelly provides.
Yep, still going to get that massive amount of money. Feel very good about this right now as DRX, despite that small error. Because the gold lead needs to be bigger for KT, you know, in these subsequent fights. Like, if we hit 20 minutes and this is the gold lead for KT, or it's even smaller, then DRX are in a way, way better position because of how their comp scales. We'll see if they can execute on it. But, I mean, based on what we've seen in Challengers, I trust.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think that this team definitely deserves our respect, but let's see whether KT can utilize this early game comp, right? Like, make sure that Rascal can utilize this early lead that he picked up. As clear as he's still having a pretty good time up here. Farming between turrets, they had the position of the Nidalee, and so knows that he's definitely able to do this.
Yep. And, you know, this one lone Scuttle Crab here, giving a little bit of peace of mind to Rascal as he just farms that under turret, and otherwise peeks around, as we will have this second Drake now spawned up for KT. Like, KT's name of the game here is you need to get 3 Drakes basically back to back with this composition. Arya does have ult this time as well as Flash, so getting this one away is going to be very difficult for DRX, but they're going to contest.
Yep, Life doesn't have Flash, but he's still going to find the face breaker as Ren comes on in. Arya able to shift his way out. He should be all right. Another Cloud Soul, love it. That's okay. Fate's Call, it's going to secure life, and that's why you didn't see any kick flash shenanigans or anything like that. Not going to be giving away that opportunity.
If Arya just had a little bit more control, I mean, this is a turn you could look for as KT rolls through here with that Emperor's Divide, but instead they just kind of hightail it out of there. They got what they came for, but they weren't able to turn this into a winning team fight and get any more gold. But still, objective accomplished here for KT Rolster.
Yeah, I think you're probably okay with that, given the fact that you've now secured your way towards the Cloud Soul. Definitely my favorite soul in the game.
Don't we all love it here at the LCK?
Yeah, we certainly do. You have to love it. As Deft looking for the kill under aiming here, as Life taking a lot of damage. Doesn't have Fate's Call to keep him alive, remember. As, okay, Caliprum not going to actually connect there with the Q. And DRX, they do just walk away with the heal and ignite.
Still a huge win, because now you've got so much more pressure down on this bottom side. Plates are up for about 15 more seconds. You might be able to grab one more here. Don't want to bite off too much more, though.
Yeah.
And they will get it.
Yeah, Cuz is in position, and yeah, 2 more plates, but they'll get the 1, and then that will be absolutely enough. I'll be pretty happy about that.
Yeah, you feel definitely very, very happy about this as Deft. It's crazy that, you know, KT haven't been able to turn these skirmishes into kills. Now, Cuz is looking to do just that this time. There is a hole in vision. Teleport too.
Oh, no. Okay. Peach is going to turn up. Can just immediately kick Arya away, so he can't scoop around. Speaking of scoops, though, that's the face breaker. Phenomenal layering of CC, but a little bit overexcited there was Peach.
Yeah, Peach has an opportunity there. He gets the kick away, sees the easy follow-up Q, and decides, okay, we actually have enough damage here. We can maybe pull this off, but don't have Deft's ult.
Kicks. If you had an extra charge on your Dragon Rage kick, then maybe go for that. Otherwise, like, it's just a mistake.
It's a mistake. He doesn't have his, you know, Deft's ult either. You know, if you have the Moonlight Vigil there, maybe you actually secure the kill. Maybe you can get a W away, but he doesn't have it.
No. Sometimes you just got to take the disengage.
They should have been happy with what they got in terms of plates here. and they still survive this teleport in, which Peach sees, right? And he's just super tempted to go for the Q follow-up here. He's like, oh yeah, just go for that. But it's in his ear, and he just serves him up like a...
Yeah.
Just on a silver platter there.
I'm just trying to work out what he was expecting to happen, you know?
Yeah.
Because ㅣ was walking down, so I guess, I don't know.
If he flashes the Azir ult even, like, then he still has to leave, so it's not, then he lost his flash, so it's not really a winning play either way, but either way, he kicked him away, and that's where it should have stopped.
Yeah, but, I mean, he still made the right play at the beginning, and so just don't do the other play afterwards, and then it's all good. So I'm still impressed.
And that's some of the big gold that KT's been looking for, you know, getting these kills on the Kalista, getting KT's comp to be able to now just like stand on a turret and be like, get away from me, like I'm going to take this whole turret and we're going to have this huge tempo lead. These are the things that KT's comp needs to be doing in this early game, or, you know, we're now approaching the mid game, and it's working out.
Yeah, and here on the top side, Rascal is dealing with Clear. Doing so decently, 20 CS in the lead right now as they do manage to take down this outer turret in the mid lane. DRX able to even out the gold just a little bit more by doing that, but the first turret blood did go over to KT, which is why you see that lead still there. And Aiming looking to actually steal away this red buff as well. He should be able to do so. The bottom side of the map kind of falling apart for DRX as they put so many resources into locking down that top side. Is now ㅣ. Oh, the Fate's Call not going to work, but that is another flash ulti, and he just gets punched in the head. Life deserved that kill, and he'll walk away with it.
Yeah, the reaction there from ㅣ was one of bewilderment you could see there on the cam, and
yeah,
it was definitely a moment where he was like, oh man, I just definitely didn't expect the Hex Flash Life, but always expect the Hex Flash Life.
Yeah.
I think that's what we've come to know. And if he gets a few more LCK games under his belt, or maybe even one more in this series, I think he'll be much better prepared. He tried to Chaos Storm. Reaction was pretty quick, but obviously with Haymaker, even a support set is going to be just fine. So taking a Victor off the map, removing a lot of that farm, getting a turret for this. These are KT hitting all the milestones now. It was a somewhat slower start. Life's calling it. Yep. And gets away from free.
Life set is pretty good. We were talking about actually Life and Rascal at the beginning, right? They were in our points of the match and things like that. I think it's kind of cool that both of them have their signature picks here today in our first game, because we'll have to see whether Rascal's going to be able to do more. But so far, Life is demonstrating that Set is just really, 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 really good when Life plays it.
Yeah, I mean, he's just been so good at it. DRX kind of running at KT right now, but Rascal's positioning is so good. You might get caught here if you go too far.
Yep, they don't want to soak too many of these spears. as Zarya is going to turn up. Rascal tidying up the mid lane, and he's going to do so pretty comfortably. Good little dash there from Clear to get him out of the way.
Arya in a nice angle here too to Emperor's Divide them into the choke point. You've got to be so careful as DRX sticking around like this.
Yeah.
I think Arya is exactly where he wants to be, or Rascal on the other side. And you can see DRX are trying to push Rascal's health bar low by approaching him, but they lose control of the Drake Pit every time they try to wrap around. Now they're just going to clear the wave, and now KT should be able to get Drake Prio.
Ooh, bit of a stun there from Deft. Moves himself out of the way. Life and Clear fighting this one out. I think I know who my money's on, to be perfectly honest. Clear's got a bit more money, but there's another showstopper. Clear throws out the needlework, Aiming in trouble. Clear's just doing this by himself. What the heck is going on? Emperor's Divide comes through and the Gwen finally does die, but Deft looking to snipe down Arya, and he does so. Another spear connects from Cuz as Deft now moving in. Rascal, he's looking very scary, but another Graviton bullet, and Deft is going to get turned on. Can he keep himself alive? There's the flash out. He uses it this time. As now the Q from the Calibrum not quite going to work. ㅣ going to speed himself up, and Cuz, the last man standing. I don't think anyone's going to get the dragon. That was a bloodbath.
That was a bloodbath, but that was the moment that felt like Deft and the boys. You know, it's Deft Young and the squad. And he played so well together with them, and that was a huge overestimation of where Life's, where he's at right now as a level 9 support on set, right? Because you can't actually duel and zone out a Gwen indefinitely, and DRX pulled the trigger on that moment. Now they will be able to secure the Drake here with a faster runbacks here. The timing of those deaths coming through earlier for them means they come over here and grab this first. June will not be able to deny. So still, Soul Point goes to KT, which again is the goal. They wanted more, and it was almost a great fight for them, but got to be a little bit more careful about how you're trying to control this choke as life here, because it gave DRX a real clear path into this team fight, especially with the early haymaker like that. Because now Clear is like, I'm Gwen. And yes, you can haymaker, or rather showstopper me, but look at how much damage he does. Forces out the Fate's Call early, and the follow-up here is so clean.
Yeah, I really liked Aria's ult, but honestly, it just wasn't enough in the end as ㅣ2022 comes over with so much extra damage potential. Sprints his way in, and the Chaos Storm Gravity Field, like this Tribush, we saw Fake utilize this just in our last series. Like, Gravity Field is so overpowered.
It's so strong.
Area.
And he also has his upgraded Q, of course, so he can just run. And, you know, cuz forced out of here. But it's hard to really judge who has a lead here, because KT have the Soul Point right now, and that's going to mean that they can threaten other objectives and can avoid fighting DRX. But do they have a big enough gold lead? Are these champions ahead enough? The Kalista is 2-1 and 2, you know, the 1-2 and 3 Azir, to where you feel like KT can continue to snowball this game? Not really. It kind of feels like DRX might be able to reach a turning point. Not like this, though.
Yeah, Showstopper comes in. That is Emperor's Divide as well. Facebreaker, like, there's just too many ways to maneuver DRX around this map at KT's volition. Is now clear. Trying to fight two members of KT. This guy is very scary, but Aiming's able to lock it down with a Rend in the end. He just seems to, like, do a lot and then not quite get over the line, does Clear. But he's about to make some absolutely huge plays.
Yeah, and, you know, both of these were kind of in the face of disadvantages, both that he tried. He was able to, you know, help set up that start to the fight previously, and then this one, almost 1v2s, but Rend is obviously always going to kill him. They also get a turret for it, so 2 losses in the side lanes, but some permanent damage in mid. DRX trying to get the gold where they can. Trading evenly is what you want as DRX, but I wouldn't call that one even, as KT found a blind spot. Oh, Aiming stepped on it, and they know, I think, like, ooh, I accidentally stepped on that. We're out of here.
Whoops.
Sorry. Ooh, that's rough. Might have gotten away with it.
Potentially, but there were a lot of people missing, so maybe not. So we're going to check out this replay of, ㅣ2022 in the bouncy house. As Life's like, no. Get back here.
Yep, and then as that's happening on the top side, I mean, you can see on the mini-map, Clear is buying time here, as they were trying to punish the top side play and wrap around, but then they decide the clearer move is to just straight up look for the inner turret in mid lane, so they get that instead. So DRX now finding themselves slightly smaller, or rather slightly larger deficit in terms of the gold.
It's only like 1,000. Not really anything that you're too worried about.
Yeah.
But there is still, like, I don't know. When KT present a comp like this, I get a little bit confused, right? Because Aria has a lot of scaling potential on this Azir, but then it's Nidalee Renekton. And we're like, oh, early game, really not going to be doing so much in the later stages, but it's Rascal, so like maybe we let him get away with it. Also, Kalista set is a lot about the mid game and fighting like that, but this is Life set. He makes game-winning plays at the end of games, right? And Aiming, being able to dance around and keep Life alive, that is definitely a very cool thing.
The sun either sets or never sets after the upcoming Drake fight, right? Like, either KT lose that fight and DRX gets so much gold from it and then they turn this game around, or KT should be able to get the soul and then continue the tempo advantage and the game goes on for them. But I don't think there's really like a third outcome where we stay the same here, because this is really the critical moment where KT need to say, I'm ahead enough to where even though you guys are now starting to hit your spikes, I win this, right? We've got 2 items on the Victor, we've got 2 items on the Aphelios. The Lulu can help survive through this fight with the Shirelius here, help up setting gauges up. So this is the moment where you turn it as DRX, or KT might be able to plunge into the depths for good. Like, this is the critical moment.
Well, in 50 seconds, we'll see exactly who's going to have the setup. Right now, KT have certainly looked much cleaner when it comes to controlling the map. We've seen some fun plays from DRX. These players certainly have the mechanics, but look at this setup, right? KT have actually just everything that they want. And DRX a bit late to the party right now, as Aiming's going to get tagged. But Peach not going to go in on that one.
Clear does have teleport. He's just going to teleport mid. He just wants to help set up. Isn't going to wait for some sort of crazy flank where he could be turned on or isolated.
Yep, Rascal bringing up the rear right now. Actually unseen for the moment as Aria shifts Sands over towards this Dragon Pit. DRX tidying up this mid lane, the Sun turret. Going to be soaking these minions for now. Isn't going to last too long as Peach thinking about going for a bit of a play there as Rascal spotted on the flank.
Really hurts that
Peach
Peach
going to go down.
Takes that much damage before the fight starts.
Yeah, Peach really can't afford to die. He is the smite, of course. Is now life, taking a bit of damage here. ㅣ20, though, throws down the Chaos Storm, and the Mist is now on cooldown. Might be an opportunity for Rascal as Clear's still fighting him. Peach looking for him. They want the Crocodile, but he's going to flash into the Dragon Pit. Some snips go through. And Clear not going to be able to grab that one. We're seeing the vision. There is another opportunity as Life is looking for it. Can he find the showstopper?
ㅣ20 knows he's there. He's got flash, but he's got to be so careful. If he gets caught by the showstopper, it's all over.
Spear going to connect. And now ㅣ20 moves in. They know, but it's a teleport to come on forward. There it is. Showstopper comes down. ㅣ20 knows exactly what to do. Flashes out immediately. And that is going to be the Fate's call to keep life alive. Moonlight Vigil goes down, though, and Def doing a lot of damage. It's going to be the steal from DRX. They lock down the Drake, but can they get more? Rascal's the first to go down. Emperor's Divide is defensive, but is going to work out as such. And DRX now plow towards this Baron.
Yeah, it feels like the sun has set here on KT Rolster. They end up winning the fight with a nice reaction. Even though he didn't have vision, he knew life was there. He flashes instantly after the showstopper, and then they press the go button, go straight in. Not a flash left outside of aimings here for KT Rolster. They lose so much in this fight. And now to contest the Baron is going to be a challenge, but they have to try.
Yeah, Arya off to the side. They don't have Rascal, and he doesn't have teleport, remember, but now the turn is coming in. Clear off to the backside as Jun coming in to try and protect him. Cuz is in trouble, the snips come in, and this time Clear is going to, oh, he didn't survive actually, he is going to fall down. But immediately the punishment comes in from Deft as he flashes after aiming and locks down that kill. Now they're back on the Baron yet again, health bars are low. Arya, fair bit of poke damage opportunity, life is terrifying. He's this set, right? But they're not going to be able to challenge, and DRX is going to lock down the Baron. They get exactly what they want.
Oh man, now you have the DRX gold lead. They're coming online here, and this is such a quick reaction from ㅣ20. Hex flash over, pulls him in, he flashes out, and then immediately the Fate's Call comes through. But as KT are like, it's it, we lost. This fight is not winnable now. But DRX, do they hesitate? No, instantly Moonlight Vigil and chase forward here with Def on the Aphelios. Once the Renekton is dead, that's a defensive ult coming out from Mario, who couldn't actually scoop it when the engage came through from life. I think if he hits that, things look different, as this is unfortunately for KT just a lot of desperation. You could see how much this Gwen scales, how difficult it is to kill her, and yes, she does go down in the end, but did enough to clear this pit out. Very well played. DRX in such a fantastic position now despite the Drake lead. This is where the comp starts to win every single objective fight, and KT really struggle without a miracle engage or without a perfect Emperor's Divide to win this game.
Yeah, I'm looking to see whether Clear feels like he has the ultra control of his top side, and I think Rascal is conceding it to him. You saw, was actually backing in that brush, thought about going for a bit of a, oh actually no, he's staying there. And 1 versus 3, Clear is still going to die. Deft and ㅣ20 are moving up though, as let's see whether how immune Gwen is going to be. Well, Deft is going to say not immune enough, or it doesn't actually matter. As the needlework comes down, aiming is running away. Chaos Storm working out as 5 members of DRX are in here. And Clear just immediately going to get ulted out there by life. Actually really like that showstopper used defensively to make sure that that kick flash wasn't going to come through, but still DRX used the Baron to take this out of turret.
Yeah, KT really wanted to make a play here, but DRX are 1 step ahead. They cut off the rotation in, and it was not Clear alone. It was Clear and the rest of his team going up to stop a rotation through, and even though it was a nice collapse attempt there from Rascal, DRX are able to you know, turn this fight around. Now looking for a second turret here.
Yeah, and they should be able to get it as well, Cuz trying to throw in some spears and things like that. Emperor's Divide lands onto 2 immediately. Clear is going to go golden. He's immune as well. And there goes the Azir. Finally, the kick actually comes down from Peach, and they destroy aiming. And now the rest of DRX are moving forward. Yes, Clear is dead again, but who cares? DRX are going to break open the base.
They are going to break open the base here for sure. Reset here on ㅣ20 as he's coming back. Full health, full mana. And a Morellonomicon in his pocket as they want to end this game right now. KT make one mistake, and that is it. Baron buff up for 30 here, and they're pushing to end.
Yep, I think these next turrets are not long for this world. They are going to take the first one very, very quickly. Calibrum online for Deft. He can now take down some turrets as well if he'd like to. Cuz trying to throw these spears. He's got no mana, but honestly, he's been invisible all game long. There's a decent double face breaker, but it's going to break his own face, unfortunately. And Cuz, yeah, with no mana, you're just going to have to stopwatch and watch your Nexus fall apart. DRX, with mostly their challenger roster, are going to obliterate KT in Game 1.
Absolutely fantastic start for these rookie players coming into here together. June's return to the LCK with Clear and Peach and Satab all riding on Death's back.
Solo kill first blood.
Solo kill first blood on Arya, the king of the LJL, and yet DRX still struggled through parts of that early game. There were some overextensions. Clear definitely getting a little bit ahead of himself. We saw that overextension as well from Satab on the top side of the map, but they played the map well. They survived KT's comp, and when it was time to turn on that fourth Drake, when it was time to say, no soul for you, our comp's online, everybody's got 2 items, they nailed it. They nailed the execution.
These alpacas are just so cute. Oh, man.
And they better not sub them out, Atlas, after
yeah, actually,
this game.
like, do you know what?
You better not.
The most poetic thing would be to sub back in the rest of the main roster. They would lose and then sub them out. like just hop in.
I don't know.
Number 3.
I don't know if you could do that. And once you sub out, because it's like an emergency sub. I don't know if you can actually use 9 players on a regular LCK day. Once they're out, I think they're out. But that's up for the refs to decide. All I'm saying is, after this team has their moment, these players get their first win on the LCK stage against a really strong KT right now. Give them their second game at least.
Yeah, I actually think that they should just stay, right? I haven't actually seen the rest of DRX around, and you can see they're obviously not in the coach's booth right now. So it might mean that that is going to be their plan. But look at this. Damage numbers, absolutely massive. Once again, the Renekton looks like a trap pick. We were mentioning the fact that, you know, it's Rascal, so it's different. Wasn't different in this game. They lost that fight around the Cloud Soul, and KT sort of like, you were talking about it, and I think you made a fantastic point with like it being kind of the twilight of KT's composition actually working, right?
Yeah.
Like you can keep them in the Twilight realm, like we're playing Twilight Princess, you know, and like you can keep them there, but only if you keep taking these objectives.
It's like
keep putting the pressure.
In that fourth Drake, you either like shut the door forever, or like all the evil spirits come through off all the scaling, the Gwen, the Victor, like that was your one moment.
Ganondorf like could have escaped, but he didn't. The seal was left on the Temple of Time. But we are going to go to a short break. When we get back, guys, it is going to be the Analyst Carpet Space, and then game number 2. Let's see if DRX keep their players in.
할만해 알았어 잘해봐 해봐 이거 웨이브 다 주고 가자 이거
이거 때려? 여기까지 아래 거?
야 드럼 편이 세트 나이스 타워 넥서스
기다려 잡을래?
나 태어나면 될 되고 끝난 거 같긴 해
내가 죽여 그냥 이제 죽여도 이제 싸워도
야 나도 껴줘
아 끝내
나도 껴줘
나이스 이겼네요 잘했다 얘들아
Keep your head warm.
Only 26K!
patch on some patches.
Patches sold separately. Marketing.
Why do you have like 2 top lanes? Are you you're top lane for both teams?
When the sky falls and the sun turns black, when the earth halts, then don't look back. Hold me closer, can you feel my heart? We can conquer and win back all. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. We walk through the fire. Leave this place and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. The embers glowing, we're waiting for the blaze, ascending from the ashes, bonfires in the haze. Standing tall now, your feet are on the ground. You fought your demons, nothing breaks you down. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. Walk through the fire. Leave this place and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire.
Welcome everybody to the dance stream. It's me, Valdez, and Chronicler. For you guys who don't know, Chronicler, of course, streams Challenger League, and he is a big fan. So very excited that DRX Challenger players and Deft were able to take the win. against KT, one of our better teams here in the LCK. I mean, what a great performance, and what an interesting draft from KT. I think they kind of felt like they could get away with this one a little bit.
Yeah. Obviously, I never doubted them. Knew that they were going to win it from the get-go. No scared moments at all. Key thing here is that, as proud as I am of them, I do think that this is the type of game where, as the casters repeatedly point out, KT don't win this game in the first 25 minutes. It's not happening. And I think that they thought that they were going to easily pick off, and we did see a lot of the inexperience come through, but with a draft this early heavy, you need to win. And then they didn't really get that done. You yourself pointed out you can just go for like Jinx, pick a couple of free scaling options, and you probably win this game as KT. But instead, they opted for early aggression, didn't get it done, and then got boomed pretty hard in team fights later on.
Yeah, I mean, clearly there were two options. Either you go the route that they go for, which is heavy aggression, heavy early game, Kalista, Renekton, Set. You know, it kind of makes sense with the players that they have, right? It's Renekton for Rascal. It's Life on Set. Like these are kind of picks that they've always played, and two, of course, had to tweet about Renekton Azir, which we also did see in this game. They keep getting away with it, or sometimes not. Or you can just go for Jinx and the scaling options, which we talked about. So this just did not work for KT.
And I think that would have been the safe bet. I think if you have the confidence that you're a stronger team, this is a play you can go for. Didn't get it done.
But yeah, as a stronger team, I think you should just say, okay, let's just play a longer game because we'll make less mistakes, right? It's something that we've seen so many times. And in fact, DRX Challenger players did make some mistakes that were just, unfortunately the game went for a little bit too long for KT to take advantage of them too much. But guys, we do have the first highlight. Let's take a look at what was happening here in this first Dragon fight.
This all starts off with Life engaging, and we've seen this. Don't engage onto a Xin Zhao, don't engage onto a Gwen. Throwing more people into snips and into the needlework is just not really going to work out. Now, this is a fairly elongated fight, and yes, in the end, it's KT that actually picks up this Drake. But the key thing here is, at this point in the game, KT should still be stomping these fights.
Yeah.
All right, and it just doesn't happen. It's a relatively even trade. Deft is able to pick up another kill, and he was really the linchpin and what kept it all together. Because I do think that Deft provided, as good as Plata is, a much-needed sensor for this team. Because we did see some people getting picked off in side lanes, especially later on, where the inexperience of these players kind of came through.
Yeah, it definitely did come through. Deft had his moments as well, but that was only that one of them. And of course, Life was making some big plays on Set as well. But guys, we do have the second replay ready to go, the second highlight here. And this is where the game really began to turn around.
Because at this point, all the item spikes are hit. Right, and this is where you start to see the very short-range composition of KT run into trouble. Deft is completely unchallenged for the entirety of this fight. Key thing here is also that the dominance was blown earlier as the rest of the team was collapsing on the Renekton on bot side. And then from here on out afterwards, they get the Baron, and there's nothing really that you can do anymore. DRX, CL plus Deft, it's Deft and the alpaca with the 4 baby alpacas on his back.
Yeah.
Was too far ahead.
That was the cutest picture I've seen in a very long time here at the LCK. But yeah, outside of the draft, which we talked about a lot, I just thought that it was a fantastic showing for all these young players coming up from Challengers. Like, one of the better teams in Challengers League, as you mentioned. They just looked on par with these guys.
Yeah, they're the best, I think, by a fairly large margin. And the key thing here is that we have other teams like Kwangdong have really good solo lanes, Live Sandbox have a really cool concepts in terms of what they do in draft. But overall, and that's the reason why they're, I think, 13-1 now, DRX just have it all. They're very smart, and you saw this in their approaches as well. Again, there were a lot of mistakes, but just beautiful to watch. I was
really good
so
stuff.
happy.
They dominated their lanes as well, which I was really happy to see. Guys, we do see the POG now. It is Satab picking up the player of the game here on the Victor, starting with the solo kill onto Arya.
And this is, to me, really interesting, because Satab isn't really the player that I'd start talking about. Victor is his biggest comfort pick, his most played. Yeah, very, very, very cognizant of the amount of damage that he's able to do in that point in time. And look as well in these later fights, his positioning really, really good. Kited everything out beautifully, provided so much damage for the rest of his team. I personally went for Deft. because I think that Deft had a couple of really big teamfight moments, but I'm happy to see one of the actual challenge players get it as well. Quick responses here, immediate gravity field to prevent that short range composition from actually coming in, and then it's the rest of the team just clearing it up.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's one game, and I don't want to get too overexcited or anything. Oh, there's that word again. But he just looked on par with some of our great mid laners here. 4 out of 13, so a very split vote for all the guys there on the CL roster plus Deft. But that's going to do it for us guys here on the Tears in the Carpet Space. I'll hand it back to Atlas and Wolf for the cast.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, on the dancing desk. Absolutely fantastic stuff. And DRX, we do have a bit of an update. That's Kingin. As you can see, they've subbed in everyone else. And so it is going to be the official 1 KT versus 9 players on DRX, or as we like to call it, the day of the 1v9.
Yeah, this is... I'm disappointed to see the sub-ins, to be honest, but
Me too.
We have... Because this is the biggest sub you could ever see, because it's actually normally illegal to do so, we have a full screen graphic for the entirety of this team except Deft being subbed out. So it's legal to do so because this was an emergency substitution, et cetera, because of the COVID situation. If you're not up to date on it, then go Google it because we've talked about it a lot already.
Yep.
But now you have maybe DRX pulling a completely different look. So KT had to deal with that draft. They tried to play an early game. They struggled, to get enough of a lead. And then now I think we're going to see KT maybe, like if Corki's left open this time around, it goes over. Maybe they play the Jinx scaling game Valdez was talking about there on the desk. But who knows what could happen here because it is very tricky. I think KT, in a weird way, might feel more confident playing against the OG roster now after how that last game went. But we'll have to wait and see how the draft goes, to be honest.
Yeah, I imagine if you're the DRX players subbing in, though, the pressure is, like, really weird because you have to now win as well to prove that
you keep your spot,
that you're good enough. But like, there's also the other factors that we saw, right? KT went for like a really wacky draft that's largely about mastery rather than necessarily about composition. Cuz was completely invisible on the Nidalee. Like maybe Cuz now just plays Jarvan and smashes them. And then what are we gonna think? Do we think that DRX's challenger team is better than their main roster? Like,
it was,
it's so strange.
KT will pick blue side here. I got a message from Nymira as well, LGL caster who's subbing in on the LEC a lot, and he's Aria's biggest guy, the most knowledgeable person about Aria. He messaged me saying that it's really not a comfortable champion for him the Azir. He only played it like once a really long time ago because like 5 other mids were banned, and it's not a pick that he really likes. So that was some insight he gave me during the break, and you could definitely see there was a little bit of lack of comfort on the pick for him. Definitely not one of the ones that he goes to very often. Hasn't played it yet this season, etc. But yeah. I think that this is definitely a time for KT to turn things around with a little bit better drafting. And this is a scaling meta, right? That draft felt like it was very dated, what we saw from KT.
Yeah, and I think, someone got excited seeing that it was a challenger roster that they were up against, and so you can't really blame KT fans for not throwing their team under the bus. As Corki's going to get the first ban on blue side. As Zeka has made his way back in, and of course,
Zeka's played it a lot. Yeah, Zeka loves the Corki, and many teams have thought, well, it's Zeka, he's new, coming back here to Korea, how's he going to do? And maybe he's not that great on the Corki, but he's actually proven it to work several times now already, so
yep.
Ban that one away, even though Seitab doesn't like to play it, he will. So, see what else gets banned away here as the Aphelios is still open for aiming, and, we still have things like the Renekton up.
Yeah, Caitlyn going to be taken off the board, of course. DRX not wanting to see that one as Deft's Jinx. Getting those two words mixed up is something that I think is probably understandable, as he's pretty synonymous with the champion, but it is going to be taken away. And now, thinking about the Aphelios ban, I guess, but there's still a lot still left on the table.
It's a tricky call here.
And Zeri's still available as well, so she will be let through for the second time here today and considered and locked in. So KT, take it away.
Yeah, this is pretty puzzling to see, actually. I guess the idea is if you ban the Zeri, they take the Aphelios and don't have a counter option, but I think there's a lot of counter options still available here in this meta. We could see Deft play the Jhin if he wanted to, and there's a lot of other options too, but...
I mean, his Aphelios is also still available.
Yeah, I mean, now he could still play the Aphelios, of course, and... I'm just saying if they ban the Zeri and the Aphelios was taken away, but
yeah,
in this case, you know, I think that he probably will just take it here. Not right now because obviously KT are not going to pick a second AD carry here, but the Lee Sin to be hovered here for Pyoshik.
Diana was being considered, but will be the Lee Sin, so a lot of comfort here for Pyoshik, not giving away what they're going to be doing either. As let's see what KT do to augment the Zeri. We have seen the Tom and Jerry lane. That was the one that we saw last time, but now it looks like it might be the Aria that's playing it, and you can take away Aphelios and keep the Zeri at the same time.
So this was the
kind of cool.
If they were going to play it, which I think this might just be a tease, but if they were going to play it, this is the one risk you have of not locking in the Aphelios at this stage and going for jungle instead, because it is. I don't want to say it's a flex pick because in the LCK it's not yet, and it isn't going to be a flex in this case. See the Yuumi once again to come through. We saw how well this worked earlier today in the T1 series. See if KT can pull it off themselves, as well as Zeka will be put back on Victor duty here in the mid lane.
Yep.
Some of that extra scaling, late game power.
Yes, buzzword. I like it.
Yeah.
But also, let's see whether he can do his best Satab impression, shall we? As of course, big shoes to fill after Satab's player of the game performance in game 1.
Yeah, three-way tie there in the votes was pretty insane to see, and he played very well. Big shoes to fill, ironically here, as he's also stepping into Solka's shoes basically here on DRX himself as he returns to Korea.
Who was also stepping into Chovy's shoes. There's been some shoes on this team, you know.
What's the name for that, like, doll where, like, it gets smaller and smaller?
Babushka doll?
Yeah, Babushka doll of shoes.
Yeah.
Well, I think that now, as DRX, you just target another mid-champion that could be very frustrating with a Xin Zhao. I think that Orianna would be a reasonable ban here. And that's where it's going to go. It's Aria's Orianna. Big shocker that this one would be taken away. And now, like, Ezreal seems to be, I think, where I'd go if I'm KT Rolster. Like, I don't want Deft's Ezreal to be a part of this. I don't want to deal with that late game, the damage, the range, his survivability, because he's not going to be tagged up by all that Zeri damage if he's continuing to poke with his Qs at range. That's
yeah, I'm really interested in what he's actually going to go with here, because Yuumi Zeri did prove to be dangerous, but not necessarily as powerful in the lane as that is Senna just insta-locked. Okay.
Well, it's a barrel lane with a Senna, and we know how this can go very, very well. We don't know which variation this is going to be.
Ooh, is Kingen going to be playing top Karma with his Spell Thieves? And then we're just going to see Lee Sin from Barrel? Oh, wait, no, they pick another jungler? It's Jungle Karma?
Don't scare me.
Aria's going to go back to the Azir. Okay, wants to prove himself on the pick, I guess.
Yeah, well, this works really well with this composition. It has really nice engage. This comp has both good late game, but also really nice skirmishing power throughout the early mid. And the Blind Gragas always feels very safe. But we'll see where the Karma ends up going, of course, and what this final pick is going to be.
Yep.
Because we just don't know yet. Only time will tell.
That is a Gwen being looked at into the Gragas. We've seen Gwen do pretty well in the matchup. Can also block some barrels and things like that. You missed, no worries. And so not going to be any funny business, just going to be a Senna Karma lane.
Yeah, Senna Karma. The Senna was nerfed on this patch, if I'm not mistaken, 12.2. So we'll see what he ends up building and how this lane ends up functioning, because it's going to be the AD carry deft on the Senna. Not going to be any funny business there. Still could be fasting. Time will tell us. But on the other side of the map, I look at what KT is doing, and I think it's a lot better of an Azir draft. It fits the meta better. You have so much speed up with the Yuumi. The Zeri is going to be able to get full build, you'd have to imagine, against the comp that DRX is running into. So there's a lot of ways that this looks better and feels better for KT. It's ironically not comfort, because we're not seeing a lane that just absolutely, you know, smashes the other lane where you're level 2 flash forward as the set, as life. Like, you know, you're not playing the Jarvan. It's life on the Yuumi. Which he actually has not played yet this season, right? Like, there's a lot of things that, as this KT Rolster draft, if you haven't been following them this season, you'd be like, oh, this seems pretty standard, stock standard for them, but this isn't really how they've been playing. Aria's first time on the, you know, Azir twice now tonight. Again, stepping out of the comfort zone a little bit.
Yeah. But, do you know what's actually irking me? What's irking me is how quickly Deft just smashed the center button.
Yeah, he locked it in like instantly.
And it just shows that maybe he's discovered that playing this Senna into Zeri is like something that he's very comfortable doing. And we'll just have to see how it goes as we hop into the laning phase here. I'm expecting him to do the farming.
So he does have the longsword start here, and so the way Senna was nerfed, if it is this patch, in fact, which I believe it is, it was that the drop rate when she's fasting is way smaller than it used to be. It went down to like 2.77, so it's really hard to use the strategy. And now Deft is in a place where he's going to be the AD carry. And what's cool about the Senna versus Zeri is the range that you will eventually get later on in this composition that's already very good for scaling with the Victor, right, the Gwen. Your range becomes so frustrating to deal with as aiming that it's hard to get in and do your Qs and actually make that AoE damage happen. Even get your ult off can be quite difficult. So,
actually, it's 12-2, so at least I'm pretty sure it is, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So
is that a 12-3? Is that a 12-3?
I think it's a 12-3 thing that we like. This is just the buff. Right, the Q slow.
Okay.
So theoretically, you could still play fasting if you'd like to. Deft doesn't like to, and so that is going to be his thought.
Thank you for checking on that for me.
Yeah, I had to double check, of course.
Yeah, I wasn't 100% sure because we had that break, you know, that messed up my brain.
Yeah, no, I know. The Solno situation as some piercing darkness flying on through here, and Deft is taking the fleet footwork this time. So
yeah, he's really like looking to poke. Get that range up.
Yeah, Life, of course, can soak a fair bit of damage and not really be too worried as they're jockeying for position here in the lane. Senna looking very cool. Just lots of colors coming on through here, and I think that that's very important as Deft sidesteps so many of Zeri's theoretical auto attacks. It's going to take a bit of getting used to just like watch what looks like an auto attack missing.
Yeah, because it's a skill shot auto. It's very weird. Yep. It also damages turrets, etc. So.
Yep.
When you see that bar underneath building up damage for the regular auto, kind of charging it up. Be very annoying to deal with that. See what build aiming goes for this time. If it'll be the same as we saw in the previous series, or if we'll change it up with the Hydra second into the splitter there later on.
Now, bit of damage there from Beryl as, yeah, Senna Karma certainly does have a lot of push barriers. Def may have overstepped there just a little bit, but is going to get an Inspire Shield and move himself back.
Okay, so already up to 5 stacks here. Be getting up, you know, as quickly as he can, and that's what the real strength of the Senna is going to be in this composition, is the extra range he has.
Yeah, not quite finding the snare there, but yeah, like you say, it's more about the scaling and things like that. As Arya this time having a little bit more fun here in this lane, as we can see. And able to shove in towards Zach. King and Rascal just fighting one another, but things very even there towards the top side as we see that Cuz is taking that bottom lane scuttle. Aiming in Life, still just wandering around here. We haven't seen a lot of you and meing as I say that. Life does pop on over to aiming. But yeah, Deft and Beryl actually poking them out quite nicely.
Cuz coming down here as they can perhaps bait a fight here if aiming keeps taking these types of trades. Looks like he's just going to head to Krugs though. And continue farming as normal. I think everybody's really excited to watch this area, but also to watch the Senna. That's why this has been the zoom in. Knows over at the top side of the map, things have been pretty even, with Gragas edging out the wave, with the wave clear he's got, and then of course mid, as you mentioned. Ouch, indeed. These do add up, you know, eventually, even though this is one of those supports that can make you feel like you're immortal, even if you do lose half of your health bar. It will eventually start to stack up.
Yep. Eating through his potion now, as you can see, getting that health back should be fine. As PureShake took down the top scuttle, and he'll go for a reset and head on back. But everyone just everywhere, kind of chilling, kind of just having a good time.
If Rascal continues to push the issue really hard here, there might be a chance post Krugs for PureShake to find a gank up there and grab a flash. But otherwise, yeah, it is just going to be Farm City here, because that's how these comps work. Now, KT have a lot of power around the first objective, the first Rift Herald, especially because they have a Azir that can ult everybody, that can control that choke point, because they're also blue side here really well. If they get in there first, they have a Xin Zhao, so there's a lot of ways that goes very, very well for them. Otherwise, it is very much Farm City here, Farmville.
Yeah, it is certainly a bit of Farmville. As Life, not with a whole lot of mana, gets a bit of it back there as DRX get this wave shoved towards the turret. And you can see it's only a slight advantage as these waves are going to crash once again for DRX here on the bottom side. But you can see the amount of pressure that Deft and Beryl has, definitely demonstrating a little bit why they so quickly locked away the center. Just whether or not that is actually going to be enough. As ㅅ2022 wandering around will find Aria. That Q was just beautiful. But not going to invest a flash or anything like that to try and lock down that kill. And didn't actually get the flash out of Aria either, so not actually a lot happening here as Kaz going to walk on over, spots out that ward as Deft and Beryl is going to move back, respecting the Xin Zhao.
At least he's able to relieve some of the pressure there for Zeka. You know, it's starting to get pretty low on mana, so still a success in that regard.
Yep, both moving on down.
Yeah, both of these KT bot laners are not afraid of ㅅ2022 at all. They're going to turn on him, force him out.
Yeah, he's just going to safeguard over, gets towards that blast cone, and will get himself out of the way. Deft and Beryl get back to work on this bottom lane. Possible opportunity there for Kaz, but he decides not to do anything about it. ㅅ2022, of course, could have been wrapping around.
If KT Rolster had the Lee Sin on their side, I'd feel very worried for Zeka, around this timing here for DRX, but because it is the Xin Zhao here for KT Rolster, there's some kill pressure there when Azir hits 6, but it's really just about the objective control. I like that ㅅ2022 is going to try to use this back timing here on the bot duo of KT Rolster to actually try to steal this Drake away, because that means you get at least one of these two early objectives. When your team, I don't want to say it's unwinnable for DRX, but with the Azir and with the Xin Zhao, it is very difficult to actually win that fight if you don't have prio on this first Herald. So at least securing this Mountain Drake makes it a little bit easier to be willing to walk away and farm it out instead if that's what you want to do. You have a lot more options now.
Yep. As you saw, Beryl down there grabbing all of his Spell Thief stacks from the turret before the reset does come through for DRX after shoving in that wave. So about a wave has been missed by aiming thus far. However, he has made it to this lane once more, and Deft still wandering his way down. So likely it's still going to be pretty even. As King and Rascal still fighting this one out as the mist comes down. The needlework comes in though, as there is the explosive cast from Rascal needing to be used. He'll take a drink after that, and I don't blame him, as King did a fair bit of damage there.
Now with the timing of Rascal having to back potentially here, looks like he's actually going to, he's like, I can't back. I need to catch this wave and I need to be able to contest this. He gets the fruit to survive here, because that could have otherwise been such a disaster.
Tether, gonna get flashed there by aiming. Okay, KT, a lot of respect being put on to DRX here. And yeah, Beryl and Deft just continuing to chill here towards the bottom side. And there's a lot of scaling on this center, right?
Yeah.
Is just going to keep getting better and better as this game goes on. Looks like it's going to be Kraken Slayer as well for Deft.
Yep.
I would say.
Old favorite.
Yeah, certainly does work out very synergistically with the center.
The follow-up here for DRX is a pretty easy one. You just simply try to delay this Herald as much as possible and keep pushing this bot wave into the turret, grab another plate for Deft, grab some more stacks. Like, you're very, I mean, I don't want to say you're happy to give up the Rift Herald, but if you have to, you're okay with it. So if you can pull aiming into this bottom lane and then keep delaying it, you're like, oh, okay, well, this is great, because there's a less of a chance that this Herald ends up giving some other plate gold over to KT Rolster. ㅅ2022's just checking this out. Get some vision over here as the Scuttle expires.
Yep. There's the Audacious Charge. When becomes Lightning, going to do a fair bit of work there as well, as Deft is just getting so aggressive.
This is the range problem that Zeri has, and we're talking about this in 9 minutes. It's going to get worse and worse and worse.
It just scales. It's worse than Tristana, you know? Like, just as the game goes, you just start hitting from further and further away.
Because at 20 minutes, when they're both meeting in mid, grabbing all that farm, Deft can kill pressure.
Yeah, ulti comes through. Beryl now walks past the turret, and he's going to be able to lock down the Zeri. Just a 2v2 kill here on the bottom side. Dawning Shadow comes in, gets a whole bunch of shielding, and now Life is just a cat on a book with nowhere to go. Beryl with the Piercing Darkness on top of him. They're going to do it. 2 versus 2, and they wipe him out.
Thus begin the challenges of KT Rolster against this 9-man roster. You had to prepare for...
I thought the challenges left.
Yeah, they left, but now you've got a whole...
LCK!
You've got a whole new DRX here who's playing a different strategy. They prepared the counter for your Zeri that you're like, oh, they gave it for free, and then actually they countered it. They came prepared.
Emperor's Divide, gonna grab Zeka, who flashes in a pretty awkward position. As now ㅅ2022 wants to safeguard over. Zeka takes a while to die, but he eventually will. is going to be the Rift Herald secured as Kingen just walks back towards top.
Really unfortunate for DRX. The Zeka loses Flash and also still doesn't get away, but you'll take the Rift Herald here as DRX. Going to sell on this wave as Deft. Very happy to do so. And this is really going to start to put the pressure on KT. This range advantage that Deft has means that at some point you're already a Drake down. You gave over the Rift Herald. Like, how much of a lead can you get now to make sure that this Senna doesn't become out of control in the late game? The clock is kind of ticking against you here a little bit. Would feel okay right now if KT had the 2 kills on their side and the Drake on their side and the Herald on their side, but they don't. Rascal.
Yeah. Rascal, no ulti, but Kingen not going to push any further. Ran out of needles. Doesn't think that he can actually make that one happen. Now Arya taking a bit of damage there. Beryl finds himself a Q. And just chills.
Deft just heading right back to the lane. Farm it up. Oof. Farm it out. Rascal is desperately trying to CS over here.
And he's gotten solo kills in this matchup before, I'm pretty sure, as the Gragas. But unfortunately, Kingen not going to give him that opportunity right now, unless Rascal does some pretty wacky outplay, but doesn't have a lot of mana and also doesn't have an ultimate available. Snip, snip. And yeah, Rascal still with the lead in CS, so he's absolutely fine. Kyoshik coming on down here is aiming in life, still struggling. This tower is well and truly dead. Cuz position absolutely known.
All the extra plate gold, full turret. Deft picks up a fat 290 from that crash, as well as all these minions. He's up right now, 20 CS.
Oof. I've been saying oof a lot, and that's because there's been a lot of oofs.
There have been, this has definitely been an oof.
Yeah.
That is definitely the case. A bit of an oof in this best of 3, the whole experience.
Yeah.
But yeah, life comes at you hard, but KT sometimes comes at you harder. Yeah. Remember, this is a KT, by the way, guys, who have this matchup against half of DRX, sort of, whatever you want to call it.
No, against 9 different players.
Yeah.
DRX, yeah.
But then also they have Frederick Brion, so it's a fairly easy week after they beat Genji. So as we watch this, pretty self-explanatory 2v2 down here.
Yep.
So it's also, like, it feels like the most KT thing ever to subvert expectations after you beat Genji, then end up losing this series, which again is tough because it is against 2 rosters, but this is a really nice secure here on the Rift Herald for DRX. Nice play from Arya to grab Zeka here, but still the Rift Herald gold does go over to the carry in the bottom lane, so mission accomplished.
No, absolutely. I think that DRX is still going to be happy with that situation. I don't think Zeka needed to flash, but I don't think it's too much of a big deal. As Deft doing so much damage here to aiming, almost just dies. Oh, there's the Dawning Shadow, goodbye. That is just pretty much a solo kill. I think Beryl put on a shield or something like that, and cuz he was waiting in that brush, he's like, just bait him in for a second. And he's like, no, don't just die. And then he died.
Deft is like so ready to be like, I deserve POG in game 1. I'm still taking it home in game 2.
Or maybe he's just being unlocked because he doesn't need to take care of the kids. Like, he's not babysitting anymore.
I mean, he was very much unlocked last game too, but this time he's not like, oh, I dominate late game because I'm a Aphelios. He's like, I dominate early game because I'm Senna versus Zeri, and he's going to maybe get another one here if Puzz continues to push the issue. You know, and this is a counter pick that we've seen before, but he is really pulling it off.
Yeah, Blasco going to get Kyoshik out, who was aggressively positioned, one could say, as this turret plate is not going to go over to DRX as they fall now. Arya and Zeka now still farming things out in the mid lane. Rascal and Kingen doing the same things here towards the bottom side. 120 to 120, and when you're completely even, I think probably Gwen is going to be happier in that situation, just because she does scale so well in the side lane. We're going to have a look at this with a really cool angle once again.
Root hits, guarantees Dawning Shadow hits in the center. Nasty. Watch it from Deft's perspective. As he's just like, yeah, I mean, Kraken Slayer, 3rd hit. Goodbye. Doesn't even look at it. Like, he can't even see him when he presses it. I think he literally said goodbye. I don't know what he said, but it sounded like he said goodbye.
I got him.
Or might have said Jabata got him, but either way, like, you might as well be saying goodbye.
And you just looked so calm as well. It's it was the classic, like, deft alpaca face in the player cam as well.
Because he's got all that extra gold and all these stacks, he's picked up from his spirits he picks up. But look at the build here. Like, look at where he is compared to aiming. He's halfway to a Rage Blade, and aiming is sitting on parts of a Trinity Force and a Tiamat.
Yeah.
And, like, can we get the item lead graph that we showed sometimes? Like, can we take a look at that one? Because Deft is massively ahead in terms of what his build is right now, and because of the path that he's taken and how big of a spike Kraken Slayer is, he's able to just get basically solo kills like that onto aiming, because he's like, well, I outrange you, I hit the big Kraken shot, and then I ult you and you're dead.
And that's precisely what happened. I was, yeah, I didn't think that Senna did that much damage that quickly, but of course this isn't fasting Senna. This is I do a heck of a lot of damage all the time Senna.
Yeah.
And that's a very frightening prospect. As now, DRX, let's see whether they can use that, because they have a lead of about 3,000 gold. King going to catch this wave towards the bottom side, aiming doing his very best just to get some money back. We can see 2,000 gold, the lead. And like, how many times do you see Senna with a 2,000 gold lead this early? You just never see it, right? We're so used to seeing her with no money at all. Is Zeka going to get ulted? Good
Flash is so good, though.
Yeah, that was clean. Still, you take that as KT. As long as Rascal and Arya do survive here. Deft doing a lot of damage, does find the snare.
This felt like a moment where Beryl was like, Deft, all right, back off. Deft is like, let me at him. He's like, no, if I hit that root, man, we kill him for sure.
Yeah, he's like, Deft, like he's feeling cool, like being like the young guy who's like, ah, now it's my turn.
Yeah.
All that responsibility now gone. As Beryl's going to get dove on, Cuz and a cat with a book is pretty scary. Slowdown comes on in, and yeah, I think that Beryl's going to be just fine. However, does have to invest the flash. So there's now 2 flashes that KT was able to get in quick succession. And now with 15 seconds left on this Infernal Drake, should be able to get some work done as well. Grabs Shirley.
The Shirley drop here in the mid lane is going to be so strong for DRX for this timing. Like the timing where they nab this guaranteed Drake prio was pretty huge with 2 seconds to go on the Drake as it pops out of the eye. They get the fast prio. Yeah, it doesn't get the crash, but they can set up in this brush. There's no vision here for KT.
Yeah, I kind of respect the decision even if Shirley doesn't get dropped. I like that you bring that up. But this Infernal, trying to get the work done as Cuz dives on over. Great kickback from Pyoshik to deny the ulti from the Yuumi. Kingan's going to go down immediately. Gwen not quite immune enough. And now Pyoshik's in trouble as well. Deft, absolutely no mana and not a lot of health either as KT just destroy the team fight. And they'll go back to the Drake.
They're looking for Deft here too. They want some of that shutdown gold.
Aiming wants some revenge, but Pyoshik says absolutely not. The safeguard shield comes in and Deft is able to walk out alive.
He walks out alive. Okay, but KT get this Drake, which is really critical because they deny the soul point with a composition that already feels pretty good if you're going even. You end up getting that early, plus the Senna, who's massively ahead, has a Rage Blade now. Then you're feeling like you're in a disastrous situation. What I liked about KT's play there was that they were extremely decisive when they shut down the Herald. They did not wait, they did not blink, they did not think. They ran in, had strong engage with the Azir, and used it. And this is something we haven't seen from KT every single time they play, is this level of decisiveness from Cuz coming through here. Yes, the knockback is there. They instantly turn to Kingin, and now it's like, okay, Azir ult's coming up, we can chase this, we push for this. And then the body slam was really good from Rascal. These are the ways that their Gragas can be great all game long, as we can hit big body slams like that. And then Deft is like with no mana over here, just whatever, get the kill, walk out casually.
Yeah, it was a nice idea there from aiming, but unfortunately, Pyoshik was there in the nick of time to lock down that kill, and Deft was just a little bit too strong at that point in time. So I liked the skating on over with the extendo W and things like that, but wasn't actually able to.
Extendo W, I like that.
I mean, that's what it does, right? It's like extendo dash and extendo W.
Yeah, it's got the hyphens around the O.
Yeah. It's from Mattel. Batteries sold separately.
Yes, no batteries unless they've got shields on the other side.
No, exactly right.
He was hoping for Zeka to hit that Q right when he happens to attack him. Well, it's going to be a red buff stolen away here. DRX or blue buff rather. This is DRX now in pretty firm control of this mid game. And despite that fight going badly, but KT keep themselves in this because Zeri will scale up very well later on too with strong engages. Like imagine that body slam hits in a late game team fight and Zeri just presses Q like 3 times with her ult up, and everybody just disappears. Like, you have to be really respectful as DRX of the hard engage that KT have, because they have both hard engage and scaling damage with the Azir and Zeri. So they're not out of it.
And double disengage as well. Like, I really like KT's comp as far as, well, triple disengage, to be honest, with Cuz's Crescent Guard. So lots of different options here. They can create some space for aiming, but aiming has been put pretty far behind. He's only 10 CS down, but as far as the gold gap, Deft still has a decent lead. But as this game keeps going and as things start to equalize, I mean, we just could get to one of these Zeri moments where she accidentally gets a quadra kill in the late game.
Yeah.
You know, like, it's just sort of what happens. Kit does have that opportunity, but Deft is also just going to continually scale, right? This is Senna. This is what we talk about all the time. And
yeah, because his damage goes up because he's not fasting, but also his range goes up, and you can see how he's like almost
crit
off
goes
screen.
up, and then he gets like more damage based on crit, and like
he's like almost able to auto attack Arya and aiming off screen.
Yeah,
you know, and that's when the framing of this game changes, as does the framing of our observing, because eventually Deft is like, oh, you're not even able to farm here. Actually, and look at this Q range. He's just pushing him away.
And that's with a cat as well.
Yeah.
Pigeon with a cat working in tandem. You never thought you'd see the day. As Zekra and Rascal having a bit of a battle, but Rascal's pretty strong right now. Does have himself his gas mask.
And yeah, his Bimble Venter completed too.
Yep. So it's pretty tanky.
The problem with the Zeri comp too is it often really wants to get mid prio with this early Tiamat, you know, that you often see with the Trinity Force, and she can just kind of spam Q ad nauseum and clear waves so fast, but the Senna makes it harder for her to do that.
The rest of DRX are going to discover Rascal here. Cuz going to have to try and do something. Kyoshik gets booped out. Rascal just didn't want any part of that, and is going to be able to effectively disengage. King in here on the bottom side, continuing to split.
Yeah, Kingen actually might just be able to take this whole turret away if there's not a bigger response here, because just Zeri alone coming down is not going to be enough long term here, as Kingan's like, yeah, I'm just going to take this out and we'll just continue to auto. Knowing that aiming isn't coming down, nobody's coming down here, so DRX get a nice little edge here on the bottom side. And then they still walk away with Baron vision control, because that was the objective there, the top side play. Maybe grab Rascal if you're lucky. They force his ult out. DRX are playing a great series, and Zeri's function again in this game is so much harder to pull off with the Senna that has this much range on the wave clear that DRX also have with the Victor, and the side lane that Victor can do, the side lane that Gwen can do.
Yeah. I think it's this is a, do you know what this series is sort of like? It's sort of like we're following Deft in solo queue.
Yeah, no, it does feel that way.
It just has like a different set of 4 teammates in this one, you know? It's like, hey, like, oh, what's Deft going to do this time? Went from Aphelios to Senna? Wow, that's very different.
All of the DRX players are like, Deft, do you want to party up after this? He's like, no, I want a new set of 4.
If there's a game number 3, it's like he subs in, like, I don't know, a whole bunch of other players from other teams. As Rascal comes on in here, finds himself towards the back of the pit, and it's going to be secured there by Kyoshik. DRX now considering whether to fight or not. Zekra immediately is going to go down, though, as Cuz kicked back, but not exactly the target they want, as Arya does find an Emperor's Divide. Doesn't get too many kills with it, but Deft is going to get taken down, and that is the main thing. Beryl short to follow, and that's the double kill for Zeri.
Zeri picking up a lot of gold that she so desperately needs, and for the first time in a long time, DRX not in control of the mid lane anymore. Kingan's like, yes, I am, watch me do this. But it's on the opposite side of the map as he's just trying to clear this wave and try to push mid as soon as possible, because KT Rolster are going for the Baron. You can see Kyoshik is setting up here for a potential steal, but it is going to be so difficult, especially because Rascal says, no, you can't get anywhere near this, I won't allow it.
Yeah,
and he's
can he
out.
be the hero is the question. The answer is no.
Extendo Beam also gets him dragged out.
Yeah.
As Kingan is like, no, we could do this, we could maybe 50-50 this. I don't think so.
How immune can Gwen be is the question, as she dashes on in, wants to get in there before Kyoshik to give him the opportunity. He gets into the pit. This steals the Baron, what the heck? There is no way that should have been possible. As now King, and he's got a Dawning Shadow as well, actually gets gap closed with a gigantic cask.
No.
And Kingen is going to survive.
No way he pulls this off with Gwen's help.
Oh, no.
I mean, this one's kind of on Cuz. You have to, you know, we do have to say that, but I mean, it was well executed from basically maximum range. We're going to have to see that one in slow-mo and see what the health was when that smite goes down. But that was the impossible steal They can make like you know, what's that movie, Oceans? We can make an Oceans 22 movie about this. Like, you know, this Pyosik is like, all right, I'm
what are we up to? Like Oceans 27, I think.
As this ends up being the secure as well. Right before this, Pyosik also secures a very difficult Drake and a lost team fight here.
Smite montage, let's go.
But this is also, once again, an illustration of why KT's comp needs to be respected. You can't really faceplant in to look for a Drake secure against this comp, or it will lock you down, and Aiming will get so much of that important gold he needs. So the Baron steal is huge because it denies what KT wants, as we watch Pyosik here this time on the Baron. 782 or so here as he almost gets out.
The fact that he almost got out is just crazy.
But still, I think this is a huge win overall for KT in the mid parts of this. The Baron buffs, you know, somewhat muted here. It was a very late steal, but KT got a lot of gold on the Zeri. So she's actually starting to finally be relevant now. Got the Hydra up, and we'll go for that Hurricane next.
Yeah, should be able to get towards that one.
So she's getting...
Unless that's a Wit's End first. He might be taking a detour towards a Wit's End or something like that.
Yeah, he's got a null magic there for some reason. Let's see what he's building. That and the Hearthstone Axe.
Yep, and now Kingen can confer some damage onto Rascal, and he should be able to start winning these fights. Decent body slam, and yeah, has to invest the ult. Of course, it's always an ult trade when it comes to Gragas versus the Gwen. And that is going to be achieved, as now Def doing a lot of damage here. And we have to remember the scaling aspect, right? Both of these teams, they're probably trying to test, you know, is it going to be Zeri or is it going to be Senna? But with the fact that Senna gets so much from her stacks as the game goes later and later, it's a very scary prospect, as Amy's going to skate on over.
Extendo beam, not quite going to... I just want to use the word extendo beam every time I get a chance, but...
You can do extendo dash as well, Wolf. If you want to just add extendos to a lot of different stuff, that is definitely possible.
You know that old YouTube series, Will It Blend? Like, I feel like that's... I feel like that's what KT is, like, trying to find out with the Zeri pick. Like, will it blend? Like, can we actually get this team in a perfect place where we can do massive amounts of damage AoE with the ult and with the passive and just do a ton with Runins or whatever she ends up building third, because I'm not sure about this build, but I think it's like a question almost of like, you know, can we make this Zeri comp work now? Because they've fallen far behind. The Baron steal was pretty massive. 3,000 gold lead here for DRX. At least they got some gold onto the Zeri, but she's still not quite there yet. I think this game is really not going to be about the Zeri anymore. It's going to be about how do you set up for the Zeri.
And also how do you stop Def, who's now got a rapid fire cannon as well. Like, that's even that's extendo range on top of more extendo range.
Yeah,
I don't want to overuse extendo, but range has been extended in multiple ways.
Extendo Kraken.
Yeah.
The other problem here too is that KT have had the best option of winning fights when, or they've had the best opportunity to win fights when DRX need to come to them, and when things are looking rough in terms of setup on Prio. Guess who's got Prio on this important soul, the most important of all? Like, KT have to walk into DRX. They don't get the opportunity to say, aha, you can't escape from all my engage and my body slam and my cast. Actually, they have to be the ones to come in. Now, Kingan's not going to lock the door here. They're going to try to set up with Pyosik instead. As the Drake spawns, KT spill through.
And full vision available here as Kingen going to clear out that ward. Pyosik just safeguarding his way around. Let's see whether he can land a third smite in a row to lock this one down, as Aiming has started up the Drake. Kingen looking to collapse in. Let's see what the timing's going to look like this time, as they need to wait for a Q to land from Pyosik and see whether they can get that work done, as Cuz has engaged. Pyosik dives on forward. Dawning Shadow doesn't find too much value here, but Deft is pretty safe. Emperor's Divide does basically nothing, and Arya is punished immediately. Aiming. They're trying to get on top of him. Can Gwen do it? Is the question. Rascal's real dead up towards the blue buff, but Aiming's also alive. And DRX are now looking to lock down this Drake. There is no Lee Sin, but there's also no members of KT, so that is going to be Infernal Soul, and there is nothing Aiming can do about it, as Kingan's got some angry scissors, but the Extendo Beam won't find it.
The Extendo Beam won't find it. Aiming's going to have to back off here. He's back to farming duty. It is the Wit's End third that he does build here, which is quite unusual, because he wants to survive against the Gwen, right? And that's the reason why he builds this, but it really sacrifices a lot of the damage that he would have more consistently with the Runins that's coming through. Either way,
Maybe he just thinks that it's not about hitting multiple targets, because he always has to hit Kingen, who's fighting him in the backline.
Exactly. I think that's the idea with this, and I didn't see it right away, but watch Deft's flash. Watch how quickly Deft reacts. Oh, didn't get me. I'm back here. Then he gets rooted. and then he gets shielded by ㅅ2022, backs off, his positioning is perfect, and now you're trapped.
And then Aria completely whiffs ult as well.
Yeah, Aria's, you know, again, not his favorite champion here on the Azir. It's not going very well for him, but if that ult hits, things could look a little bit different, but it's so easy to chase here for DRX once you end up getting Deft away from getting him out of harm's way there. The flash was so perfect. I mean, Deft is like, just write them all. Everybody write my POG down. He's like, I can't believe you guys didn't give me last game, but
yeah, what are you doing, everyone?
Because now this game looks well and truly locked up. They are here on Baron spawn with all the vision controlled, all the choke points controlled, even with Infernal Rift here, where it's a little bit more open. I mean, what do you do as KT Rolster? You don't even have a strong side laning champ. You got a Gragas who's not brave enough to push past the halfway mark. And now it's a slow and painful death. Maybe you're waiting out for that one flip on the Elder. That's your last hope here as KT.
Yeah. Right now, Rascal's just building as many shirts as he can. That's his sort of idea. Thornmail is now completed. Wants to try and stop Deft, I guess, from absolutely destroying him. And also does decently into Kingen just because you can get that Grievous Wounds onto the Gwen, even though the armor does nothing in the situation. Well, not very much anyway.
Sure.
As, yep, DRX still just trying to bait themselves around this Baron. And, yeah, the lead is just starting to get pretty ridiculous for DRX, close to 6,000 gold, but it's the map control. And it's the fact that Deft has infinite scaling that makes things very, very worrisome if you're a KT fan.
Yeah, because, like, it doesn't get better. It doesn't get better from here. And as KT, once again, if they're the best at defending objectives. If they can get there first, they can turn well. They can stop DRX from coming in and pushing them off of it. If DRX comes in without vision to check, for example, these things KT's comp does extremely well. And they have some disengage, right, if DRX were to engage. But DRX don't have to. They can actually poke with Deft and then come in with Zeka and Kingen to kind of finish everybody off. Because Kingen, in the moment where he actually gets all those executions to blow people up, is immune because he's Gwen. It's really hard to punish as KT if you have to come to DRX. And so that's why they're trying so desperately to try to wrestle control. If we can be the ones to start the Baron, if we can sit on it, then DRX will have to come to us. But because DRX have so much control here, it's rough. And that's why Zeri works really well with comps like this, because she has so much wave clear. But when you're just pushed out of mid by Qs from Deft, what are you going to do? You're catching waves, you're not pushing them.
And also, like, I guess Zeri, fantastic at... Okay, never mind. There is going to be, I don't know, just a little bit of a scuffle. But yeah, aiming's very good at tidying up minion waves if you can get to them, but if you're defending a siege or something like that, Zeri actually doesn't do a whole lot at all. So if DRX do manage to get like a Baron in this position that they're in now, like the end of the game could be very, very quick from that point. And I think that KT really need Aria's ultimate to actually do something in the next fight. Like they need to once again lock down Deft. Like DRX have already stolen the position that they're in right now because ㅅ2022 gets a heroic smite steal in a situation where that's an unforced error from KT. Like, every single time you should just kill the Lee Sin first.
Yeah.
Right? That was just him by himself. Like, I think Kingen was there as well.
Aria,
there is going to be a fight here.
It's all up to him, really, and Rascal to set up the engage. DRX are pushed off. They're going to hold the aggro.
Very interesting. We're going for another 50-50. It's Cuz's turn to try and prove himself here. ㅅ2022 gets in, but it is going to be Cuz. That secures it. Can they win the team fight, though, which is the big question. Kingen dives on top, and yes, they wipe out the Azir and the Gragas. Aiming and Cuz on the wrong side of the map, but DRX are like, well, I guess we're just going to try and destroy your base.
Kingen's already here with a huge wave, and Cuz will never be able to do the same here between turrets. As this is not a race. This is really just KT going, all right, we've got to defend with this Baron buff that we've got, which means it'll be completely wasted. Worst case scenario here, though, with 30 seconds left on Aria and Rascal, DRX might just end the game, and you have to look for some sort of engage, you have to look for some sort of angle, but your two engaged champions are gone, they're dead, they're in the death chamber, and things could not look more dire here for KT Rolster now in this second game. You can see how frustrated Rascal is. You take a look at his player cam as things feel impossible because in 45 seconds the Drake spawns, but again, Prio will go to DRX. Yes, you do secure the Drake here as KT, you hold the aggro. ㅅ2022 doesn't get the steal this time, but look at that one-man ult onto Kingen from Aria here. Aiming also on the outside of the pit means he can't auto-attack anybody. He's safe, but he's not doing damage as he walks away with full health, but DRX walk away with the team fight.
Yeah, I think Aiming actually dashed and then immediately got kicked. and then couldn't really do anything. I don't think had flash at the time, or didn't want to use it aggressively or anything like that to get back into range of any autos. So didn't really work out there, and we have a negative 180 gold Baron power play.
And the prio to the Elder is DRX's Deft is going to take a red buff before this fight.
Yep.
They have Infernal Soul on top of it all too. I want to see a miracle, KT Rolster. Show me what you could do, because it's going to take one to steal this game away.
And this Baron buff sort of looks like an anti-Baron right now, because you can see every single lane is pushing for DRX at the same time. That map control they had is just so strong. The kickback onto Arya. Q going to connect there as well, but it looks like Cuz just going to utilize the ultimate. Actually, I believe it was Cuz that was kicked back. Arya moved himself out of the way, so never mind, I told a lie. Chaos Storm just on top of KT, pushing them out of this area. And the Elder, Yoshik does have the Q on it, is now aiming over the wall. Kingen now looking for him, but he's immune. Because, of course, he is Gwen. And that is the Dawning Shadow over the top. DRX now keeping themselves healthy. Remember, Piercing Darkness from Deft. All of the sustain that you could ever want is now Rascal in trouble. There's the flash out from another Empress Divide, and the Azir is going to go down. The Elder is resetting now, as it is going to be secured by Cuz, and now DRX are getting ripped apart!
Okay, finally.
Oh, no, it's just a tale of smites.
Yeah, finally, KT get the crucial objective they need, and 3 bodies come with it there, as well as that GA from Pioshik, which is massive to grab this at this stage. And now maybe they could salvage something. Because finally, Arya actually has a pretty decent engage. Deft flashes away here. He dies, but it's actually the Elder take here when everybody else is committing in that guarantees that this is going to be a win here. The Elder take means you get those resets. If it goes the other way, then KT also get blown up by those Elder triggers. It was actually the GA of Deft that popped there, excuse me, not Pioshik's, but
yep.
The scenario here is not one where, okay, we got the Elder, we win the game, though, for KT, because they're still on the back foot. They're still dealing with those super minions on the bot wave. They're still dealing with all the push that's top and mid that you were talking about right before the fight. So there's a lot of cleanup to do. And for KT, the hope is that you could do it again on the next one. Because, again, Deft is still like, well, I'm getting stronger and stronger and stronger.
He is, but I mean, I feel like aiming is too. Aiming is now up to 4 items, and he's 9-3-1. This very situation is becoming a little bit of an issue. As we can see, is another extendo big. Love it, seeing it so often.
He will need, though, engage to really find value on this pick and get the damage done. Even if his GA pops, like, you know, he doesn't get a second chance in the fight unless KT are already winning it, then he cleans up, wins even harder. The GA is not going to be like his second lease on life necessarily. It's very strong for Zeri, but, you know, it's going to have to be, once again, Arya and Rascal. Can they hit that engage? Last time it was good enough.
Deft? Yeah, Deft getting engaged on by Rascal. Sorry, by Cuz, as that's a kickback underneath the turret. He's going to have to flash, get himself out of the way. Goshik, though, he's going to go down to that GA and is likely just going to die. Not a lot of options. Actually, no. Able to get out, but Beryl not going to be so lucky.
Beryl gets burned down. That might be the go button here for KT. 20 seconds left on this.
They are still getting bounties from this as well, which is just ridiculous, because now they have a gold lead.
Yeah. And because there's a timer for how bounties reset, so you're still going to be able to get a little bit of this. And they pick up another bunch of gold here. Gold is starting to become irrelevant. What's really going to be the more important part of this is going to be the structures and what's left and how much they can clear. Zeri clears so fast that she can reset here and look for the bot clean up as well. Because, like, DRX, they keep losing pieces, but the map still feels like it belongs to them. At this stage of the game as we watch this engage. Once again, Deft has that Elder debuff, so has to be so careful, but they played this bravely. And then Aiming's ult here bounces the damage into Beryl several times here. He has the shield. I'm not entirely sure what kills him exactly there. Oh,
he just didn't quite get enough shield in time.
Yeah.
I don't think. So unfortunately, he's eventually going to get to the threshold there.
Yeah, as soon as the shield popped away, he popped with it.
But fighting against an Elder Drake is generally a lesson that a lot of our LCK teams decide not to even attend. They just they don't go for that one.
Once again here, though, Atlas, we have faster setup for Baron for DRX. Elder buff is gone. Kingan's got a nice flank angle. Arya is in big trouble here.
This could be really, really awful as Sundisk goes up.
They can turn on the
out the Emperor's Divide, but Kingan just dashes over the top of it. Rascal now is going to turn up to try and heroically save his mid laner as Zekker's in a really odd spot, but does get himself back to the safety of his team, and KT have just overextended into DRX. They've lost their mid laner already. The Baron's back up.
You can't win this fight without an Emperor's Divide, I don't think, as KT, but they're going to have to try. No cask available here for Rascal, who's at 1/3 health. Do or die time, KT.
Yeah, Kingen getting into the pit here. Pyosik as well.
Zekker coming back full health with the TP, full mana.
Yeah, and Deft is here with a whole lot of sustain as well. Now DRX are just going to try and pop some bullets into this thing. And Rascal, what can you do? Cuz, can you actually get in and try and defend this? That Gatorade barrel ain't going to do it, and that is going to be the Baron secured by DRX. This game is just so chaotic, man. Like, I don't know, like, as far as Game of Thrones is concerned, I think this is like Season 8. Like, it's just, boy.
Yeah, well, neither of the teams want it, if you get that reference. Feels like here, but...
I didn't bring any judgment. That's what was beautiful about the reference.
So anyway, Arya getting caught here, even though he has the Sun Disc, is what really sets this up for DRX, because Arya is trying to help look for a long con flank with Rascal so they can take this angle in. And then he has to cast early. It's a whole big disaster. And unfortunately, Arya is showing some of his lack of LCK experience, let's just say, in this series. And on the Azir, a champion that, you know, we've been pointed out, or people have pointed out that it's not one of his best, not one that he likes to pick, and one that is one of his weaker ones. But he's had some decent engages, but getting caught here really hurts you, you know, and KT's dire last-ditch attempt to maybe take something away of this game, because the Baron buff leads to Prio once again on these Drakes that DRX take and then are unable to finish the game with, it feels like. Let's see if they can actually secure the smite this time around on the Elder.
We remember the Kwangdong series, right? It took 3 Elders to finish that game. We're only up to 2. So strap yourselves in, everyone. We are not done yet. 41.5 minutes into this game. I believe the longest one so far this season was Damwon versus T1. It went for 55 minutes. The longest one of all time is an hour and a half, so we're not quite there yet. But we'll just see.
We certainly will.
Yeah. If that's what you want, if you believe hard enough, it might happen.
Deft's positioning is really important here. He's got flash. He's looking for the poke before the fight even starts. Look at it go.
He just does a lot of damage, Wolf.
He really does.
As Rascal off the side, thinking about what he wants to do, where he wants to engage. Kingen as well, wanting to get that flank as Pyosik gets towards the Drake. Wants to try and get in there as Kuz dives forward as well. Okay, aiming, trying to just take matters into his own hands as Pyosik's going to get exhausted, and aiming is still alive. But you can see Zekker here, Deft left on his own completely. And Zekker not really doing damage right now. Deft's going to get body slammed and wiped out as DRX completely on different pages.
Yeah, DRX really on different pages there. Pyosik's defensive kicks here used so early that it allows Zeri to get into a backline and get a single target blow up. And now as DRX, you don't have options. You can't try to finish the game because all 3 inhibitors are up. The Nexus turrets are up. There's no pathway, even with the wave clear that you have, to try to rush things through or pull KT back. KT are just going to group up now, and with this insane pushing power that Zeri has, try to push down in some inhibitors of their own finally here. Kingen has teleport, so he can stave off the top pressure. Looks like he's just going to go ahead and head home right now. Yeah. But if anybody dies here on the side of DRX, I mean, that's the end of the game. We're going to game 3. It's been so back and forth.
This has been the weirdest game ever. Teleport going to come in, keeps that minion alive. This mid lane is not long for the world, but can they take down these Nexus turrets? 10 seconds on Deft. Beryl now trying to get underneath.
They have to buy time
somehow. Of his Nexus, yeah, exactly right, but it's only 6 seconds to go before it's a 5v5, but the Elder Drake is so powerful, and the Baron is just worn off. KT running out of minions. Remember, they haven't done their homework. Their side lanes are still pushing in the favor of DRX. And so KT, when they run out of a wave, they don't have too many options, but they're still looking for another one.
They're looking for another one, but Deft is back up now. Flash is up for Arya. He could be the one who scoops them the victory finally after so many whips, after so many empty moments.
Yeah, Flash is going to be there. Can possibly go for something here, but DRX just trying to keep themselves safe in the back line. The sustain there for Deft. If anyone's looking low.
Redemption used here to just try to buy time. They're like, let's go on this wave by wave with this Elder buff. Let's see if we can actually get a single kill, but they've been unsuccessful so far. It's so important. You mentioned those side waves not doing anything here for KT, so it's
look at the wave
wave
stacking on in the top lane. Like, that is absolutely gigantic. That may actually break open that one, but Super Minions now finally getting in there as Kingen. Yes, he's immune, so he's going to be all right as now Rascal goes for the engage. Kingen going to get taken down to his GA as there is the Dawning Shadow. Rascal in trouble. Body slams his way to relative safety, but look at Arya getting taken down so incredibly low. Now Zeka, can he actually do this as the health bar is so low, but Deft
the range!
I think there's been enough cooldowns down that he can get the chase. And KT are pushed out of the DRX base. This game will continue.
Yeah, now the best person to try to push and end the game or get an inhibitor is Kingen, but he died. He had his Unleashed teleport available, but he's not up now to actually go to that top wave you talked about. Aiming's going to go over there and clean that one up. As we're going back,
finally we can have a replay, Wolf.
Yeah, I'm like, I don't remember what happened this because it was a really long time ago. No, this is a really great fight for Aiming. We're already, the disengaged tools here have been used for Pyoshik elsewhere. They're not able to collapse onto Aiming. Like you mentioned, everybody's kind of on a different page here on the side of DRX. Kingen's not collapsing onto Aiming, so it's ended up being a very split fight. The reset for this Elder Drake buys a lot of time for DRX afterwards, as in this fight, it's all about Zeka doing that damage here before Deft gets the opportunity. The cast gear, not amazing to be totally honest. Kingen is, you know, blown up by the Elder. They're not able to get anything else. And then right now, Zeka's like, I'm going in, I'm flashing forward, and Deft is my witness. We are going to defend, and we are going to win this game. As it's not over yet, because they still have so many downed members. Oh, this game just continues. It might be the 3 Elder. We might get that one.
Well, Zeka looking for Rascal here. Pyoshik off to the side, and we've got 15 seconds on this Baron. Well, that one is back on the Rift once more. Kingen wrapping around, Aiming, just looking to walk in to the enemy base and possibly just win the game. He could theoretically do that.
Yeah, he's got
some vision, and yeah, he's just going to dash on over. Can they actually do it? As,
teleport?
Teleport immediately comes forward. Rascal throws down the cask and is going to be able to interrupt it. And now Aiming, he's going to like force-shot this Nexus. The heist has been complete, and KT take down DRX.
KT take him down, and we're going to a Game 3, Atlas. DRX's challenger roster and Deft take the first game. They've got such an early lead for Deft here in Game 2. But the Zeri who was bullied all lane long, the Zeri whose farm was taken away, the Zeri who never got any mid-push, she's the one who sneaks into the base with a leap over the wall to end the game, because her autos, her Q, whatever you want to call it, does so much damage to structures at this stage of the game, she can blow them up. And it's Life who comes in to help secure it. What a game we just watched, and what a series we're in for tonight.
That was just the weirdest game ever. There was so much back and forth. Not all of it, actually most of it, not super good. And then in the end, Aiming's like, oh, I'm done with this. He's just heads back, takes down the last couple of HP points of that Nexus turret.
Be careful who you bully in the laning phase.
Yeah, true.
Because when they graduate college, you never know.
I mean, right now as well, Zeri is now 2-0, and if you look at the stats, you're like, wow, it's champion. Really, really strong. Has it ever really been Zeri being good that's allowed Zeri to win the games? Not really.
In this particular game, I think a lot of the failings of DRX came down to their inability to lock Aiming and a cat down in some of those team fights. Like the disjointedness of the team fights for DRX gave them that first Elder. And then Aiming, of course, was able to make the clutch play, sneak around the side and kill the Nexus. Like, he won the game for them, quote unquote, but it wasn't about the Zeri. A lot of different champions could have actually pulled that off in a scenario like this. But I think the pick definitely has to be respected for how strong it is in late game if it can't be locked down, especially in conjunction with this Yuumi. I think there's a lot to break down about this one because Arya, again, on this Azir, I think we might have to see a big shift. We might have to see a different champion for him. I'd like to see KT prioritize something else.
He's 1-1.
I guess we're looking at stats only now.
Yeah. That's what I've reserved myself to because that game was just super weird. Thankfully, we have the analyst carpet space to break down everything that went on in that game after this short break. We'll see you there.
이거 뭐 들어가는 모션 해줄게.
가자 아니야 가자
들어갈 수 있어? 나 이발 끝낼게. 막아.
끊어줘
막아.
피해볼게 번으로
빅토르 끊을게. 텔 끊었어. 끝내줘 제발. 빨리. 끝났어. 나이스. 잘해보자.
The Olaf nowhere in sight.
Rascal's positioning is so good though, you can't really fight this as Live Sandbox because there's a flash cannon who's got ult available right on the edge. They got a split.
They do, as that is a Hex Splash to get Cuz out of there, as Arya dashing forward. Moonlight Vigil lands onto 5 instantly, 3 blow up! And Rascal now has to try and get this work done by himself, aiming.
Arya is trying to burst him down, and Ruler still hasn't been able to get one auto attack off.
Rascal is trying to win the game in mid right now as well. He's trying to get through a turret, so this is not all for naught here for KT if they don't get these kills, because they're still getting damage done on the map, but they can still back off to a Baron.
Yeah, there's Rascal, and there it is. Here comes Rascal, and that's going to be the end of the 2 carries. They both go down, and Peanut somehow lives again.
이거 리신 와볼래? 리신 와봐. 기다려. 나 앞에 찾을 수 있어. 앞에 봐줄 수 있어. 호응돼? 오케이.
And Jonas Strong is throwing him.
Yeah, if he doesn't step on that, then suddenly Nongshim have free reign.
Uh-oh, Ghost could be in a bit of trouble.
Behind that
Weapons, there we go. It's gonna hit him and take him down.
He had flash. I think he could have gotten behind that turret.
Landed on Dom 1 as Faker. Canyon has no friends in the area whatsoever. Final spark as Carry is going to get cataclysmed as now Canyon, he's managed to put them into the hole, and there goes Showmaker. Manages to grab 1, there's 2. The front line is now dead outside of Faker, I guess.
들켰어? 숨었어. 나 보여. 너 안무빙 해줘야 될 듯? 이거 그냥 너 뺄게. 사람만 높을.
해볼게
Going to be able to lock that one down immediately. It's answered. First Tower of Blood, like you say, provides the answer as Shadow Surge comes down, and Faker is going to come on in onto Showmaker. Goodbye, as it's Carrier that locks down the kill. Another hook to come through as well, as Bertle has to flash to get out of the way, but Faker's got the reset. Of course he does.
Welcome back to the Analyst Carpet Space and Imaginary Desk and also Dancing Floor. It is me, Valdez, with Chronicler, and that was a game of League of Legends that we watched that went over almost 50 minutes. We had of flip after flip after flip. We were gonna like flip a coin, but neither of us have coins, so we missed that opportunity. What is your take on this one, Chronicler?
They subbed out the Challenger roster, but this game was more Challengers than anything I've seen in the LCK, because let me tell you, down in Challengers, we don't do objective setups. We just have faith in our jungler. And then if the other jungler gets the smite, hey, that happens. and honestly, like we can talk about the draft, and I think it should be mentioned. KT obviously had a lot of difficulties in the early game, which can be somewhat expected. There are a lot of elements of this draft that really come online, but they also opted into a lot of unnecessary early fights, and it was just straight up outplays individually from DRX. But those individual outplays only get you so far, and after that, both teams caught in side lanes, just randomly dying. The setup wasn't really there, and like I said, I've seen this so much, and the beauty of a game like this, you don't know how it ends, and this was the perfect ending.
Yeah, it had to happen with, of course, aiming over the wall and backdooring
Zeri
turrets.
Gaming.
Yeah, and also a really nice cask from Rascal to stop the teleport. Could have saved them, so that's definitely something to mention.
I don't even know if the teleport would have come through. That's the worst part.
Maybe the turret dies.
Yeah,
first.
because the turret died pretty quickly. It would have been close, but that was definitely a game of League of Legends. It was 55 or what was it, 50-something minutes of gameplay.
Yeah.
And a team won.
Just want to add the quotes in there.
A team won.
Yeah, pretty interesting draft. Once again, Zeri, Tom and Zeri, in fact. That's the new meme, guys, Tom and Zeri. Make sure you know your LCK memes. But either way, guys, we do have the first highlight, so let's take a look at one of the fights here over the Infernal Drake.
Yeah. As this was actually really big, and this is why you're like, oh, maybe this game is won. When souls are picked up, you feel good about the prospects of your team. Unfortunately, we get the media comeuppance here as the rest of the team, and this is where you start to see the problem that DRX really went into, which is aiming without Yuumi would have been manageable, but they don't really have the reliable lockdown. Yuumi is very like to Kalista in that she hates point-and-click CC. Without this smite still, this game would have been over, I think, 15 minutes earlier, because this elongates the game for so much longer. And then, as I say that, like I don't really know if KT would have find a way into the base earlier, if I'm completely honest. But this is really the tilt the game, right? Like, just see if our jungler gets it, and then we try that again.
Yeah. It's not necessarily what we're known for here in the LCK, but we do have games like this occasionally.
Entertainment.
Be sure to check out Chronicler's stream if you want to see more. But we do have the second highlight ready to go, so let's take a look at that. And one of the Elder fights, because we had multiple.
Yeah, this is 10 minutes before the game ends. This is barely relevant. But again, I want to highlight the issue that we're seeing here, which is that aiming in these fights has so much space, and there's very little to do against this. Like, if you look at the composition, Karma at this point does very, very little. Lee has really outrun his usefulness, and then Gwen is obviously very good, but as much as we joke, I think justifiably so, about Gwen, she also has the issue that if she gets kited out like that, like, there's not much you can do, and with a Yuumi, not going to burst her down.
I'm going to burst her down indeed, and, you know, I was saying that Zeri gets another win, but also the Yuumi gets another win. You know, this is going through. It really feels like in all of these drafts, you know, they had to ban something, and their bans were good, but that means that Zeri gets through, and, you know, stuff like this. So pretty interesting the way we're seeing the drafts develop as well. But, guys, we do have the POG ready to go, so let's see who does pick it up for game number 2. We'll be aiming
Shocker! Because it's Zeri, get it?
Yeah.
that was some some gameplay right there. No, we joke a lot, but I do think that it was aiming with, of course, the assistance of the Yuumi that really made this win possible and really showcased why this champion is receiving so much nerfs on the upcoming patch as well. It's pretty normal for a champion to Need some time to kind of get a feel for how it works. But you see, especially if you can get an early game or early fight multi-man ultimate off, the zoning that she can do is extremely hard to deal with. She gets the consistent resets on her E. And then there's also Yumi. As this part is just, this is like, I think, great presence of mind shown. It might have gone through.
It would have been so close.
I don't, like, that's the worst part. Like, I don't know if it would have been enough time, but
yeah.
That's a what-if scenario. Rascal for sure, doing really well. 1 vote, that's for the cask. That's for the cask, he deserves that. I respect it.
You get the 1 vote through, makes sense. Truly an electric performance from Zeri. That's going to do it, guys, here on the Analyst Carpet Space. We'll see you after game number 3, but for now, back to Atlas and Wolf.
You guys both have shocking sense of humors. Let's get into game 3, Wolf. I have no idea what's going to happen here. I know there's probably quite a few people requesting some subs. I don't think that that's even allowed.
I don't think so,
With the fact that the Challenger roster was called up as an emergency, and then the main roster was then eligible to play. You have to play with the roster that you submit. They did that, and then the LCK team has to sub in. So that's just how it works out, and so that is not going to happen. However, this is going to put a lot of pressure onto DRX. Of course, now switching sides, DRX will now be back on the blue side once more. Theoretically, a more powerful side. You are able to get that priority pick that has been working out very well. And so far, have we seen blue side win every single game today? No, we haven't.
No, I don't think so.
We haven't, because T1 won 2 in a row. Yep. To come back in their series against Hama Life Esports earlier today. It feels like an eternity ago. As this series has been won by the blue side both times.
Yep, so far, 2 in a row. We'll see if it becomes 3, as DRX will have control of the early part of this draft this time around. I don't think Zeri will be given over to DRX. And you know, there's a lot to think about here. As I like the Callista ban a lot from DRX, showing a lot of respect. We've seen it so many times against not aiming, but Ruler when he was playing with Life, with all those aggressive supports Life likes to play.
Yep, DRX setting up for an affiliate's first pick by the looks of things. Of course, KT likes to pick the Callista into it. You can ban either Callista or the set. I don't think you need to buy both. Ban both, because Life is pretty reliant on the Fate's Call to stay alive. Otherwise, he can often just find himself dead in the majority of fights.
Corky's out. And the question becomes, do we see an Aphelios here? Or is it just going to be the Zeri ban that I think is required? I think it would make more sense. Put Deft on the Aphelios if you're DRX, but you don't want to give Deft the Zeri. He actually bans on this side, which may actually force KT to ban the Aphelios themselves now.
Twisted Fate is also available.
Yeah.
Certainly a lot of different options.
And it's one of Arya's, more famous champs. He's played it twice already this season, and I think he'd much rather play it than the, the Azir that we're seeing him play so far. Doesn't look too comfortable on it, but
yep,
time will tell. It's a tough call to make. There's a lot open, and they will stick to the Aphelios.
Taking a bit of a gamble here. Trying to get themselves the Twisted Fate. Certainly a lot of different options, like Karma is still available.
I think if DRX pick up TF, then you can go for, a Karma and an Ezreal, for example. I mean, there's a lot of different ways that you counter this Twisted Fate pick as KT, so I don't really dislike the Aphelios ban here. Because, when we go down to, at the end of the day, like how deep the AD carries go, like, we're dealing with 2 very experienced AD carry players, but there's only so many left that are meta right now. So if you snatch up the Ezreal here, options become somewhat limited. Now the Jinx is still open too, and if they go for like a Jinx follow-up here with Thresh, that's something that you'd be potentially scared of as KT. And the Senna again here.
This time aiming, going to be locking it away, so they enjoyed it. It's going to be Senna Tahm Kench. And Life is, of course, very practiced in Senna Tahm Kench. This might be the fasting Senna variety. It is, of course, 12.2, so no nerfs to that one. As DRX, Deft. You know that if he is going to lock in the Jinx,
he gets the plot armor.
He's feeling pretty confident, because he doesn't like putting that, putting the win rate down.
Yep.
But he is going to lock it away, so feeling pretty confident here, DRX.
Thresh, strong option with this, especially when you have the Twisted Fate here. You have so many ways to engage. Gold card into hook means that you can grab somebody in a box. Flay goes down. That's why I like that the Thresh pick more than something like Lulu here, but they'll take the Xin Zhao instead here.
Yeah.
Want to make sure they have a strong jungle pick before we hit the second ban phase.
I actually don't mind Beryl going for a little bit more engage. Just because I feel like you're not going to struggle too much in the lane. I don't think that right now KT is presented too much that can actually threaten the Jinx. So maybe just wait. For
Yeah, that's true.
I don't mind it.
Could definitely go into something like a Leona instead.
Yep.
Sure. Arya on the Sylas. That's an old favorite. You love to see that one come through here versus the Twisted Fate. It's also a common response to Twisted Fate because you can match those rotations with your own Destiny gates. Makes it a lot more manageable. That's why it's, you know, one of those soft counters passed. Lulu gets banned. Thresh, I think, would be a reasonable ban here.
Karma as well.
Karma.
You want to get rid of it, but we've actually, I don't know. It seems like Carrier thinks that Tahm Kench is a Karma counter because he like played it twice into Karma and won both times. I'm pretty sure. Memory serves. So
yeah.
Maybe that's something that's shared by the rest of the league.
Alternatively, Leona ban here is pretty good too, I think. Should go ahead and take away the Quinn instead. Leave the choice up to Beryl. And I guess for here, like, Lee Sin seems to fit the bill. Have a lot of power in mid lane. Olaf is really interesting. He can obviously walk straight through Crescent guards and Twisted Fate gold cards and stuff like that, so I don't dislike it.
We've also seen Olaf as sort of an isolated counter pick into Xin Zhao. Hasn't necessarily worked super well, but we have seen players like Croco and Canyon go towards it. As now, a pick.
Rascal's Renekton, and it will very likely just be, I think, the Lee Sin to round out this draft, but it's a lot of attack damage. Maybe they're considering a Nidalee pick here as well.
I don't know whether I like it.
I don't like it.
I mean, Cuz was such a passenger on the Nidalee last time around.
He was 2-0-4, but then just didn't turn it into anything.
Yeah.
It's true. Karma is really strong option into the Senna Tahm Kench. At least we think so, and we've thought so a lot. Carrier proved us wrong, but I don't know if Life will be able to do the same. As the pick here into the Renekton will be the Jace.
An old favorite of good old Kingans.
Yeah, it can be very comfortable in the early parts of it.
Now, Cuz, what are you going to play? I like this so much more than Nidalee.
But yeah, it gives you a lot of really strong team fighting. You can also catch people in Senna's route. You know, if that's set up really well, they stay there longer. Sylas has a lot of good follow-up. KT's draft is a little bit disjointed in terms of where its late game identity is, because yes, Diana can scale very, very well, but and Senna can too, but the Sylas and the Renekton are more tempo-based, and so I think you need to have a nice advantage to make sure that you can coast through the later parts of that scaling with the Diana and the Senna. She falls behind early, and I say she, either of them really fall very far behind early, then you're not going to be able to stand on Renekton or Sylas' shoulders very well, whereas DRX's comp is well-rounded, can deal with a lot of early game pressure, as well as put on early game pressure, you know, mid-game Twisted Fate Destinies.
Yeah, it has a lot of poke and stuff like that as well.
Yeah.
Like, DRX certainly will be able to lay down some siege.
I like DRX's comp a lot more. I'll just say it right now. I think it has value throughout all stages of this game, and in the late game, it should rule supreme if positioning is good. Now, the Diana is always this kind of wrench in the gears of how late game comps work, because we've seen Canyon especially do this a million times, where you just come in a great flank angle, have that 4-man ult, and then boom, you get a Baron, you push to win. And I just do think that KT once again are going back to a little bit of game one feels here, where it's very much tempo based, get ahead early. How long can you hold on to that lead though, is the question.
No, I agree. I think that a lot of this is going to be on Life's shoulders to allow the melee carries on the side of KT to go in and out of this battle and not just get immediately kited and blown up and things like that. It certainly is something that you have an option to do with the Devour once that is picked up. But here we are, onto the ref for game number 3, final game in the series and the 6th of the night. Man, if you guys didn't like the fact that we didn't have a lot of LCK over the last week, well, congratulations. We've got maximum LCK today.
Come back with a bang.
Indeed. That being said, the last game was not exactly like tactically sound. I'm looking forward to a little bit of more intelligent League of Legends here today.
Don't jinx it, okay? Let's see what we get, okay? Let's take what we get and be happy with it and hope in our minds, but not on the microphones in front of tens of thousands of people. Use jinx it in front of. No, I do think that this should be, I mean, it gets harder to be a little bit more Clown Fiesta than the last game, but we will see what we can get because, you know, as you mentioned, aiming is going for the fasting center this time around.
Yeah, that's it's the way you sort of play it with the Tahm Kench. Allows the Tahm Kench to be a lot more tanky and also benefit from the new buffs to the Grey Health.
Yep. As
Mantra Q going to come through here. And Life and Aiming going to see what they're going to be able to do as far as staying up in this lane against the Karma Jinx that can be very, very difficult, especially when it's piloted by Deft and Beryl. And I've certainly got a heck of a lot of experience on both of these picks.
Do like the Dematerializer here for Life. Going to make things a little bit easier, relieve some of that pressure, be able to farm up a little bit easier. As obviously at the early part of this, Zeka is just going to be throwing cards into the watermelon that is Arya.
Yeah.
I don't know why people thought that was so cool, like in the 90s. Like, whoa, he threw the card into the watermelon. I'm like, yeah, I've seen this before. Why is this on every TV program ever? Like, it's pretty cool until you've seen it 1,000 times, but Arya is the watermelon for the early game until he hits.
I don't even know like what that is.
You don't know
like
about the
people on YouTube using samurai swords to cut watermelons. Why watermelons?
But you know what I'm talking about? So you don't know what I'm talking about? People like take the stack of cards and like throw it forward really hard, like flick it really hard, and it sticks into the watermelon because they like threw it so hard.
No.
And everyone's like, wow, that's really impressive. I'm like, yeah, that's impressive, but I mean, it's not like you're the only guy who can do that. I'm just not impressed anymore. I'm kind of tired of it.
Wow.
Look, I'm being a little grumpy. 6-game Grumpy Wolf is coming out. Like
it's like you thought the disappointed dad wolf was the problem. But no. Talking about playing cards being put into watermelons, I think it's just, you know, why waste a watermelon, you know? Like, those things are expensive. You bought them in Korea, man? Like, oh. Certain watermelons are also worth more than other watermelons as well. Like, I was down south a little bit, and like there are places that are known for watermelon, and so like everyone finds out that this place is known for watermelon, so their watermelons are like really expensive. Don't throw your cards into it.
Oh, it's really funny, the watermelon issue. Like, if you end up going to a watermelon truck and the guy's truck says like, oh, it's 6,000 won for watermelon, you're like, I like that one. And you pull out the 6, he's like, that one's 8. It's always how it is. Like, he's like, that one's too big. I'm like, it's one of the smaller ones. He's like, yeah, well. I'm like, you said there's 6, man. You can't just keep changing the price.
Did they say like 6 per kilo or something? Is DRX all looking for Arya? Might save you guys from our watermelon conversation, but no, not going to happen. Zeka going to just put a blue card into the watermelon that is the outer turret in the mid lane. As Aiming and Life just tidying up this minion wave.
Beryl
way back, and yeah, Beryl going to stop Arya from going home.
He had Ignite, so if
Flash Ignite, just to
Flash
get that
Ignite.
first blood. Hell yeah.
Would have been pretty sick, not really, but that's what you get when you have the Karma lane, you know, a little bit of freedom.
Yep. Def taking a bit of his own medicine here after dishing out a whole bunch of hurt on his center in the last game.
He's definitely feeling it here in this early part of the laning phase. Beryl's going to come down. Oh, it helps him get the last on the minion there.
That was actually Beryl that got it, so sometimes the Karma needs some money too.
Actually,
you got to buy a watermelon.
I didn't actually realize it was him. I thought he like prepped it for Def perfectly.
Yeah, no, he tried. It's just like they both autoed at the same time, and like just because the minigun's auto attack just goes a little bit faster.
Yeah.
And good old Barrels. As Rascal and Kingen fighting this one out, of course, Rascal with no mana, not going to be suffering from the same issues that Kingen has. As you can see, he doesn't have a lot of juice left in the tank. Thinking about going for a bit of a back relatively soon. Rascal going to be doing the same here, but everything's pretty even. KT move themselves towards mid lane a little. Life by himself down here on the bottom side.
It's really hard.
Farming, so it's Aiming that's off on a little bit of warding duty.
It's really hard for Cuz to make a big impact in the side lane, as we always do this.
Every time.
13-2 now in the LCK.
45-4 of all time. Of course, starting off with Deft in the LPL. That was when Jinx was released. It was what is it, like 2015, something like that, when Def was on EDG.
Yeah.
That's where it all started. Aiming, going to be able to find a snare here onto the Jinx, though, as he steps on a jumper. That's going to say goodnight to all of that aggression.
Really hurts your feet.
Yeah.
It has been a really rough time for Aria. Like, we talked about, this is a soft counter that's supposed to fade. That's because of the following of the ult, but it's also been like too rough of a time here for Aria. Like, that is 25 CS down. Like, it's not that bad in the early game, and we're level 6 now for Aria. You can match rotations, but Zeka's, like, I think pretty happy to keep hitting the watermelon.
Yeah, no, I think so. I think that this watermelon is looking very peppy. You know, like this is a weathered joke, and also the watermelon is suffering from the same fate.
It's got a lot of card slots.
Cards everywhere. Like, how many decks did he buy? Like, he went to the convenience store, like, got an extra one after he already brought the poker set over to his friend's house just to show him his watermelon piercing skills. What a waste of both cards and watermelons. I'm still bothered by this, the fact that it's even a thing. As Kuz is very sneaky, as Blastcone going to come through here. Kuz able to, not really do too much. Skioshik gets himself back up to health.
Grabs that final piece of his smite, and I mean, things are going very well here for DRX outside of this bottom lane, which isn't going badly. It's just not going very well, but it's going as you'd expect, right, is what I'm really getting at here. And like, Kinginus doing great up here against this Renekton, and this issue becomes often a little bit worse the longer it goes on.
There's sort of like a middle time that we're kind of at right now, where Renekton should have a bunch of power, but that shouldn't last forever.
But this, okay.
Yeah, Dominus going to be traded there for a Hammer Smack in the opposite direction.
Tap your head, can't waste ult if you don't have an ult.
Indeed.
So can't trade ults if you don't have an ult. The Rift Herald that fights, that will potentially be fought over in 30 seconds here, is where you can really shine as the Sylas pick here and really carry that fight. Even though he's down on CS, like, he hasn't fallen behind in terms of where he would be normally at this moment in time. It is going to hurt that he's, you know, falling behind in that gold, especially because Twisted Fate gold, etc. But what's really cool about this for DRX is they have mid prio and bot prio, and they're just happy to sit it out. Like, if you try to take the Drake, we'll just collapse on you.
And they have theoretically like a better mid-game comp as well. They have a lot of scaling options. I mean, KT does too, but this is another pretty janky feeling composition, very similar to that in game number 1, where Aria might feel a little bit more comfortable on the Sylas, but now you're sort of criminally under-ranged. The center is going to be all of the range options, and yes, she does have a lot as the game gets further on, but you're against a Jinx, who sort of prides herself on shooting people from really, really far away with gigantic rockets.
Yeah, Jace too. Like, this is what I was saying when I felt like the Senna and the Renekton and the Diana, like, these champions are so disconnected from each other in terms of what they want to accomplish at different stages of the game. As you can see, like, DRX are not afraid of a level 6 Diana, even though she can have a great ult. Like, you know, you still can outrange and you can win this fight. Now, Deft isn't here yet, but he should have enough time to arrive, as KT are playing this so slow. Not the greatest scryers there from Kuz, not getting a ton of info.
Yep. Dawning Shadow available here for aiming as he moves on up. Super Mega Death Rocket, same story. As now Kuz looking to come in. We're flipping on another objective. I love that. As in, oh my goodness, it's so much work being done by Kuz to get towards that backside. As now you can see Rascal diving forward, and Beryl not going to survive this one. Oh, actually, no, he will survive for the minute as Deft has to flash. And Super Mega Death Rocket immediately, the Devour comes in from life. That was clutch. And KT going to move on back. It's only Kingin that died in the entire fight. KT are going to be able to grab everything.
That's Aria who picks up the Rift Herald's Eye here, and that's probably where they're going to put it, straight into the mid lane.
And it was actually, I got so confused by the hijack. He hijacked the Crescent Guard. I'm like, that must have been Kuz. And then my brain was just impaired for the rest of the game. But that was fantastic.
Yeah, no, the Crescent Guard was super sick, and then the follow-up ult from aiming too empowered everybody, shielded everybody, pushed DRX back. Like, it basically hit almost all 9 players it could. You know, of course, including the Senna, so I guess 10.
It actually did damage as well.
Yeah, it actually was a really sick ult. But this is Aria stealing Crescent Guard with the hijack and then blocking this choke point up. Rascal's able to get over the wall, and then Barrel's locked in here too. And it's a nice cleanup. And then Aria's like, okay, I'm grabbing the eye. And then you can put that down. They had an opportunity to actually give the gold to aiming when he was right there in mid, but gonna hold on to it for a little bit longer, try to use it for this Drake prio in 70 seconds. Instead, as here comes Kuz.
Yeah,
no ult though.
Whether that gold card is actually gonna work out. And no, he's just gonna dash on top of Zeka and take that gold card to the face. This Twisted Fate looking pretty strong right now. Tidies up minion after minion. Yoshik in here is King going to dive on top of Aiming. There's the Destiny. And Life tries to get himself out. Aiming is really dead, but Life will survive.
Still pretty massive kill here for DRX. And they, with this pretty successful lane swap, are going to be able to push down some plates here in the bottom side. Still 3 minutes to go on those. Arya will be able to get a little bit of extra pressure here in the mid lane due to that Destiny gate that he wasn't able to match without Hijack available. But still, at the end of the day, feeling very good as DRX about this pick. Will give them a gold lead for the time being before those plates crash down. Yep, as Deft is up here, is able to time his swap well, but isn't in a position to grab plates, unfortunately.
We get the stop at the back as well, so a little bit of tempo lost there on KT's side. Beryl moves towards the mid lane to do the same thing, as Arya turns back up to try and catch this wave as it heads towards his turret. But DRX have now an opportunity to move towards this Infernal Drake that is spawning in 4 seconds' time. See whether they do actually prioritize that. Cuz in the area as well, looking to try and get some vision down as the ward goes over. Spots that Cuz is right here. They have vision as well.
Yep, KT trying to set up for a fight here. Without Rascal, it's pretty tough. He has teleport, he's hiding where he is right now. And DRX have to make the tough call. Do they actually commit in? No Destiny Gate up for Zeka right now.
Yeah, good little ward here spots a lot of what DRX are doing.
Yeah,
behind enemy lines.
It's really nice how KT have set this one up very slowly, very carefully. Zeka backing right now, so they know that they can actually go ahead and start this. He does not have teleport, does not have Destiny Gate. He's actually currently holding on to a Ghost with that swap summoner spell. And KT will be able to get this one without a fight. Rascal doesn't commit teleport, just returns to lane. Doesn't actually lose anything here. And a little bit of a golf clap for the KT macro play here and rotation around the Drake. Or, yeah, the Drake.
Yeah. As Hextech Rift. I like this. It's a lot of fun. A lot of flanking potential here on both sides. And you'd imagine that as DRX, you can probably see the world opening up just a little bit here as well, because you've got the Destiny play that you can make at the same time. Allows Zeka to try and reposition in order to get in range of a lot of these earlier Destinies much more simply. Do kind of like it. As KT trying to push this one forward, Aiming just going to grab the souls that he can, as the Rift Herald is going to be absolutely obliterated. Arya just lacks a little bit of experience, I think, as his jungler often takes these Rift Heralds away.
Yeah, I mean, he will steal the Twisted Fate ult, which is nice, but he didn't have a lot of time on the eye there. It was nearly timing out, so didn't have a lot of great opportunities to do anything, just decided to toss it in. And, yeah. Does end up getting denied, but at the end of the day, that's pretty big deal. It's a pretty big deal because KT needs to have a nice tempo lead, right? They need to have advantages here, and he's already significantly behind.
Speaking of being behind, Zeka spots out that Cuz is in the area. Okay, Gold Card is going to come through, as that is another Destiny, as Arya turns up as well. That's why DRX were moving away. Of course, 2 versus
the Rocket.
Rascal so low, it should be fine, as Super Mega Death Rocket. It's going to drift towards the top side, and Rascal just, slices and gets himself out of the way.
Nice reaction there from him. So we're going to go back to this moment down here on the bottom side where King is able to punish the positioning here of Aiming with the gold card rotation down. Life is like, sorry, man, I abyssal, and I'm flashing out of here. You're on your own.
As okay, that's also a dead Koshik, as KT just spotted him in their jungle, I guess. We'd need a bit of an update to find out exactly what happened.
Yeah, we'll get back to the past and the future, don't worry.
Yep. Aiming, taking a bit of damage here. Rascal still continuing to take a lot of damage from King, and on the top side of the map, the Jace is starting to feel like he's taken over. His Eclipse is now put together. Once that mana immune done, then he is really going to be very difficult to deal with all the extra mana. The fact that these Shock Blasts can just continue raining through.
Pioshik was, obviously killed, and so has to return, and this means that Cuz actually has a really nice window to come in here and steal more farm away. Look at how much farm he's been able to steal. He's 30 CS up right now, up 2 levels on Pioshik. And Pioshik has to immediately path here, because if he doesn't, then Kingen dies, because, that's the vulnerable spot here, so it's being nice. Here's what happened. Hextech gate over into just a quick ult, and you think you can take my red buff for free? Not gonna happen.
No. He was not able to take the red buff for free whatsoever. Spotted on a ward, I believe, as KT used their topside advantage with that extra kill in order to grab Shirley for themselves. And Arya is in this mid lane. He's not allowed to pick up any Rift Herald Eyes for the rest of this game. We'll see whether KT make better use of their second one, as Deft and Beryl look to try and shove out this bottom lane. First turret blood would be available here for the Jinx, and that is certainly good news. Yeah, caught napping a little bit on the side of KT, as Shirley's going to be put down towards the top side, and KT valuing a lot of Rascal getting ahead. And I don't really mind that. Trying to cling on to some relevance for this Renekton is certainly a good idea. It's also slowing down Kingen.
It's also they had some kill pressure here potentially if Kingen wanted to be greedy. They don't have enough vision on where Zeka is right now, where Pioshik is, so they don't push this further. But my original thought when I saw that drop in the top lane was, oh, they're looking for an inner turret and maybe even a kill onto Kingen. They just didn't have enough vision there to actually make that happen, as we did, knowing that Pioshik was bottom side there and Zeka was pretty far away. Still, KT right now only a little bit of gold behind, but I think that they need a pretty big lead at this stage. So I'm feeling very comfortable with DRX's position in this game because Silas hasn't been able to make any big plays. He's 1,500 gold behind a Twisted Fate, who is 20-30 CS up, but also it's Twisted Fate. Then Deft is starting to get online on this Jinx, and the problems are starting to really stack up here for KT. And
yeah,
they need to win this Drake fight, and I'm not sure if they're in a position to do it at the moment.
Aiming's only, you know, a few hundred gold behind, actually. 900 gold behind as the fasting center is not that bad at this point in the game, 17 minutes. So that's good news for KT. Rascal here trying to sort out this bottom lane outer turret. Kingen doing the same thing topside.
Kingen has teleport and Rascal does not, so he has to play around bot because he needs to be near the Drake so that KT can contest, whereas Kingen has the opportunity to long push here really, really hard and then still join in for that Drake fight. It's up in 3 here.
Oh. You saw nothing, don't worry.
DRX trying to push this mid wave as fast as possible so they can actually set up for this Drake. As it's Life, who also has the matching teleport, so he can deal with this Jace pressure.
Super Mega Death Rocket, a bit of damage onto Cuz, but no Destiny is going to be invested here, and it looks like DRX just going to give that up, as well as the outer turret on the bottom side of the map. A little bit of a macro disaster here, as DRX look to try and trade for this outer turret in the mid lane. Gatling gun should help out here for Deft, or the minigun, sorry. As Flame Chompers go down, Life turns on up, but they are able to at least take that turret, as there's the Crescent Guard just to get rid of this Diana.
She still has ult and still has flash, so they are not, I mean, still also has her rocket belt. Like, she's not by any means neutered by this knockback. It was a really nice reaction there, but he still has the opportunity to turn on a dime and look for a team fight win here. Oof. I think DRX really, like you said, they kind of dropped the ball in terms of the macro in that moment. Could have contested Drake, but at the end of the day, I think your biggest fear is DRX right now. I mean, considering we could see everything and we know the whole map and they don't. Their biggest fear is that they give over a little bit of gold to the Silas who desperately needs it, or the Diana who desperately needs it right now, and then the snowball actually continues for KT like they would have wanted it. Whereas if they just avoid fighting, it's not soul point, you know, push the Jace on the side lane and back off, then things can be okay.
I really like Jonah Strong showing that aiming was backing without picking up a soul that was right in front of him. Oh, man.
He's got to look at his tab screen, man.
No, I mean, that's true. That is very true. Got to get into that shop as soon as possible, everyone. Rule number 1. Oh, dear. Rascal tidying up minions on the bottom side. And Pioshik needs to try and figure out how to really get something going. Has had a couple of missteps, but certainly has a lot of tools in his kit to get stuff done. The disengage capability of this Xin Zhao, as well as the availability of you know, starting these fights and allowing Zeka to get in with the Destiny at the right position, Kingen to land these shock blasts, and just keeping Deft safe. Definitely going to be a fantastic thing. Like, DRX's composition, especially as this game goes on, is just going to feel better and better. I'm a little bit worried. Like, if Cuz continues to power farm and become more and more valuable, like he gets into a backline and gets a Moonfall onto 3 people, like maybe the game just ends.
And that's why positioning is so important for DRX, and that's why vision control is so important. And you really do, as DRX, I think a lot of the time right now, feel like taking fights just isn't reasonable. It's too high risk. And yes, the Diana is getting ahead kind of for free. It's stealing a lot of camps away and has, you know, been 2 levels up for a while now, just the 1. But you do need to make sure that she doesn't actually wipe your team over an objective you didn't need to force, because you also are gaining power. You also are gaining the ability to team fight 5v5 later, as long as you can avoid the Diana engage.
Yeah, and the Silos as well, being able to find the Crescent Guards, and as well as these Destinies that can be so valuable. This is not it, though, as Zarya takes a bit of damage from Zeka. And Rapid Fire Cannon as well as Everfrost. It is just not exactly the highest damage on this Twisted Fate right now, but he does have all the tools that he wants. Stopwatch as well at the ready.
Double Stopwatch here means this is a fight that KT can force so hard, and they absolutely need to on this Hextech Soul Point. And that's where kind of all eyes are here. Is the ability for aiming, interestingly, is an Eclipse. I actually don't mind it, considering how squishy a lot of DRX's comp is outside of the Xin Zhao. Like, if you get that range up later on, you know, it can burst through those health bars pretty quickly.
Yep, Lethality Center to come through here.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Yeah, I think the first time we saw it here, it didn't actually really do very much. But the first time we saw it here was the Lethality variety. But now just going to be going for, I believe, the Rageblade, just because Rageblade is just so extraordinarily good, synergy-wise so with Senna. Yeah, you sort of can't not do it. So it is going to be the next option. Deft has been given so much of the farm around this map. He's certainly the late game win condition here of this DRX team. But it's just whether DRX are going to be able to coordinate for these team fights, because we saw in the last game, they weren't quite able to get on the same page and really orchestrate how their 5 players are supposed to, work together as a unit. So
we saw in that graph, by the way, a level and a half ahead right now is Cuz in experience still.
Yeah.
A lot of damage here onto aiming. That's not what you want before this fight breaks out. This is a must-win fight for KT. Like, make no mistake, this is not one you walk away from. You're not going to trade 2 and 2 Drakes and let the game slow down incredibly for DRX. You can't let that happen. You have to be ready. You've got the double stopwatch. Well, it's the Zhonya's now for Cuz. This is all about the fight, all about the engage. No hijack yet for Arya. He needs it so desperately. He needs to get in and actually set this up.
Oh, you can see KT off to the side. It's the poke that DRX needs to land first. That's so important. Arya going to steal another Crescent Guard. As these Shock Blasts, they need to land. Super Mega Death Rocket, will it hit? As there is the teleport in. Rascal gets over to the side and Kingen immediately greets him. That is not the welcome the Crocodile wanted, and now he's getting taken down extraordinarily low. Super Mega Death Rocket connects onto Arya. It's going to be more difficult for him to get any sort of engage, and look at this poke. KT have been pushed out completely, and that is Drake number 2 for DRX. Now the Destiny to come in as the Zap connects onto Arya as well. Deft just ready to get excited. As there's the Zap, and the first speed up comes in. Now Cuz finds a Moonfall, but it's just not quite enough damage. The rest of DRX, they are split off, but it's Rascal that's going to be the first one on the menu. Zeka goes golden. He's playing beautifully this game after a bit of a shocker in game 2, really turning it around on this Twisted Fate. And DRX do just push them away. So DRX take everything from that team fight that time around.
It's so eerie, Atlas, that this KT roster feels so much like the Doran, Dove, Gideon version of KT roster that we saw so much at the end of last year, where you're watching KT play these early game comps, play it out even, fall slightly behind, and then look clueless in some of these late game team fights. This flank here from Rascal is desperation, because he's like, well, I need to somehow get in the back line. We're not getting in there. Pyosik is at the ready with a Crescent Guard. Arya can't really split his team in half with his own Crescent Guard. And so you have this flanking Renekton who gets basically 2-shot down to half health, and then Destiny just guarantees they can track them on their way out. And this is basically KT just losing a fight before it even starts, and then tucking tail and running. And there's no way out. They're fishing a barrel here. And the last moment is when Cuz decides to engage, but he had no opportunities before this. Like, it's not like he just decided not to fight or decided not to ult. The positioning was too good of DRX. They've got so much poke, so much range. DRX are now poised to really take the front, the driver's seat of this game and take the lead in terms of how these fights are going to go. Who's the initiator? It doesn't really feel any longer like it's KT outside of a rogue flank from Cuz he's not been able to pull off. Look at this gold lead now, 3,000.
No, it's just really skyrocketed after that one. Really nicely done by DRX, and what we really got to see was just how much better DRX's composition is if it does get that setup, if it does get to the location first and is able to start those fights. And also, what Aria decides to hijack is really important in those instances, right? So this time he had that Crescent Guard, he's waiting to use it, but then you've got him as another engage tool or disengage tool, and it doesn't really synergize with what Rascal and Cuz want to do, because they want to dive in, get everyone together. Aria stole an ultimate that goes in and, you know, tears everyone apart.
Exactly.
So in those moments, like something like the Destiny could have been better, so you can get that flank angle, push them towards the Renekton Diana.
If you can get
something happen.
If you can get to the hijack angle to get the Destiny, it's ideal. It's always difficult to pull it off. But also, I mean, consider that Deft's ult isn't really very useful. And otherwise, you got Mantra and Jace ult. You know, I mean, this isn't the greatest comp for the Sylas, as Rascal is just caught and dead.
Yeah,
this is starting to be
Crocodile on a leash. Dawning Shadow does come in. Let's see what. Yes, they have the damage. That is going to be the Gale Force, and
this is the beginning of the end.
Down. It is.
Yeah, this really is. I mean, well, the beginning of the end was that last Drake fight, and this is like the beginning of KT not being able to play the game anymore. And I mean, this is well and truly unfortunate for Cuz. I feel like Cuz has had a great game. He's farmed well. He's out, you know, maneuvered his opponent in terms of the jungle and the farm, but his team fighting hasn't been there. You know, he hasn't been able to capitalize. He hasn't been able to find an angle. Like, he's not in a great spot here to punish DRX, because if Zeka just presses R and finds him, they collapse on him and blow him up and kill him. It's so difficult to beat Diana in these situations where you have all the pieces.
Yeah, super mega close. Rocket is going to drift throughout Runeterra for quite some time, as we're going to check this one out once again.
This is like Rascal caught looking for a Gromp here or something. Like, I don't know what he thought was going to happen in this area. They just don't have any vision whatsoever. There's a control ward there, but
yeah, I was wondering how many playing cards he could stick into the Gromp, I think.
Yeah.
Was what he was doing, and then he found out that the Gromp was too expensive, more expensive than what was advertised, and it was very frustrating.
Lichbane done for Zeka on top of his rapid fire cannon. I think if Aria's best bet maybe is to, if he can steal a Destiny before the team fight when he finds an angle to do so, then hold on to it, then use it to try to get into the back line. Like, maybe that's your window. But he also, I mean, he's got an Everfrost in the Zonias. Like, it's not like he's going to be able to blow up Deft. Deft can flash, heal, walk away. He's going to have Karma shields, and then, uh-oh, you're in the wrong place as a Sylas who's now going to be killed early. Like, we've passed the point of this comp being able to work. You needed to have a bigger lead, KT. This is just like game one.
Yeah, and also, like, what do you do now? Do you play side lanes? Like, no. I don't think you necessarily win side lanes with a Renekton that's past his use-by date. Deft is just happily walking up way in front of the rest of his team. And with the Destiny, DRX are capable of doing this. And they are just going to mosey on in, destroy an inhibitor turret in the mid lane. This Hextech Drake is going to get closed in on by KT, but Drake for Nexus is not necessarily a trade that I'd like. If I was DRX, as Kingan's going to move on down. Let's see whether he can get some damage onto Cuz. Yes, they're able to lock down the Drake, but they lose an inhibitor for it, and DRX have so much control.
You can't get out. You can't get out of here as KT necessarily now.
Yeah, it's a teleport to come through from life, and he's going to get there towards that bottom side as the rest of DRX now just start pinging out on this Baron, and they should be able to get there. And KT horribly out of position right now as the gold card comes in. That's going to stop Rascal from being able to get over here and try and check this very quickly.
KT trying to rush over now. Sylas has the unleashed teleport, so Arya might be able to find angle, but he doesn't have any great wards to teleport to be totally honest. Like, he really just kind of has to slow walk in, see if he can get a good hijack here. Is there a good hijack, right? Between the Jace and the Karma, like, you need this Twisted Fate ult, or you need the perfect Crescent Guard. He's stolen it already. Yep. Let's see what he could do with it, because at least this rotation over for KT stops the Baron from happening now. They hold Soul Point. There's still a sliver of hope that we do have that Miracle Diana engaged. Getting closer to a Void Staff now. But, man, it feels so dire, and it feels like it didn't have to be this way for KT in this series. Why didn't we see any late-game drafting from it? We're going back to 2021 habits here. Like I said, it feels like the Dove, Gideon, Doran KT. It really does.
The first draft felt like it was just Gen G, right? And yes, there are two pieces from that Gen G composition, but it's just a very strange situation here as KT play a different game. I guess you can't. It's hard to say better game, but they did win in game number 2. But this red side drafting is just a little bit suspicious.
Yeah, really not a big fan of it.
Yeah.
the Kalista ban, I think, was so smart because that's where they found the best way into these types of comps. And when they're not allowed to play it, they look a little bit clueless. Zhonya's done now for Zeka.
Well, DRX still just jockeying for position around this Baron. And if we've seen anything or know anything from this series, honestly, we still have no idea who's going to win this game. Because what we're going to do is we're going to get our coins out and we're going to flip them over and over again. The remainder of this game. Based on whether a Baron or a Dragon is alive. And right now, as you can see, KT, all 5 members grouped up to try and get that sweet mid control. But they don't have an inhibitor in that mid lane. And DRX desperately trying to get themselves, you know, with a safe mid-outer turret. This is actually really dangerous as, yeah, Cuz not going to find the Q onto Deft, and they do manage to take down the mid turret.
Kingen is like, yeah, I'll take an outer turret for your inner and maybe even a little bit of damage on this inhibitor turret because it's really difficult for KT to back and defend because A, there's super mega death rockets being shot at them, but B, if you do back away and defend, then DRX get a free Baron. So you're really tied between a rock and a hard place right now as KT Rolster.
There it is. I think that's our first rock and a hard place so far today. So I'm glad that we finally got one. Great flash there from Deft, gets him out of the way of the Moonfall as Arya flashes in as well, but no one's able to get on top of Deft just yet. Kingen wasn't even here for this one, but you can see now Zeka and Deft off to the side, trying to fire these things out. Pyosik surviving for so extraordinarily long, and once again, KT find themselves with no health bars, but can they fight back is the question. Arya in so much trouble though as Kingen dives in on top, and now, just like Domino's, KT fall down. Deft is real excited as he's about to take down his former organization. There's no inhibitor in the mid lane. This might just be game.
The Jinx plot armor is strong, but it's the strength of this team drafting, playing through the mid game, shutting KT down at every turn. 2 different rosters of DRX prevail in 2 different games against KT's early game, and this should be the series.
That's going to be a gold card to the face, and that is Zeka able to actually find a redemption game here. The Nexus turrets will be taken down. That's the ace. Deft is going to be able to pick that one up as DRX in a bit of a shellacking, honestly, in the end. I guess it's 32.5 minutes, so Spawn's rules, not actually a shellacking. But as far as this series goes, definitely a quick game and pretty one-sided.
It's crazy to see a team like KT Rolster fall back to old habits with a new roster. Hirai is still the head coach, still got Acorn. It's the same coaching staff. The ideas about the game are very similar here, but still with a completely retooled roster, I felt like I was in a time machine. Like I took a portal back to 2021 and watched KT draft Gen G's tempo-based comps in this best of 3 and get destroyed by 2 different rosters, a Challengers roster and the current LCK roster of DRX in a single best of 3. I think KT have the players and have the talent and skill to actually play out later.
They beat Gen G.
Yeah,
they 2-0 Gen G.
They play it late. They win those games if they are the better team, and I think that they are, and I think that they proved in that Gen G series that in late game, they can be the better team, but playing like this means that your win conditions are so narrow and they're so dated in a meta that we have where we live in scaling. And I don't want to, pity party on this too much because it is a great showing for DRX. They come back with a vengeance with 2 different rosters. Yes, game 2 was very crazy, but they are able to close it out, cross the finish line. I think it was a good showing for the Challengers League players who finally get to have their moment on the main stage here. June gets to return. And it was overall a good day for the DRX organization.
No, I agree. I actually think that DRX showed a lot of positivity in a time that's a lot of turmoil for this team, right? Like, they lose Coach Kim, still not entirely sure what happened there, but also with now illness hitting as well, and then illness being relieved, and then not necessarily knowing what to do. Like, how much practice were they doing this week, right? With the fact that the fact that they were off was announced quite a few days ago. Were the rest of the DRX roster actually, practicing really hard and things like this? I know that, the only player that we know definitely knew that he was just going to play the game, things were going to be fine, was the Alpaca. And Deft had a very, very good series, I thought.
Yeah, all 3 games he played very well. Game 2 in particular had a fantastic game, but then in Game 3, he took the lead that his team gave him and was able to ride through.
Yep.
It's been a pretty dark time for, I think, the top duo of Pyosik and Kingen, and did they prove that they are the standouts more than Clear and Peach tonight in those second 2 games? I don't really think so. I think there's still a lot of that's still a topic for debate. But at least they played better, and Kingen definitely looked a lot more sound because there have been some big issues on the top side of the map as of late. But tonight, they did well enough to beat KT Rolster.
They definitely did. And we actually thought that this was going to be a pretty one-sided KT victory. Going into this, based on what KT have shown us, of course, KT have just been the most roller coastery ever. Like, as soon as they take the roller coaster out of the logo, like, that is all they can do is give us those roller coaster rides.
Yeah.
And for the fans, it is certainly, it can be arduous, but KT, they can win them or they can lose them. Doesn't matter who the team is.
You know what's funny about this too for Rascal, funny or sad, depending on your perspective, is that the Renekton that he's so famous for is so hard to pull off in this meta with scaling that if you don't get a huge lead or you aren't facilitated, as I really don't think Cuz facilitated him at all to get massive leads and get ahead, then you can't carry the same way he's carried all season, where you're like, oh yes, it's Lee Sin and it's late game, but he's not great, but I'm going to pop off, or oh, it's late game and I'm playing the Akali, and I'm going to carry and I'm going to have that perfect flank. In this game, he just was bullied the whole time from mid to late game after he fell behind.
Yeah.
And it's funny that arguably his most famous champion from last year looks so weak when it's given to him, even though it's such a highly contested pick here in the LCK, just because his team played this way and they couldn't get a big enough lead for him to actually be relevant. He was just late game Croc with a frowny face.
It was definitely late game Croc with a frowny face. And also, like, the entirety of KT, like, the drafting was just really weird and really wonky. Like, giving away Twisted Fate, allowing you to be so extraordinarily outranged. Like, it was double rapid fire cannon they had in this game. So we have a listen to DRX as they close this one out. Zeka was speaking extraordinarily fast.
And then Kushik was like, play it slow, play it slow. I don't know if he was talking about the player or the story.
Maybe speak slower, yeah.
Wait.
Yeah, wait. We need to get a kill. There it is.
You love it. You love it.
You love to see it. That was actually very, very cute. As we have a look at the damage graph, oh god. That's what happens when you were obscenely outranged.
Yeah.
That is what your damage graph is going to look like. You saw, DRX didn't do a whole lot in the early, even in the mid game, but they didn't have to, and they just waited it out. KT didn't get any advantages, and then DRX won.
DRX, we thought, okay, this is going to be the tough one for them with everything that's going on their roster, but they got a better chance against Hanwha. Now you feel really good about their chance against Hanwha. KT, you thought, oh, okay, this one's an easy one. We'll see how things go against Fred Brion. But Fred Brion, their next matchup, not going to be easy after that loss.
No, I feel like the middle of the pack is in I don't even know where. And thankfully, we have an analyst chairs and fake or imaginary desk and carpet and all sorts of stuff over there. And we've got two fantastic gentlemen to break it down for us. Let's throw it over there right now.
Thank you, Atlas and Wolf, as we are here on the analyst imaginary dance floor. And it's me, Valdez, with Chronicler. And that was another game. Not a lot of action happened in that one, but a lot to talk about when it does come to the draft here, Chronicler.
Yeah, I personally feel like what we see here is really a trap that no matter what form KT is in, they keep falling into. Wolf already pointed it out, this is not exclusive to this roster specifically, but KT is a team where on one day they can look like a team that is decisive, that goes and proactively ensures that they get the win, and then you have games like this where if the confidence is missing, this team doesn't do anything. And I do think that there's an edge for DRX. I think that with the range advantage, they have a very comfortable game. But I don't think there's no opportunities. I think that the KT draft, the Kench, I would have liked to see be something else, especially because this early you can pick the set for life, and he gets farm, and it fits so well. And I think that that would have been, to me, the missing piece. Because what was the problem with this draft was it was reliant on either someone finding flanks, which Rascal and
he tried.
Well, I tried, but also like
X-Tech Rift.
They never really got into an opportunity. And then secondly, or engages from Cuz, who just there's days where he can do it, but today was definitely one of those days. And then you look at the other team. Obviously, it's Def's Jinx. You have the peel from the Karma. You have the Xin Zhao. So there's like so much in DRX's combo. Like they can play the slowest game imaginable and be completely fine. And for KT, I kept waiting for them to push the buttons, and it didn't. In drafts, I think if a KT, even like a better team, or even a KT on a different day pilots this draft, it looks completely different.
Exactly. I mean, we've seen them play a proactive and aggressive comp before and win against great teams, right? So it's not like they can't. It's just, you know, maybe it was the meta of today. Like this series, you know, after game number 2 where it was so slow and drawn out and there were mistakes left and right, lots of flips, maybe it's like, let's just go into something that's not that difficult. You know, we scale, we sit back, it's very passive. And I think that DRX won in terms of the meta of the series.
Agreed.
Both teams not really playing that great. So when it comes down to it, you know, I in that sense, they got the draft edge.
Yeah, they really did. And for KT, next time just pick set with an actual engaged champion. I know Tom Kench technically can, but that's just for carrier. That's not actually consistent. Because if you pick a set and then maybe he finds the angles. Because he's actually the one I think on KT that does that the most consistently. But they had a draft that was relying on them doing things and they did nothing. So then they just quietly lost, and it felt like nothing really happened.
Exactly. I think, you know, tomorrow we're going to look at the results of yesterday, which is today, and we're going to be like, did that even happen? Like, were KT even there? I don't know, because we didn't really see them, especially not in game 3. And the damage graph kind of just showed it all, right? Where it was like, well, you're not going to get any damage if you can't do anything or if you don't press your buttons.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, there was no action really. I think we have one highlight available. Perhaps we can throw that up and take a look at what happened at the very end of the game, literally the game-ending team fight.
And this is another thing that we see here is that now KT actually we see Cuz trying to go for an engage there because they are forced to do so. But the key thing with the composition that you have from DRX here is that as long as there's summoners, which Deft, of course on his Jinx, plays around beautifully, it doesn't matter, right? Like, they're caught off guard. The game at this point should have been in a completely different state like 15, 20 minutes ago, honestly. Because if you're at this point where there's no flank angles available, all your carries already far behind, and the desktop or the casters talked about it a lot as well. At that point, like, it's basically impossible, especially when you have a team or a player specifically in Def that, like, he's not going to miss position. It's Jinx. He's too good at the champion.
There wasn't much happening in this game, so I'm just like, well, if Def gets a win on his Jinx, perhaps, you know, that's okay.
We'll take that.
we'll take that, if nothing else, from this game. Guys, we do have the POG ready to go, so let's take a look at who does pick it up for game number 3. It is, of course, Def's 3rd player of the game.
It was Deft's. I don't know what else to tell you, Valdez. I didn't feel like I had a lot of opportunities to vote for other players here. I would be surprised if we saw heavy movements towards other votes.
That zap for me was like the highlight moment of the game.
That was really clean.
I was like, ooh, that was really cool.
Well,
at least we had that.
That was a peak moment of this game, and
peak League of Legends.
Outside of that, it's Def playing Jinx. Like, I don't really know what else to say because we joke about it a little bit, but I actually think that this is something that KT needs to look at themselves. Like, why does this keep happening no matter the roster? Because this is a roster that literally before the break, we gave them so much credit for how revitalized Life and Rascal looked, right? Like, how much more, what's the best way to put this? Like, how much more in line with, like, the peak from the past they were on this KT team. And then the next day it's just completely gone. Yes, that's somewhat the nature of KT, but I'd be looking at, like, how can we somehow try to get the best out of our players. For Deft, this is, I think, one of the easier wins. He's had a lot on Jinx, but this was definitely one where he didn't have to work on.
That's Observer team. They may have some reporting in to do for that one, but pretty interesting.
It's fine.
I guess so. Also had one vote there for Kingen, who he hits some shot blasts. Some, not all, but some. Guys, we do have the interview ready, so I'm going to hand it over to Ji-san, and let's hear from the players.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Ji-san for the POG Interpret Translations, joined by Deft and Setap from DRX. Congratulations! DRX broke the 3-3 tie with today's victory over KT. A huge jump here in the LCK standings. Now you guys are on 3rd place. How do you feel, Deft? Well, you know, some of our teammates were sick, feeling unwell. So we had an emergency call-up from the challengers roster, and I'm so happy that all of the teammates played so well today. Yeah, indeed. ㅅ2022, this is your debut series or game in the LCK, and you were able to win a POG and join this interview. How do you feel? Well, I'm so happy that I had my debut in the LCK, got the POG, and doing an interview. And I want to say thank you to my teammates. Yeah, ㅅ2022. You had to play on the LCK after an emergency call-up. So what did you feel after getting informed that you have to play in the LCK out of the blue? I mean, somehow I ended up playing the LCK and I ended up picking up a win, so it feels great. And it must have been really tough, preparing for both Challengers League and the LCK. So how did you prepare for both matches? So we didn't really scream a lot, but we're just kind of strong. Our team was doing great. So we just played like we normally did, and we were able to get the win. On the other hand, Daft, I'm pretty sure you were feeling a lot more burdened today, and we were able to listen to you cheering the rest of the players up. So did you give them any special advice? Before the match, I told them, even if we might lose, just showcase everything you've got, You shouldn't really care about losing this game, but it turned out our players are doing a fantastic job in their first game, so I was so happy to see them perform so well. ㅅ2022, what did you feel after listening to his advice? I mean, he was just so reliable. ㅅ2022, that solo kill onto the opponent mid laner was so critical. What did you feel at that moment? My heart was like pounding so hard the moment I got the kill. So yeah, I was thrilled. And I can see Daft grinning listening to ㅅ2022's answers. So how would you like to rate your performance in the debut game on a scale of 10? I think I deserve about 8. Pretty decent, pretty high, which means he is also very satisfied with his own performance in the LCK. And I heard there was an interview of you saying that you did have a scrim against Arya in KT and it was pretty doable. So how did the real match go? When he was in LJL, I got to play against him in Scream, but he got a lot better, so I was a little bit nervous. But I actually had a lot of practice with Zeka on the mid lane, about the laning fates, and after that training, it got a lot easier. Because Zeka is doing a pretty good job on the mid lane as well. And however, even though you guys dropped game number 2, you guys decided to actually play Senna into Zeri. Was that something you guys prepared? We didn't really have a lot of time to prepare those matchups, but I had some good feelings about that pick, but it was a bummer that we lost. And Zeri indeed popped off in that game. So how do you think of Zeri right now? I mean, I think I kind of killed her, almost killed her, but still, she was so strong in Teamfight Sage, so yeah, I didn't feel good. I wasn't happy about that. What about you, Daft? Are you willing to try that on stage as well? Yeah, after getting some proper practices, I think it's pretty viable for sure. Daft, you picked up another win on your Jinx. Now it's on 92% of win rate, 45-4 in total. Do you feel any pressure about keeping those records and keeping those stats really good? Not really. I just play it and I just win. So it's more about lucky charm. I don't really care about losing on Jinx. ㅅ2022, I heard you guys are going to have some party after with the DRX Challengers players back in the gaming house. So what are we gonna have? Lobsters. And I heard DRX office actually said everything's fine other than lobster. Nope, we're going for the lobster and that's it. I'm pretty sure DRX will buy you guys a decent dinner back in the team house. And your next opponent is Hana Life Esports. Today, ㅅ2022 and also all the other CL players, you know, did a fantastic job even after a very packed schedule. I hope we can prepare for the Hana Life Esports match really well in order to continue the momentum. ㅅ2022, any message for the fans? I'm pretty sure a lot of fans are worried about this, but I'm so happy that we're able to make you guys feel happy after this victory. Anything would you like to add on to that? And DRX, you know, is 13-1 in the CL League. We are dominating the challengers, so I hope you guys can tune in and enjoy our match as well. And that's gonna be it from ㅅ2022 and that from DRX, and back to the analyst desk.
Thank you, Jisun, for that awesome translation. As so awesome to see Deft and his little brother up there on stage.
It's just adorable. It's like they did so well.
Yeah.
I'm really proud of them. It's like, you should be Deft.
Yeah.
I was like, aw.
Deft gets a win. The CL roster gets a win. I suppose only the KT fans go home empty-handed this time around. But guys, we do have the standings ready, so let's take a look at that and see where we do end up. So DRX, with this win, they're currently in 3rd place. Of course, they do have one extra game played compared to Damwon Kia and Nongshim, but still a really good spot for them to be in.
Going from 0-3 to 4-3,
it's pretty good.
What you're looking for, indeed. And as the cast pointed out earlier, middle of the pack, no idea. I thought Nongshim was going to be there. Don't know. KT, after today, I want to feel confident. Hana Life actually, I think, looked really good against T1, so who knows what the future will bring.
Well, there's one consistent thing, and that is T1 on the winning streak, but we'll see if maybe someone can break that in the future, as the next matchup for tomorrow, guys, will be Damwon Kia up against the Kwangdong Freaks at 5, and then, of course, Live Sandbox up against Genji. Definitely a couple of one-sided matchups tomorrow, Chronicler.
Yeah, the cool thing, of course, which the real Challenger fans know, is that it's the old bot lane of Genji challengers facing off against their old org. That's really cool. that's about as, in terms of game, my expectations are not that high necessarily. I think it's a bit lopsided, but I love me some storylines.
Who knows how strong the middle of the pack is as well. Like, where's Damwon Kia? Where's Genji even?
We don't know.
We don't know. Could be mixed up tomorrow, but that's going to do it for us here on the Analyst Carpet Space. Thank you so much for tuning in, and join us tomorrow for more of the LCK. Have a good night.
Standing on the edge of this big love, I'm not looking down, baby, I'm ready to jump. I never believed love could set me free. You break down the walls I build around me. It's a strange magic every time we touch. I'm not looking down, baby, I'm ready to jump. I never believed love could set me free. You break down the